Leading the charge into tomorrow doesn't always mean reaching beyond our grasp. Sometimes it's embracing what is right in front of us. Delving deeper, defying what we thought was possible. Hydrogen, the simplest and most fundamental element, flowing through all things, the matter stars are made of. And when harnessed, brings us within reach of our collective mission for net zero emissions. Yet we acknowledge the journey ahead. We need to ignite our passion for innovation, strengthen global collaboration, revolutionize how we electrolyze, develop infrastructure and enhance efficiency of renewables across all economies. By tapping into the power of hydrogen, we're the architects of the future. Our progress has been significant. We've pushed boundaries and defied what was deemed impossible, from scientists to investors, policymakers to entrepreneurs, from dialogue to reality. We're all collaborators, equal creators of tomorrow's world. It's our future to build the hydrogen economy, and our goal is in sight. So what will you do to give hydrogen the green light?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are at the edge of an energy revolution. And like in every revolution, you have a lot of people who are afraid, a lot of people who say, we cannot change anything, we keep the status quo, the rest is impossible. And today it's the same for renewable energies. For hydrogen, people are saying we will never be able to produce enough clean energy. For hydrogen, there are not enough producers. There are not enough clients. Anyway, it's too expensive. But as pioneers, and you are all pioneers because you're here today, you know that. And you know that we should not listen to the people who say that something is impossible. Because the impossible does not exist in the reality. The impossible exists only in the mindset of the people who believe that the future will be an extrapolation of the past, which is never the case. The future is unpredictable, it's uncertain, and it requires from us to be disruptive. That means to invent completely new ways to do and to think. And it happened exactly like this in history. For the first people who were writing, the first who were printing, the first who were going for the internet. And for flying, it was the same. In 1903, there's an airplane who has been flying. Can you imagine that in 1903, there were still people who called themselves scientists, who could prove that it was impossible to fly with something that was heavier than air. So of course you have buoyancy in a balloon with gas that is lighter than air. So that explains how you can fly. But why did this airplane fly without any lighter than air gas? Just because someone discovered a new paradigm, which was the fact that you can create lift on a surface that has some speed. And then you have the lift, and the airplane can fly without being a balloon. All these changes are really important, but there are always reluctancy. When I initiated the Solar Impulse project to fly around the world on solar energy, starting and coming back to Abu Dhabi, thanks to the partnership of Masdar, there were people, big specialists, who told me you can never use the power of the sun to fly day and night with an airplane. There's not enough energy available. Well, of course, it's true that you cannot increase the power of the sun, but you can decrease the consumption of the plane. And this is something that most of the people forget. They always speak about the quantity of energy that has to be produced instead of thinking of how to be efficient in the way we use it. And the result is that today we are wasting 3/4 of the energy that is produced in the world because of wrong behaviors, but also outdated systems, infrastructures, and technologies. So Solar Impulse was a symbol. It was not something that was meant to make a revolution in air transport. But when we came back to Abu Dhabi successfully and had a wonderful welcome, it was very clear that this symbol had been heard. Because just imagine, in 2002, solar energy was 40 times more expensive than today. Energy efficiency was something that was not understood. Today we understand it. Today we have solar energy. Today we have energy efficiency available. So we have to do more than just a symbol. And this is why I have launched a new project that clearly has to do with the summit today. Just let me present you the next step that we all have to make. If we can fly around the world non-stop with a hydrogen airplane, I don't think that we will need a lot more to convince people that we can achieve the possible with hydrogen. Of course, the plane does not exist yet. This is why I'm presenting a shadow. It's the shadow that's flying now. But later on, it will be the real plane. So here again, I'm hearing it's impossible. And I'm glad to hear that. Because if you have an impossible project, you will have a lot of talented team members who will join you. The lazy people, they like easy projects. The talented people like difficult projects because they love to bring solutions, to bring answers, to solve problems. So today, what is it about? It's about a demonstration that instead of attacking aviation, trying to ban aviation, trying to think that aviation will never be able to be clean, we have the possibilities and the technologies today to produce green hydrogen with renewable sources, to liquefy it, put it in tanks that are well insulated because, as you all know, liquid hydrogen stays liquid only below minus 253 degrees Celsius, very close to the absolute zero. And then what happens? You have a little bit of evaporation that is called the boil-off that goes through the fuel cells, making water and electricity to feed electric motors and turn the propellers. It is not just a way to have a decarbonized fuel. It's a way to be outside of the cycle of carbon. So there are tremendous challenges, but exactly like for the first airplane, exactly like for Solar Impulse, exactly like for everything we are doing when it's new. But I think it is useful today to restore hope. We are in a world where so many people are eco-depressed, eco-anxious, believing there is no future. You have children who don't want to go to school, who don't want to have children because they think there's nothing left after this generation. We have to prove them wrong. We have to show there are solutions. So with the Solar Impulse Foundation, after the flight around the world, we have identified 1,600 technical solutions that are economically profitable to protect the environment. But all these solutions remain very often in research labs, in startups, and they are not known enough. They are not used enough. So today, we need flagships. We need flagships that can show what we can do and mainly give the wish to do it. This is why this green hydrogen summit is important. This is why the work of Masdar is important. We have to give the wish. We have to make it exciting. We have to show that it's available. And why is hydrogen such a perfect choice? Because hydrogen has a lot of virtues. One of them is to be able to include the oil and gas companies. I'm completely against this mindset of trying to fight against the oil and gas companies, exclude them from the table, destroy them and do something else. No, we need the skills, the experience, the technologies, and the wealth of oil and gas company, and give them a possibility for diversification. Hydrogen is one of these possibilities. Oil and gas companies know how to produce a gas and a liquid, to transport it, to distribute it, to sell it. So it's a perfect diversification for them. Now, in terms of energy independence, it's extremely interesting to be able to produce our own hydrogen wherever we are, with renewable sources. And because renewable sources are intermittent, sometimes we have not enough, but sometimes we have too much. And for the storage of this renewable energy, hydrogen is a good solution. Because instead of wasting renewables when there is too much, you produce hydrogen, which becomes really cheap, extremely cheap. And then in terms of mobility, in terms of using hydrogen for steel industry, for fertilizers, we have a tremendous opportunity. Of course, you will tell me it's too expensive. Of course, you'll tell me, but how are we going to produce enough? How are we going to find the customers? We have to remember one word that is extremely important. It is the critical mass. The critical mass, that's the moment where you produce enough to have a decrease of the price. We've seen it with solar. It was absolutely amazing. 10 years ago in China, there was the CEO of a big solar company who told me, I hope that within a few years, we can reach $1 per watt. Today, it is 11 cents per watt, because the production has been enough. So what we need to show today is avoiding the chicken and the egg dilemma. The producers waiting for the consumers to appear, and the consumers waiting for the producers to appear. In Switzerland, we have a really nice system without any subsidies from the government. A green hydrogen producer has gone to all the supermarkets asking, if I provide trucks that are with hydrogen at the same price or cheaper than diesel, are you going to use them? They said yes. How many would you need? 1,000 for Switzerland, 1,000 trucks. They went after that to the fuel stations and said, for 1,000 trucks, are you agreeing to put hydrogen distribution in your gas stations? They say, yes, of course, for 1,000 trucks, it's worth it. So they went to Hyundai in Korea and ordered 1,000 trucks, which are now starting to drive in Switzerland for delivery with gas stations distributing hydrogen. They solved the egg and the chicken dilemma by building the entire farm at once. And I think this is the type of things that we need to do. But of course, showing the impossible can be achieved, this is, I believe, what we need. So I invite you to follow the steps of the construction of this hydrogen airplane. It will be 2024, 2025 for the construction, 2026, 2027 for long-haul test, and then around the world in 2028. Here again, I think that the demonstration of something impossible happening can be a lead to unlock the mindset of the people. I'm not a hydrogen producer. I'm not a hydrogen consumer as an industry, but I'm a psychiatrist and an explorer. And I know how important it is to mobilize the mindsets and give to the people the wish to do something they have never done, to be pioneers, to be explorers. This is, I believe, what we all have to do. So we have the industry, that's great, but now we have the public and the decision makers. If they understand it's profitable, if they understand it's fashionable, if they understand it's possible, then they will do it. And our task here at this summit is to start giving the signal that we can do it. Good luck, have a good summit, and be the ambassadors of that philosophy. This is very important. The summit is not just 1 or 2 days here where we talk together. I would even say that the summit starts at the end of this gathering, when you go back to your companies, to your governments, everywhere, and say, I've seen a piece of the future, and it's already starting now. Good luck.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome. Thank you so much for being here at the Green Hydrogen Summit, and this is so important. I'm Ethna Traynor, I'm going to be your host for the day. Now, how wonderful it was to have Dr. Bertrand Piccard here to do the opening speech, how inspiring this was. And indeed, he's been making history himself for many, many years, but he also makes great sense with his practical and his pragmatic approach to how we look at energy and how we move through the transition to the next point. Of course, he's busy merging the worlds of ecology, technology, and the economy, and all to help solve the issues of climate change, something we all have at the very heart of what we need to do. Now, his next venture, of course, 2028 Climate Impulse, the first hydrogen plane. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. And you know we're going to be very interested to watch his journal. So remember that hashtag, Be the Impulse. Dr. Bertrand Piccard, just let's give him a round of applause again. I believe he's finishing up and coming back to join us. Thank you so, so much. Lovely to have you. Now here, of course, at the Green Hydrogen Summit, we will continue to scale the heights and bring you the very best speakers, the very best experts, and opinion makers. The energy transition is definitely, without a doubt, the topic of our time. And green hydrogen will play a big role in that. But it's absolutely essential that we move the conversation now to engage, inform, educate, and inspire. And one gentleman who can do this with dynamism, style, and connectivity is our next wonderful keynote speaker. So I want you all to give a very warm UAE welcome to the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the Right Honourable Boris Johnson.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my friend Dr. Sultan, it's a great, great honor to be here in Abu Dhabi. Fantastic to be here. Wonderful. I seem to have brought the London weather with me. And wonderful to follow that fantastic presentation from Bertrand Piccard. Totally inspirational. There could be no better place than Abu Dhabi to hold a summit on the vital subject of green hydrogen, because we all know that this is the place we're in, the city we're in, the country we're in, is one of the world's great, great centers of technological innovation. And I discovered this more than 10 years ago when I first came to the UAE, as you'll remember, Sultan, as a mere representative of United Kingdom local government. I was then Mayor of London, and after an enormous banquet of camel, which I found absolutely delicious, though my friend and colleague, Sir Edward, now Lord Lister, or Sheikh Lister, as he's known to some of you, was unaccountably indisposed afterwards. He got the hump, as we say in England. After that delicious banquet, Sultan took us to Masdar. You've probably forgotten this. And for the first time in my life, I traveled in a completely electric, battery-powered vehicle with no driver. Absolutely true. My eyes were opened, and I sat next to Sultan as we scooted through the traffic, and I saw the technical flair of this country. And for me, this was the beginning of a golden age of cooperation and partnership, investment partnership between the UK and UAE. And I'm proud to say that under my mayoralty of London, the connections with this country, UAE, were so strong that London was sometimes known as the eighth emirate. And since then, of course, the partnership has only deepened, and no field have we done more together than in the field of green technology. And Sultan, Dr. Sultan, I want to congratulate you particularly on COP28, because it was only a few years ago that I ran or helped to run COP26. And I know in Glasgow, and I know how difficult it is to run these COPs. Getting 198 countries in the UN to agree on measures to tackle climate change is like herding cats. And as I look back at Glasgow in 2021, December 2021, I think it was, I'm of course immensely proud of many of the things that we did, getting 145 countries to agree to protect their forests, getting 65 countries to agree to phase out the use of coal power, altogether getting pledges to cut 6 gigatons of CO2 that would otherwise have been emitted. And under the UK presidency of COP26, moving from 30% of the world committed to net zero by 2050 to 90%. But look, folks, I've got to be honest. There was a difference, wasn't there, between COP26 and COP28? And the difference was that the Glasgow UN summit was before Putin's invasion of Ukraine and before the spike in inflation, before we saw the prices of hydrocarbons jump, and before everybody, frankly, started to get quite so skeptical about net zero. And so I have to admit it, frankly, and hats off to you here in Abu Dhabi. We did the soft COP, you did the tough COP, if you see what I mean. And yet you triumphed. You absolutely triumphed. The UAE presidency prevailed over the negativity in some of the global media. I won't name the organizations that were gloomy about the prospects of the COP28, but they were there. You way exceeded the expectations of the NGOs. And here, in the world's greatest and richest basin of hydrocarbons, you persuaded the world at COP28 to move beyond fossil fuels. And you did it by sheer force of technological argument. And when the UAE says it can cut CO2 by introducing new solar farms and produce 50% of your electricity from renewables by 2050, that is obviously true, because you're already harvesting so much of the golden sunlight of this country, which I'm sure is already reappearing after the very, very big thunderstorms of earlier on. And for years, you have been helping us in the UK to change the whole way we think about power generation. And when I was Mayor of London, I'm proud to say that we launched the London Array, the vast forest of white windmills off the coast of Essex that was made possible by Emirati investment. And these windmills are absolutely amazing. And in 2022, when I was Prime Minister, we had 26% of our electricity generated by wind power alone. And yet, today, together, UAE and the UK stand on the brink of an even more astonishing project, because for the first time in 6 millennia, we are going to make productive use of a territory known as Doggerland, a lost world, a vast paradise of pasture and water meadow that stretched from the east coast of England to Holland and to Germany and Denmark, a place that for many centuries was inhabited by the Dogger people, who got on with their blameless lives, fishing and waterfowling and so forth, doggedly dogging away in Doggerland, until there was a disaster in the form of a huge undersea landslip off the coast of Norway, a seismic event known as the Storegga, which sent a tsunami southwards so huge that it not only inundated Doggerland, but cut Britain off completely from the European mainland, leaving the Doggers and their antler tools and their whole environment totally submerged, but only shallowly submerged, 25 meters or so as to make it ideal for a wind farm. And the UAE now has 49% of Dogger Bank South, a project now going forward for planning permission, which will be a truly stupendous generator of clean, green electricity, renewable power, stretching over 500 square kilometers, producing enough juice to power 3 million homes. And as Dr. Bertrand has just pointed out, the problem with, as Bertrand Piccard has just pointed out, the problem with wind power is not often that it produces there's too little wind. The problem is what to do when it blows too much, because sometimes, frankly, the gale blows so hard in the North Sea, and the turbines turn so fast that the grid can't cope with the surge. And so do you know what we do at present? We actually pay the wind farm operators not to produce. It's like the insanity of the EU Common Agricultural Policy, where they pay people not to produce olive oil or wheat or whatever in order to maintain the price. And it's a system called curtailment. It's obviously bonkers. It's a total waste of money. And the answer is, of course, that when you have such a surge and you've got a risk that the whole grid is going to blow, then obviously you electrolyze that extra electricity and use it to make green hydrogen. And I know that there are skeptics out there, as Bertrand Piccard has pointed out, and by the way, I hope the skeptics will be routed at this conference as they were routed at COP28, because the use cases for green hydrogen are obvious, from energy-hungry industries such as steel or chemicals to those large modes of transport that may need the kind of grunt or torque, grunt is a technical term from physics, that you can't get from a battery, HGVs, diggers, trucks, buses, and so forth. And I think of seeing Dr. Bertrand Piccard's wonderful presentation. I think of the beautiful Etihad plane that brought me here in such amazing state and luxury. I want you to know, I was in a room. I was in a kind of, it had more or less had its own jacuzzi and 4-poster bed, such as the luxury provided by Etihad. And you might think that nothing could possibly lift those facilities aloft except kerosene. Nothing, perhaps, except hydrogen. And I think we'll follow what Bertrand Piccard does with great interest. When people who now say it's impractical, it's never going to happen, they were saying all that about electric vehicles. When I was mayor of London, I tried to persuade Londoners to buy electric vehicles, and I put electric charging posts all over the city in 2008, and it didn't take off. But look at EVs now. What I'm saying is that these things take patience, and they take political leadership, and they take relentless innovation. And that innovation requires countries like the UAE and the UK to work ever more closely together, everything from battery technology to artificial intelligence. And I think the potential for our two countries is enormous because we know each other so well and we trust each other so much. We collaborate on projects ranging from the Emirates airline. Some of you may remember a vital piece of transport infrastructure in East London, a cable car, very, very beautiful, built under the previous mayor of London, to wind farms, as I say, to nuclear reactors. where this country, frankly, is leaving us miles behind. 20% of your power already from nuclear. And there's so much I think that we can do together on small modular reactors of the type made by Rolls-Royce. And if you want evidence of our common position on the world, look at just at the last few days where we've seen the UK and the UAE come together to oppose the lunacy of the Iranian drone attacks. And together, we will not only promote peace, we will develop the technological solutions that will enable the world to tackle climate change and to cut the cost of energy in the long term and to produce millions of good, well-paid jobs. And in routing the doubters and confounding the skeptics as you did at COP, I know that the UAE and the UK will be in the lead on green technology and on green hydrogen and all other forms of green technology. Thank you all very much for having me along today. Thank you, Dr. Sultan, and I hope you have a very good conference indeed. Thank you.
And once again, thank you so much for that great opening session, that great keynote address. As always, an absolute delight to hear from you, talking about innovation, leadership, collaboration, and indeed some very inspiring, maybe thought-provoking words that we need. So once again, the Right Honourable Boris Johnson, thank you so much for being with us. It's just such a delight, and very, very important to have you here with us. And I do know that you have a lot of meetings, and Dr. Sultan Al Jaber is also with us. Will you stay a little while? Let's see, we have an action-packed day for you, of course. If you can stay a little while, or you have to leave. Good? Unfortunately, that's what I thought. So we will allow you to take your leave, and we're so grateful to have you and to have, of course, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber with us and the Right Honourable Boris Johnson. Unfortunately, they're both running a little, they have a very, very important list of meetings. So do bear with us, because this was just the opening here, and we're so grateful they took the time. We understand, we know how busy it is here, but please, everybody do stay with us. We have a wonderful, wonderful setup today for us. So just bear with us with a couple of minutes and we'll get started. Once again, thank you so much. So what a great start to the Green Hydrogen Summit 2024. Thank you all for being here. We have so much to carry on with throughout the day. Great discussion, great opinion as we navigate climate change in our lives and its impact on our work, on our health, on our play, every aspect of our lives. And really at this critical moment in history, we need a cleaner energy future. We all know that. And again, I think we look at the prospects and the possibilities of green hydrogen, how it can help reduce emissions, and how it can actually help us reach our global targets. And I think one thing we've noticed in the last couple of years is really how encouraging it has been that governments and industry are really coming together around the world and recognizing the potential of hydrogen and really taking steps to make it a reality. So much is being developed in terms of technology, and it's being developed at great speed. I think that's something that is to be encouraged, and we need to continue to do that. New projects, new partnerships, we're hearing about them all around the world, and indeed ambitious national strategies taking shape that can really help the drivers, you know, to make it a reality and to make sure that these developments come to fruition. At COP28, we heard of the Green Hydrogen Declaration was signed by 39 countries. So the commitment is there, and we have many players from around the world today who are going to share that with us. So we're going to get started in just a moment. And of course, here at this Green Hydrogen Summit hosted by Masdar, the UAE's clean energy powerhouse, this is where we will convene policymakers, industry players, experts, investors, everybody here to actually help address what is going on. And we're going to be looking at it from a country, from a regional, from a global perspective, looking at the demand and scale, the end use, and of course the green hydrogen trade and the wider international cooperation. I think you've done a lovely job there, sir. We're good. And I'd like to get started. So our first session is going to be really looking at how governments around the globe are redesigning their national energy agendas and looking at national strategies and policies to accelerate green hydrogen economies. So let me get my panel, if I may, up here on the stage. So our title for this one, National Strategies and Policies to Accelerate Green Hydrogen Economies. Joining us from the Netherlands, the Energy Envoy, the Minister of Economic Affairs, from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Policy, the Energy Envoy. Please welcome Frederik Wieselink. And Frederik, if I may put you on the far seat here. Where's our UAE morning welcome? What happened, our friends? To the far seat. Thank you so much. Joining us from Japan, the Parliamentary Vice Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, His Excellency Yoshida Nobuhiro. I'll put you next to him. And His Excellency will also speak in Japanese. I just want to let you know that, so if you don't have your translation, it might be a good idea to get it. And we're also absolutely delighted to welcome here with us today the Minister of Energy from Azerbaijan, His Excellency Parviz Shabazov. Again, lovely to see you. And I get the honor to moderate this panel. So gentlemen, thank you so much. We're delighted to have you here. Now I have my translation here, and I believe it's on channel 2. So Your Excellency Yoshida, you're happy? He's happy. Again, thank you all so much for being with us. It's so much to discuss here when we look at what's happening, I think, around the world. And I think the speed at what's happening in the hydrogen sector right now is just, it's quite extraordinary. Your Excellency Shabazov, you look at, you know, where hydrogen is right now in Azerbaijan, and you have already integrated hydrogen into your energy strategy at the moment. From gas, of course, we might not have green yet, but you're still a big oil and gas producer. Talk to me about the shift to green hydrogen. You know, when is that on the move? What is the potential for Azerbaijan when we look at green hydrogen in your country?
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much. I'm very delighted to be today here to participate at this important gathering, and we had already this morning excellent introduction into the topic. And as far as the hydrogen developments in my country concerned, I would like to mention that first of all, it is clear that the hydrogen is important to achieve 100% renewables. If we are striving in this direction, we have to be very clear about that. And at the same time, we in Azerbaijan have already placed the hydrogen development in various strategic papers. For example, the main the strategy for the social economic development of our country is involving also the hydrogen development and hydrogen use in our country, and even the production and export opportunities. There is also the special green zone declared in the recently liberated territories of Azerbaijan after the 30 years, almost 30 years occupation by Armenia. And those territories, we are going to apply again the production of hydrogen. And the hydrogen is also one of the important elements in our strategic partnership with the European Union. And because we have the great offshore potential in the Caspian Sea, the potential there is about 157 gigawatt. It is the huge, of course, volume, and it is exceeding the demand in our country, of course, and even in our region. So that's why we are cooperating very tightly, very intensively with the European countries, with the great support from the European Union, in order to produce hydrogen, green hydrogen, from the offshore wind we have in the Caspian sector, and to transport it into the European market. So this is our strategy. That's why we are planning now the green energy corridor from the Caspian to the European Union. But at the same time, we have another important project which connects us with the Central Asian countries. So Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan have come together to build another green energy corridor where hydrogen, the green hydrogen, is one of the important components there. So as you see, we have different, so to say, plans and scenarios to develop.
And you're on the road. You've started that journey. I think that's what's so important. Your Excellency Nobuhiro, let's have a look at Japan. When we look at the energy transition, if you would bring us up to date with, I suppose, the journey to carbon neutrality in Japan and the importance of hydrogen for you. I think we're on channel 2.
Okay. Okay.
So this is English. So we would like to attain carbon neutrality by 2050, and we are working on the efficiency and the social deployment, and also strengthening the industrial competitiveness. And we are trying to have a simultaneously achieve industrial competitiveness, economic growth, and decarbonization. And in this area, we are going to advance our green transformation GX. Specifically, we plan to promote over 150 trillion yen of public and private investment in the next 10 years. The government plans to provide a support of 20 trillion yen in advance using GX economy transition bonds to promote investment in priority areas, including next generation renewable energy such as hydrogen. In this context, hydrogen is one of the breakthrough energies toward achieving carbon neutrality because it can be made from various energy sources, including renewable energy, and does not emit CO2 during combustion. Japan has been focusing on hydrogen from early on, including formulating the world's first basic strategy for hydrogen in 2017. Japan has also strongly encouraged the development and demonstration of hydrogen technologies by establishing a 2 trillion yen Green Innovation Fund in 2021. In the green transformation policy, the government plans to promote the use of hydrogen, particularly in hard-to-abate areas, such as those that are difficult to electrify. Thank you.
Interesting there where you're telling us that, oh, I'm hearing myself back in my translator. You know, we'll talk about cost and challenges there, and I think that commitment coming from the government is so important. Frederick, lovely to see you here, and I know there's great headway happening in Europe and indeed in the Netherlands, and you really want to be a key contributor, in fact, probably a driver in the Netherlands now in terms of what's happening in the EU. Why does the Netherlands say that hydrogen is just absolutely so important in terms of energy security in the future?
Yeah, well, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for this question. And I think Dr. Bertrand Piccard so eloquently said the why for green hydrogen. So I cannot compete with your keynote. So I would like to repeat and support your keynote on the why for green hydrogen. The same goes for the Netherlands, of course. And well, maybe something specific for the Netherlands. We're a fossil fuel-based country with high volumes of natural gas. And so we changed this natural gas into green molecules, and of course hydrogen is a very important element in that strategy. And it is a no-brainer actually, because we already use large volumes of hydrogen coming from fossil fuels at the moment. So basically we want to replace this fossil fuel-based hydrogen for green hydrogen. And our infrastructure, our ports are in place to produce locally and to import from abroad.
Again, I think, we look at hydrogen and the possibilities that are out there are just, they're vast, and that's so exciting about it. But there has to be big challenges. If I can come back to you, Your Excellency Shahbazov. It's not easy. I think it's a journey everybody wants to make, and the commitment is there, and it's great. But, the work that you're doing with the EU, the fact you have your renewable source, you have wind, but where are the big challenges? What would you say are the hurdles that we have to, because we have to speed this up?
Absolutely, agree with you, and we understand that with the use of hydrogen in the future in a more comprehensive way, of course, we would like to get the energy transition with affordable, secure, and clean energy system, and it is important. But it's still, as it has been already mentioned today, a lot to do to make hydrogen to become the net zero transition game changers. And what we need today, as we understand also from the things that we are doing in our country, national and also regionally, we need, of course, in this sphere, the concrete national strategies. We need legal frameworks. We need regulatory support, the regulatory measures. Of course, we need large investments in this area. It is also very clear. We need competitive production in terms of price of green hydrogen. It is absolutely important. And we need large infrastructures to produce, to transport, to storage until the end use of this. Of course, there are also some other things, for example, the clean waters and desalination of water, which will be most probably the main source of water to be used in many countries to produce hydrogen. And of course, we need a global supply chain to build in order to put everything in place in the future. So we need so many things, but we work on that. And it was eloquently mentioned this morning by Dr. Bertrand that the things that we probably not completely believe right now going to be reality in the time to come.
Indeed, and I think, yeah, it's a big, maybe that's a dangerous question to put out there. What are the challenges? It's like, how long do we have? It's a long list. And again, challenges, I think, are different for different countries. Your Excellency, Nobuhiro, when we look at the challenges in Japan, I mean, you talk about this 2 trillion yen fund. This is a great start, without a doubt, an investment. But also, it's costly. But what other innovative policy measures are helping the industry?
Well, thank you for your question. Of course, the price of hydrogen is relatively high compared to fossil fuel, making it an enormously difficult energy to select. Therefore, it is necessary to gradually increase the economic rationality of hydrogen while creating an environment in which hydrogen can be selected by users. So Japan is working to reduce the cost of hydrogen by utilizing the Green Innovation Fund that you mentioned to promote the technologies development in the hydrogen field. For example, Japan is pursuing the possibility by reducing costs through large-scale international transportation of hydrogen and expansion in scale by developing liquefied hydrogen carriers and establishing a means of transportation using MCH. Metiocyclone hexane. In addition, Japan is aiming to establish a large-scale and robust hydrogen supply chain that integrates the supply and use of hydrogen. Specifically, Japan plans to provide support focusing on the price differentials between hydrogen and other existing fuels and support for the establishment of hydrogen bases. First, Japan will carefully select competitive pilot projects in Japan and abroad, and then aim to full-scale social implementation of hydrogen. Thank you.
Again, I think the challenges vary from country to country, and we look at what's happening in the Netherlands. And if you would, Frederick, now talk to us a little bit about, I suppose, the big challenge of cost. How do we actually deal with perhaps subsidies at the minute that are helping? And then also infrastructure. So if I could have you maybe look at both, because infrastructure is going to cost.
Absolutely.
So it's about investment and getting the private sector excited and getting them involved.
Yeah, well, this is crucial, of course, because the infrastructure, the certainty for infrastructure for green hydrogen is key. And in the Netherlands, at the moment, we are going to be the first country in the world to have a large-scale infrastructure ready to transport green hydrogen, or hydrogen, of course. We have around 1,000 kilometers of pipeline that will be ready in 2030. We will repurpose our existing gas infrastructure to be hydrogen ready, and we will connect these infrastructure with all our industrial clusters in the Netherlands. And so by doing that, we use our existing infrastructure and connect them with the demand, with the local demand. And in order to, about the costs, the costs are high. Well, we have to be realistic. We have, for our national production of green hydrogen, we have a 5.2 billion fund in place, and we will finance electrolyzers. We will finance pilot projects for offshore hydrogen production at the wind parks in the North Sea. There will be up to 21 gigawatt wind parks, offshore wind farms in place in 2030. So that's big potential. But still, it will not be enough for the demand in Northwest Europe. So we will rely on imports. And our aim is to connect, to become the hydrogen backbone for Northwest Europe, and to transport the green hydrogen coming from every part of the world, but especially from the MENA region and the United Arab Emirates, to enter in our ports, and we distribute them across Northwest Europe. And by doing that, we have to create demand. So we have tenders in place. Together with Germany, we have the H2 Global tender before the end of this year to create demand and hopefully to give the first price signals to the market and to bring the costs down.
To ask you how you were going to create demand, so thank you for putting that in. So because we're doing a bit of an express first panel here, so you've got it all in for me. Thank you so much, because it's something I think on everybody's mind. Your Excellency Nobuhiro, if I can come to you, when we look at, I suppose, the kind of hydrogen supply Japan wants to establish, and also how important, maybe two questions for one here, how important is international cooperation for you?
Yeah, thank you for your question. We believe the initiatives that are expected to develop economically efficiently and independently are necessary to achieve green transformation. So this is based on the basic premise of S+3E. safety, stable supply, economic efficiency, and environmental compatibility, which is a pillar of Japan's energy policy, and chemicals and steels also need to be transformed. They should be proactive and which will be full of potential. In addition, from the energy security point of view, domestic hydrogen production is also important and plays a supply system. On the other hand, hydrogen demand cannot be met by domestic production alone. So we need to import from overseas. In this case, it is important that the initiatives for such import is economical and efficient, and that it contributes that the initiatives for such import is economical and efficient, and that it contributes to strengthening the international competitiveness of the Japanese industry. And it is necessary to establish a resilient supply chain that is not dependent on any specific country. And about the international cooperation you mentioned, as far as Japan is concerned, G7, G20, all the intergovernmental conferences, we are working together. And also, we are serving as the vice chair at the IPHE, International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells, and a rule-based transparent hydrogen market and supply chain need to be built. I was also invited to speak at the COP28 held in the UAE last year, where I presented a declaration of intent on mutual recognition of certification schemes for renewables and low-carbon hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives as one of the host countries. Each country faces various energy situations, and there are various efforts to promote the utilization of hydrogen. I would like to find a common ground and accelerate cooperation for the development of the hydrogen market, which is in its infancy, through various pathways. Thank you.
To speak at COP29 as well on as we look to hydrogen. A final question for you, if I may. We look at Azerbaijan, and we look at really bringing, I suppose, the world together. We have to do. You've done some great regional work, but also I know you're doing great work here with Masdar. You have a great project with Fortescue as well. So the idea of international cooperation to really push the hydrogen economy, how is that more important than almost our old energy system, this new energy system?
You have actually, does it work? Right, okay. You have listed almost the main, our international energy partners. I would like also to add among them also Aqua Power, BP, and some other companies with whom we are working very closely. And of course, this is the win-win situation when the governments are working with the energy companies together, because they are the certain things that the governments should deliver in this case, and they are the things that this is the best way of delivery of this comes from the energy companies. And we appreciate such cooperation very much. And we have signed with those companies for more than 28 gigawatt of renewable sources, renewable energy production. And the green hydrogen is, of course, one of the most important segments of this cooperation. And what I would like also to add that through this cooperation in Azerbaijan, but also in the adjacent regions, for example, in Central Asia, we very often have the same partners, and it helps us not only to involve those companies to cooperation in our country, but also in a regional formats.
And I think it is a very dynamic time, and I think to see everybody involved and bringing the energy sector as we know it have to be part of the solution. And I think we've heard that time and time again, their willingness. We want to wrap this up. Frederick, if we could, a quick 30 seconds, call to action to the industry. We're doing a lot, everybody is interested, people are committed, there's money involved, but what needs to really accelerate this?
Well, this is a good question. the international cooperation is already take place. We have to find the projects and actually fund them. And what my wish for 2024 onwards is that we finally can match the supply and match the demand. I like the Swiss example. It's very practical, local, but on a global scale, we have to have these kind of connections, these kind of solutions. Yes. And I think the private sector plays a very pivotal role in this. And of course, governments have to create the right standards to do that. So looking back from 2030, my wish should be that 2024 is the year of acceleration of the global hydrogen market.
It has to be. Your Excellency Nobuhiro, again, a quick 30 seconds call to action to the industry.
All right. Given the various energy situations in each country, it is important to aim toward the common goal of carbon neutrality through various pathways and simultaneously realize emission reduction, economic growth, and stable energy supply. Many countries are currently focusing on hydrogen, but the hydrogen market is still in its infancy. We would like to accelerate cooperation to build a transparent global market based on rules and listen to the opinions of not only the production export side, but also the demand and the
It is creating that demand without a doubt and making sure that we move faster. I think we're getting that. I'm leaving you the closing words, Your Excellency, and also, wishing to your country and everyone this year, COP. I was going to say next year. It's only a few months away, but bringing communities together again. But what does the industry have to start doing faster?
I think there are different issues before us, of course. And where we, in some cases, very clearly understand that without application of green hydrogen, for example, we cannot do anything for the decarbonization of the hard-to-abate sectors of the economy. And here, of course, again, the cooperation between the private sector and the public sector, between the governments and the private energy or just an energy companies is key. And of course, the COP28, which was absolutely success in this very country last year, will find its continuation this year in Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan is going to take over the presidency soon for the COP 29, and I am sure that we will continue with most important topics. One of them is the issue of finance, which is absolutely important. The new collective quantitative goal definition would be extremely important, and by doing this, namely this year, of course, we will meet commitments made last year in UIA, and of course, we'll make announcement for the year of the 2025, the COP 30, for the having achievement in this sphere. So it will be also absolutely important source, instrument for the development of green hydrogen globally.
Yes, I think that conversation will definitely have, it'll be top of the agenda. Gentlemen, I want to thank you all so much. Thank you for the work, the effort, and again, for everybody who is, accelerating the green hydrogen economy. So much going on. We're going to hear so much more today. So, Frederick Wieseling, thank you so much. Your Excellency Yoshida Nobuhiro, thank you. And, of course, Your Excellency Parvez Shabazov. So, thank you all so much, gentlemen. It's lovely to have you here, and I'm so grateful for you taking the time. We can just
this way.
And once again, they're a great opening session. They're really looking at what is going on in the energy sector and looking at what's happening with green hydrogen. So, so important that we get this right. And I think already we've really, really seen the great work, the effort that's going on. But I think one thing we heard very clear from all of the key players there, without a doubt, is what we did hear was, we're pretty much ready to go, but we need that cooperation, and we really need to make sure that everybody is working together. And the finance has to be in place. All of that, the long list, I think, that the minister from Azerbaijan delivered there, it's probably only half the list. And I know all of you are working very close with what's happening in the industry. And it's not easy, but again, we're changing an energy dynamic, we're changing an energy system, so there is so much to do. We're now going to be looking at what Abu Dhabi is doing. And this panel, charting Abu Dhabi's low carbon path, really looking at what's happening here. We have the low carbon hydrogen policy again, which having policy, we hear from so many people, is like one of the key elements to get that in place. And when we have clear policy, it can actually help to move us all very, very quickly along the way. And I have a few great speakers that's going to bring us here and really bring us up to date with what's happening in that sector. So if I might ask them to come and join us. We have from the Abu Dhabi Department of Finance, Aaron Howell is joining us. I'm hoping they're in the back. Aaron, if you may, I'm going to bring you down to the last seat down here. Thank you so much for joining us, Aaron. From the Department of Energy in Abu Dhabi, Carlos Gasco Travesedo. He is the Energy Policy Executive Director. Carlos, thank you so much. I'll put you there beside him. And from Masdar, the Chief Green Hydrogen Officer, Mohammed Abdelkader Al-Ramahi. Lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. I was worried we missed you there. Thank you all so much. Carlos, if I may just start with you. Sorry to put you on the spot, but this is the hydrogen, the low carbon hydrogen policy from, please go ahead and pour you water, I'll do it. From Abu Dhabi. And we're excited, I think, we look at Abu Dhabi's low carbon hydrogen policy. But let's have maybe a quick look before we get started, if I may, with you, Carlos, at the components of this policy, I suppose, and really how it's going to help facilitate the collaboration between government and the private sector. So, Carlos.
Thank you, Ethan, very much. First of all, let me say that it's great to be here. It's a privilege to be able to share the floor with my fellow colleagues here, and also it's great to participate in such an important event.
Because you three together are going to make this happen, huh?
Yes, absolutely. I would say this whole hydrogen policy piece has been already a massive collaboration effort between the different institutions, companies, stakeholders that actually are engaged in this business that is nascent. The hydrogen policy is the fruit of 2 years' work. It's the outcome of a shared effort. It's been led by DOE. It's been approved by the SCIFIA. It's been supported by Masdar, by ADNOC, by Mubadala, by international peers, which we had consultations with, by the Department of Energy, by the Department of Finance, the Department of Municipalities, by EAD. It's a huge collaborative whole of government and private sector joining forces into making an efficient, transparent, and hopefully, fit-for-purpose policy. Let's also think that this is a new business, and the policy will have to be developed in regulatory pieces, and will have to continue evolving like we continue to regulate every other business in the energy landscape. The policy aims at providing clarity for the business to evolve, for the investors to be able to make their decisions, by providing a clear business structure in which our stakeholders, particularly the investors, feel comfortable. The second goal that it achieves is the policy aims at reducing the costs to the maximum. We have a good number of competitive advantages here in Abu Dhabi and in the UAE. There is no reason not to harness those to the benefit of the future of the system. And we have made very clear regulatory solutions to make sure that those competitive advantages are actually directed at the future of the hydrogen business. And thirdly, it contains a very important relation in which the government and the investors engage on a permanent basis through a hydrogen committee that will be working closely to analyze the projects that come, the added value to the economy of Abu Dhabi, and the future investments that have to follow. So in that respect, I think we have an innovative policy piece. Not only technologies have to innovate, regulators and policymakers have to innovate, and I think the shared effort is precisely the innovation and the clarity and the simplification that this piece is going to give us.
Well, I mean, again, what a great combination, the concept of clarity, a business structure, reducing costs. I think that's what every investor wants to see and wants to know that's happening. And Mohammed, for you at Masdar, I mean, clearly you must welcome this focused policy that can help you. But now, what are the next steps that you are going to take, I suppose, to implement the policy that's there and really escalate the low-carbon hydrogen that is going to be happening here in Abu Dhabi?
Absolutely. Let's acknowledge first that Abu Dhabi wants to reposition and reinforce its position as one of the global leaders in the sustainable development and energy transition. Make no mistake, it's a manifestation, it's a call of action. I mean, if you recall, historically, Abu Dhabi has always been a global leader in energy transition. We call it the fifth wave, by the way. The first wave was in the early 1960s when we were the first pioneering LNG, then in 1970s, oil and gas, cross-border export, then the renewable through Masdar in as early as 2006, nuclear, now the green hydrogen. And with the green hydrogen, we have made a commitment in our strategy to dedicate at least 50% of our targeted capacity here in Abu Dhabi. 50%. We're talking about 500,000 KTPA, 500,000 tons per annum to be produced of green hydrogen and derivatives in Abu Dhabi. With the help and support of the key stakeholders like the Department of Energy, like the Department of Finance, and all the stakeholders in Abu Dhabi, we want to cultivate, we want to empower, we want to accelerate the achievement of such strategy. Through this policy, we have now the right tool to accelerate our footprint and start developing cost-effective, technology-driven, pioneering green hydrogen projects to the world. These projects will be implementing the latest and greatest of technology, artificial intelligence, will be bringing key stakeholders, and as Carlos said, we cannot do it alone. We need international partners. We need to bring all these international global players, financiers, technology providers, research institutions. We want to once again cultivate, bring everyone on the same platform here in Abu Dhabi to create the green hydrogen economy. And by the way, it's a macroeconomic scale, creating the new technologies, creating the jobs, attracting direct foreign investments, bringing them once again in Abu Dhabi to become once again a global leader, one of the pioneers who will make the green hydrogen, the fuel of the future, a reality.
And indeed it will. And the fifth wave, I like that because there have been so much going on here and we're going to continue to do it. Aaron, from the Department of Finance, it's great to have you here. It's not often we get the Department of Finance to be on panels when I want to talk about things like that because cost is obviously something everybody wants to look at. But, you know, in your capacity to, the clarity that's there in terms of having that policy, how important do you think that is more than anything else when we look at, you know, the growth of the green hydrogen economy?
I think it's tremendously helpful and tremendously important. As mentioned, the Supreme Council of Financial and Economic Affairs implemented this in December of 2023, and that was a coordinated effort. They had identified the potential of low-carbon hydrogen, but more importantly, the opportunity it presented to contribute to what are very ambitious decarbonisation and low-carbon objectives across the UAE and Abu Dhabi. It was implemented with real optimism, an optimism that it not only contributes to the value chain of low carbon, but more importantly, to the economy, its diversification, its strength and its growth, but also importantly, in picking up on the fifth wave, to take advantage of the pre-investment that they have been sponsoring now for decades. The UAE has positioned itself significantly ahead of many other areas, many other countries, to deliver a low-carbon hydrogen economy. So the policy was critical in enabling all of this. To the energy sector, a very clear commitment to say, we will continue to support you innovating, we will continue to support the sustainable growth of the energy industry as a platform moving forward. To the wider economy, if we've assessed this across environment, across economy, across social factors, we've looked across the short to the long term. And we would expect in the short term to continue to drive innovation, investment, and economic performance. We would expect to see that immediately in all elements of this value chain, whether it be the supply chain, transport, infrastructure, logistics, or the end game of green hydrogen. And we've looked at it across the totality of the economy. In the midterm, our existing businesses and platforms, many of which taking advantage of clean energy already, we would expect to build on through synergies and related investments. And of course, in the long term, new industries, whether that be in trading of low carbon hydrogen, either through export or other various methods, or whether it is, of course, used in new industries locally. So yes, this policy was critically important to bring that together and send a very clear signal to investors, domestic and international. This is coordinated, and it's part of a journey that we started some time ago to get to this position.
Indeed. Carlos, you know, as the UAE really, you know, it's not afraid to take that leadership position. And Aaron talked there about the economy. But how does the Department of Energy, I suppose, fit in when it comes to helping, you know, to boost economic growth? So keep that on the move up and keep emissions on the way down. I mean, sometimes it's a little bit of a dilemma there. What's your role?
Yes, thank you. I mean, that's a very important question, and it's not easy to answer. I mean, this energy trilemma is at the core of every policy making anywhere in the world. Is not only here in Abu Dhabi or in the UAE. It's, you know, finding that sweet spot is challenging, but I think is also possible. And I think hydrogen has a very clear role in that, you know, energy policy making. And I try to explain why around three main ideas. The first one is that hydrogen, sustainable hydrogen, because we have gray hydrogen, you know, in mass production around the world, but sustainable hydrogen is important. It's not just one technology, you know, that we can look at and see what happens. We need sustainable hydrogen because it is the key to decarbonize specific sectors which don't have any other obvious solutions at the moment. And without that, we will fall short of creating sustainable industrial and transport future, which is something that from the Department of Energy is very important to harness. The second thing is hydrogen is possible. You know, it's not a concept, it's not an idea, it's not something that we will see. We know how it can be done. We have our friends from Master Mohammed, you know, is a very good example of how the push is behind that to make it happen on a real point, from a real point of view, on the ground, with the, you know, hard investment into the production of those molecules that will give us the solutions that we need for the development of our economy and, you know, third-party economies, because hydrogen has also the potential to feed the energy transition around the globe.
Mohammed, you know, what's that saying? Go big or go home. And I think we're going big in this country always, but also go green or go home. Does it have to be green? I talk in so many conference sessions and everybody is like, you know, we can have a rainbow for a while. But talk to me about the importance of going green and also, I suppose, the implementation of this and where you see the end use. How do you bring everybody together to make sure we get there?
First of all, in Masdar, we're colorblind. We see everything green. There is not even greater manifestation than myself wearing green.
I was almost going to say that. There you are. You're dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, I mean green is the future. But let's acknowledge something. We need the energy mix because, firstly, there is the availability of the resources. Can we meet the global demand expectations when it comes to green? And I'm specifically talking about green hydrogen. The answer is not yet. Is it now cost competitive? It's there. It's a trajectory in the cost through scalability, through bankability, through technology, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to take a while. This is why we still need hydrocarbons to play a role. And while transitioning to green, there is, for example, blue. And blue is a good resource of hydrogen where you combine SMR with CCUS. That's also part of the trajectory. There are also other types of hydrogen where you can couple it, for example, with nuclear. So it's an energy mix that takes us there. But make no mistake, as Carlos said, we need hydrogen. Hydrogen is the fuel of the future. Let's acknowledge a fact that with all the renewables in the world, with all the hydros, with all the wind, with all the solar, you can only meet up to 30% of the decarbonization objectives. 30%, that's all. You need hydrogen. hard-to-abate sectors, heavy industries, steel, manufacturing, aviation, maritime. You need it. It's the inevitable. We need to acknowledge that. It's a trajectory towards the future, and we need to go big. That's why when we target our growth, we target with scalability, but it has to be a rationalized scalability. So we start with pilot projects, then with commercial pilots at a scale of around 100 megawatt electrolyzer capacity. Then we aim in the next coming 3 to 5 years to start targeting gigas. This is why we meet with the also expected growth on the supply chain, on the logistics, on the technologies, on bankability, financiers, and finally, the readiness of the right technology to make it cost effective.
And Aaron, when we hear that, you know, the great ambition and the scale, which of course has to be there and is there, Aaron, look at the financial strategies and mechanisms. What do we need to support the investments that are going to be needed in Abu Dhabi? Because it's a lot, and I think that's what people want to know. How do we finance this? And how can someone like you help?
Look, the first thing I would like to say about the policy, the low carbon policy, is it was clearly designed to offer confidence to investors. And that was very important, to enable financing, to enable partnerships with the best projects, providers of technology, etc. Within the policy itself, there's a very clear established a committee, as Carlos referenced, the Strategic Project Support Committee, who is it's chaired by the Department of Finance, and we have a very, very clear instruction and responsibility. And that is to provide regulatory, economic and financial support to this sector. We have not been prescriptive in terms of what that means. We will assess project by project. That's the depth of the commitment to make this sector work. It could be specialized support. It certainly will facilitate approvals and guide through the process. It will definitely develop the regulations and the economic and financial tools required, whether that be markets, carbon pricing, trading, whether it be recognizing that the value chain perhaps is not insurable or bankable along each component, and we may need to intervene at various aspects such that part of the chain is already bankable and we solve where it is not. So we have taken a holistic view on this. We will be assessing project by project, and it is a very clear responsibility to make sure this is delivered.
Just stay with me a minute on that, because yes, there's a lot going on here, but we have to look at the region and we have to look at the wider world. I mean, we still need consistency in market price, infrastructure development. Just take me a little wider on that, because how important is it that everybody begins to move, I suppose, in concert to move this faster?
Well, it is critical for the scale in particular that we talk about, and particularly with respect to international trade. If we decarbonize, as we already have, but we can go the next step with our steel industries, the ability to trade that steel and to have it recognized, certified, and meet definitions internationally is important. This summit is tremendously important. Many of our trading partners are here, and we need to continue to ensure that we are leading with respect to definition, with respect to standards, etc. Within our region, within the Gulf region, we already are taking that leadership position. And I would just emphasize that what we are looking at here is the entire low-carbon value chain. Yes. We are not limiting ourselves to one component of that.
Carlos, just we need to begin to wrap up shortly, but again, many of the challenges here, how do we make it competitive and really bring more people into this market?
Well, I think we need to think about hydrogen here in the UAE as a good idea. You know, for two reasons. We have a structural advantages. We have natural resources, financial resources, competitive finance, not only the fact that there is finance, but it's actually competitive. We have infrastructure, we have industry, talent, availability of land. We have a good number of assets that we can utilize. And now we also have a policy framework that is going to be able to utilize all of those capabilities that the place can offer to make it as competitive as possible, lowering the risk and providing the engagement between the public and the private sector. So when we look at those things, we have a very good combination, and we should be, very bullish around the future of hydrogen here. And it actually has two additional positive components, which is it will help us fuel our own energy transition. Let's not forget that the UAE and Abu Dhabi in particular is extremely ambitious and has set very clear targets to reach net zero in 2050. We're beginning with clean energy targets for 2055 for electricity. We're going to expand it into 2050. But also, we need to look at the other sectors which require hydrogen. So what I'm trying to get to is what we have here now is a holistic ecosystem, competitive approach that the private sector, local and international, can take advantage of. And the thing that we have to do is to make sure that everybody understands the competitive advantages that we can offer, the support that we can offer, and the technology and the financial muscle and the ambitions of the developers here. All of those three things together, point in the right direction.
Indeed, yeah, and all of that, when it comes together, is going to make a big difference. A final question to you in terms of just, we look at the great work that's going on here in the fifth wave, as we say here, but also Masdar has been leading non-stop in all of these initiatives as well. Give me a quick feel on short-term, longer-term projects. What's coming up?
Well, a lot of interesting opportunities are being in the pipeline now, being developed. That's locally and globally. We're looking at multiple sectors, multiple market segments. We want to be one of the global leaders of what we believe is the low-hanging fruit, and that's the global maritime and global aviation. We have multiple projects that we are undertaking here with key stakeholders and key partners like Tadweer, like BP. We're working closely with Etihad on sustainable aviation fuel. I have sitting in the stage here Dr. Fael Hirsch, who's leading these projects. We are also, we have great footprint in North Africa because we believe that North Africa is well positioned because of the natural resources and because of the geographical proximity to Europe. We know that the biggest demand is going to be in Europe because Europe is driven by much more mature governance and regulation frameworks when it comes to RED II and RED III Delegation Act that hopefully is accelerating, plus the incentive mechanism, the safety mechanism. We have great ambitions in USA and Canada because we believe that, with IRA and ITC, also that would help accelerate the cost-effective production of green hydrogen to the globe. These opportunities are now being developed at scale, starting, as I said, firstly with smaller scale to prove the concept and then growing bigger with time. We hope that by the year 2030 to 2033, we will be able to produce at least 1 million ton per annum of green hydrogen globally. We're talking about 12 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity at least.
Indeed, and there was a big call to double it from COP, so there's a lot to be done globally. Very, very quickly, and I know everybody always has that different call to action to the industry. And Aaron, if I might ask, if you had, I think, the big push that you say has to happen here in about 30 seconds, what would you want it to be?
Look, I'd simply reiterate the point that we are completely coordinated in our response to low carbon. This is across all entities of the Abu Dhabi government and the ecosystem of our energy and industrial base. We have a responsibility to ensure it is decarbonised and grows, and we have a clear mandate and responsibility to deliver on low carbon hydrogen. So I would say look to our track record of delivery over the last decades through the fifth wave. Look to the fact we must build on that.
Again, Carlos, that call to action, and we'll round this off.
Sure. Just like my friend Mohammed is wearing a Greek andorra, I have a green tie.
These guys live and breathe it. It's nice to see.
A blue suit as well. Something pink, but I'm not going to confess. Anyway, my point here is think twice. If you have doubts, you have the right partners in this region. We have the large companies, we have the technology, we have the policy framework, we have the components that it takes. Come and do business.
And I think that's what it's all about, to widening that conversation. Mohammed, I leave you the closing word here. Bring us home.
Well, we have the policy announced, the Abu Dhabi low carbon hydrogen policy. My call of action is let's implement it, let's make it happen. Let's call all the partners, come, let's work together to make it happen in Abu Dhabi to the world.
And I know Masdar is working with so many around the world, so keep up the good work. Thank you all so much. Aaron, thank you so much. Carlos from the Department of Energy, and Mohammed, of course, from Masdar. Once again, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. And again, I mean, we heard heard here, this conversation continues on. I think the fact that the low carbon policy is in place, Abu Dhabi has taken the time to do this and really making sure. We have a nice big panel before lunch, and I can do a few front row upgrades if anybody would like to. Please join us and sit back and relax and enjoy this. We have a nice big panel here. So please, if you want to come and join us in the front row here, I'd like to, our panel would appreciate seeing people right down the front. So please come in and join us up here. I've only one taker. You're being very shy today. But the next panel is going to be really looking at the continental energy shift. We heard there what's going on in terms of what's happening here in Abu Dhabi and just how important that is. I think the fact that clear policy is in place, that Abu Dhabi has taken this initiative, that everything they do and everything they talk about will be worked through that. And it was great to have the Department of Energy there. But more importantly, I think it was also very refreshing to have the Abu Dhabi Department of Finance in place. Because I do so many conferences around the world and everybody's talking about the fact that we need the initiatives in place, we need the money, we need this. And very, very seldom do we have perhaps the right people in place who are going to actually talk about the initiatives and tell us what's happening here. That commitment absolutely there to make sure that everything that goes on in this city and indeed in the wider UAE is coordinated and has that focus in place. Again, time and time again within panels, and I'm sure many of you hear it, and many of you often probably have that frustration as you work around the world. Coordinated policy, consistent policy, and actually helping to make sure that when that policy is in place, that it will make such a difference. Looking now ahead to what's happening on the continental energy shift now, and our panel, I think, should be pretty much ready to actually bring this one to the fore. We look at what's going on in the European Union, and again, I think we've heard about it in the last two panels, how the European Union is moving forward, how are they looking at initiatives, and indeed, how are they impacting everything we're doing around the world as well? How does one region impact another? So let's get our panel out here for this. Our moderator for this session is going to be the CEO of Hydrogen Europe. He'll be with us in a minute. But if I could get our panel out on the stage, I believe they're ready, and we will move them.
We are ready.
We are. Okay, so Giorgio?
That's me.
Well, then I'm just going to hand it over to you. So here he is, Giorgio Chatzimarkakis, the CEO of Hydrogen Europe. Giorgio, I'll hand it over to you.
Thanks very much, Edna. Thanks very much for that fantastic panels we had so far. And I would like to invite to the floor Thorsten Herdan, the CEO EMEA of HIF, Joaquin Rodriguez Jadraque, Director of Hydrogen and Clean Energies at CESPA. Then Jesus Saldaña, General Manager at Enagas. Took me a hard time to pronounce these Spanish names, but I manage, I hope. Then Thierry Leperc, he is the founder and president of HyDeal. And last but not least, Alan Baker, he is the global head of energy transition at Société Générale. And thanks very much for having us. Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe is supposed to be the main off-take market. Europe is supposed also to drive technologies. But where are we indeed when it comes to Europe? Where are we when it comes to predictability? And I have fantastic panelists from various sectors here to describe where we are. Let me just say that we were very proud in Europe in 2020 when the European Hydrogen Strategy was brought together, and Hydrogen Europe, of course, was proud because it played quite a role. But since then, lots of things happened around Europe, and within Europe, mainly the regulation took place. And I would like to ask, first of all, the guy who should have the global view, Alan Baker, why is it that projects are mushrooming, especially in Europe? So if you look at the map with projects, mushrooming projects in Europe, but only 5% maximum have taken FID. What is basically hampering people from taking this final investment decision? What's your take on this?
It's a very good question. I think globally we've counted something like 800 projects around the world which are on the books, apparently being developed, but again, not gone ahead. So it's not just a European problem. I think it's a much more broad problem. It'd be nice to blame the financing, sitting here as a banker, but unfortunately I don't think in this case it is necessarily finance related, not necessarily. I think there's at the moment a disconnect between what these projects are able to offer on the offtake side of the equation and what banks need to provide long-term financing. We found it, we're advising a number of projects, we found it very difficult to find offtake which meets the bank's requirements for certainty, price and volume, and meets the sort of tenors in the agreements which banks need to provide long-term financing. We've had various discussions around could we do merchant hydrogen, very difficult in a market where people expect the price to go down. You might find that you're out of the money quite quickly. And I think that's fundamentally why a lot of people are not willing to sign those long-term contracts. So I think it's really, in my mind, a disconnect. The projects are developing. I think the technology we are, as financial institutions, anyway, relatively comfortable with for green hydrogen. There are electrolyzer supply chain discussions that we could probably have. But fundamentally, that side of it is not, I think, what's holding up the industry. It's the offtake.
So it's an offtake issue. So if we try to look into the chicken and egg dilemma, it's the chicken, not the egg. But let's try to find this out with a pioneer, or one of the pioneers in the hydrogen sector, because he was a pioneer in solar. So where can we see similarities of the solar development, and where can we learn, and what's the situation right now? Thierry Leperc, one of the most knowledgeable guys.
Thank you, Jorgo. Thank you for starting with solar, and I invite everyone here to visit the exhibition, and you will see solar companies. 20 years ago, when I started in the solar industry, it was a 1 gigawatt industry. And today, it has been multiplied by 1,000. It's a 1 terawatt industry. This year, 665 gigawatts of solar are expected to be installed. And when I founded my first energy company, Solar Direct, close to 20 years ago, solar was by far the most expensive energy source, and we were producing power, because that's the reference. We had feed-in tariffs in France above 300 euros per megawatt hour. Now, the good news is that in this country here, the UAE and neighboring countries, the threshold of $10 or 10 euros per megawatt hour was crossed in tenders soon. So that's a reduction of minus 95%. So what is the lesson here? Scaling matters, cost reduction matters, etc. And what we are seeing on the hydrogen side is that people who don't get it, and what Alan was pointing out, is that you have a huge gap. You have a huge gap between what off-takers are willing to pay, and you could say off-takers are stupid, but clients rule, and markets rule. And by the way, when markets include people who don't want to pay more for their energy, and that includes 8 billion people on this planet, we have to listen to that. We cannot just say, hey, we're smart people, we're green people, you'll buy our stuff at a higher price. So we have a market that tells us something. And now I'm going to be very specific. In Europe today, if you offer hydrogen above 2.5 euros per kilogram delivered, that's in Europe. If you were in the US, it would be far less than that. Nobody will buy your product with a long-term contract that Société Générale can find. It's as simple as that. It's binary. It's like selling oil. I'm going to quote Amin Nasser, the CEO of Saudi Aramco, say, what is this hydrogen joke? He said that a couple of weeks ago in Houston, Texas, at CERAWeek. $400 a barrel of oil. Who in their right mind is going to buy that stuff? So as long as we're talking about the equivalent of $400 a barrel of oil, nothing will happen. Now the question, the fundamental question, is how we move from $400 to $100 a barrel of oil, and that 100 is precisely the 2.5 I'm talking about. So the fundamental question, I'm not going to answer it, but the fundamental question that we need to answer is how do we get there as producers? How, where, when, and obviously what is the infrastructure that will take that product, which will be produced in some areas and not everywhere, to those customers, so that yes, we can have FIDs. And right now, the world needs us. We are at 1.58 degrees centigrade above normal, not 1.5, 1.58. Some people say reality is wrong. No, reality is right. Our models are wrong. So we need to go fast, and the way to do it, and this is, I commend the UAE and Masdar for organizing this, the way to do it, hydrogen has an immense role to play. And then again, Bertrand Piccard showed it. It's not a sideshow, it's a central show. So we have a lot on our shoulders, and we call that the 2.5 challenge.
Let's look at the elements that would bring the price down. Number one is, of course, infrastructure. We are coming to infrastructure right now. But number two is also a de-risking element by governments. We listened to Boris Johnson, who was very proud of the UK being so good. But the UK had also schemes to bring down the price. One of the biggest schemes will be run by the Hydrogen Bank, by the European Hydrogen Bank, and we are still trying to find out what's the best thing. Possibly the best thing is to give it to the off-taker by a contract for difference. But I would like to start with infrastructure. We have seen plans in Europe with regards to the hydrogen backbone. And one of the strongest partners within that backbone is Enagas. And Jesus, you represent a company that for the second year now has a big hydrogen day. You decided to build basically not only pipelines from Morocco via Spain, but also via France to serve the European markets. You have taken strong decisions. Why is Spain such a front runner compared to other countries in the Mediterranean? What drives you hydrogen?
Okay, thank you very much, Giorgio, for your question. Thank you very much, Masdar, also for inviting Enagas, inviting myself just to be here in this magnificent summit. It's a pleasure for me. I will try to answer the question. No? Of course, for developing, for having this new sector, the green hydrogen sector becoming a reality, there are plenty of different things to be done. No? We need the regulation to be developed. We need the infrastructure, we need the off-takers, we need also the technology. So there are plenty of different steps, and from Enagas, what we are focusing is in developing the hydrogen network. As you have mentioned, the Spanish hydrogen network will be part of the future European hydrogen network. And we are developing jointly with other 3 European TSOs what we call the H2 Med corridor. The H2 Med corridor will connect the Iberian Peninsula with the center of Europe, where is the big volume of the demand, and will be part of this European hydrogen backbone. So this H2 Med corridor has 2 different interconnections. One between Portugal and Spain, that is called Celorico Zamora, and the other one between Spain and France. That will be a subsea hydrogen pipe that will go from Barcelona to Marseille, and from Marseille will go up to through France up to mostly Central Europe, mostly the German market. So in Spain, not only in Enagas, but also in Spain, we are focusing a lot in developing green hydrogen. We consider that the Spanish green hydrogen can be competitive, can reach the level of around 3 euros per kilograms in 2030 onwards. So we are fully focused on that. We in Spain, we have sun, we have wind, we have a space, we have water, we have also technology. So we consider we are a perfect country in order to produce this green hydrogen and to deliver the green hydrogen to the Central Europe. This will become in the coming future, next future, and later in a later stage, we will transport the green hydrogen that will be produced in the north of Africa. So I think we can become a very relevant source of security supply and decarbonization for the whole European market.
€3, you said. €3 in 2030. number. I've heard we might, if we have time, discuss later on what happens if the Moroccan hydrogen that Thierry produces via your pipeline comes cheaper. We need to discuss that, but later on. Let's come to off-takers. And we have Joaquin here, who represents CEPSA, one of the off-takers in Spain. So it's good to stay within the Iberian Peninsula and to discuss what would make you buy the hydrogen for this price or for a cheaper price. What are the mechanisms that you expect regulation, so political regulators, to do in order to make this happen? I'm saying that because many people have seen, not your company is still very, very focused, but there are other, even European oil and gas, especially oil companies, that delay the processes, that say, the fossil income is quite cool at the moment, so let's stay there and let's not irritate our shareholders. Not the case for CEPSA, I know very well, but what would drive you to even invest more?
So thank you, and thank you for the invitation to Masdar to come to this event. First, let me present a little bit myself and CEPSA, because that puts a little bit of color around the question. No? I come from the utility electricity business, so I spent almost 30 years in one Spanish utility called Endesa, now part of the Enel Group. And I was already in the company when the renewables, solar, wind, started to be built in Spain, particularly in the end of the last century. And we were a coal-based company, so almost 50% of our production came out of coal. And when the first windmills were installed in southern Spain, in Tarifa, there was a same joke. Well, are these windmills, are these solar panels going to replace entirely the coal-based electricity production and sustain a country like Spain out of these, fancy things? And today, this is mainly the reality. We have many thousands of megawatts installed, and more than 60% of the electricity produced in Spain is out of these fancy things. So now in CEPSA is, yes, it's an oil and gas company, but we are divesting progressively from the upstream reserves, and we are holding our midstream assets, the two big refineries that we have, one in the Strait of Gibraltar and the other one in Huelva, very close to each other, and then our customer base. And why I say this? Because we are following the demand that we have out of our customer base, which is mainly heavy transportation companies, aviation companies, big shipping companies, and then heavy transportation, road transportation, trucks, buses, and of course, a lot of individuals. No? What we see is, first, in Europe, there is a very clear regulation pointing to decarbonizing gradually heavy transportation. Because all this is, yes, it is about hydrogen, but it's about decarbonizing and putting an effort to decarbonize the concentrated sources of CO2, not to get too dispersed and to have an impact before 2030. Heavy transportation is a sector that is impossible to electrify. By definition, you cannot electrify an airplane, a big ship, a container ship, but you can transform electricity into green molecules, and from there, then supply these big companies to decarbonize their activities. And this is already set up in Europe. There are two mechanisms. There are explicit obligations under Refuel EU for aviation and Fuel Maritime for shipping, which may be even overcome by IMO, who is also working on a decarbonization package. And then you have the ETS. So everybody has to pay for CO2. And I think that people neglect a little bit the future effect of this ETS mechanism, where aviation and maritime sectors are included. Because as you gradually reduce the free allowances, the CO2 prices has no other way to go than up, up, and up. And then we have the CBAM, no? the carbon border adjustment mechanism that makes pay companies who import goods from third countries who do not pay for CO2. So all this together creates already significant demand. CEPSA has been producing hydrogen for a long while. We are producing grey hydrogen out of natural gas for our own consumption, roughly around 150,000 tons of hydrogen. What we are planning to do is replace all that grey hydrogen with green hydrogen, so decarbonize our scope 1 and 2 emissions, but then go beyond. what we have announced, the positive motion strategy, is to build 2 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity out of our 2 refineries to produce more hydrogen for a total of 300,000 tons. So we have enough scale to build significant capacity, and on top of this capacity, we can build sustainable fuel facilities that will use that green hydrogen to produce sustainable fuels like SAF. We are already constructing the first SAF plant in Huelva. It's 500,000 tons per year. And we are in the, let's say, engineering phase, final engineering phase and permitting of the 2 large e-fuel plants. One will be e-methanol, the other one will be e-ammonia for the shipping. And just to reflect a little bit on who is paying for this and why we see a demand today. We want to support the hydrogen pipes to connect Europe, but we cannot wait until they are in place, because then moving hydrogen from where it's cheap to produce, like in Spain, today we have even negative electricity prices in Spain, to Northern Europe takes time. But today we are sitting in a port like Algeciras. This is one of the top 10 ports in the world. There are more than 7 million tons of fuel oil supplied every year in Algeciras. To replace that with e-fuels, we would need to supply twice because of the calorific content adjustment, like 14 million tons. That requires, imagine, around 20 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity only to decarbonize one port in Spain within the entire European Union. This is huge. But what is the final customer paying? The final customer is the shipping company, or is the person who is buying in a high street a pair of sneakers that have been transported from China into Europe? If you calculate the impact of this, it's just a few euro cents today. So today this is possible.
You described perfectly where we are, especially with off-takers, and you gave a perfect segue to our last panelist, Thorsten, who is doing, if you wish, SAF, so sustainable fuels, not only for the air, but also for road mobility. When I met Thorsten first time, he was still a regulator, so he was working for the German government and was also responsible for a lot of good developments of his country. And despite which minister came, your work stays. But now you're actively involved in, as a CEO EMEA in HIF. What are you doing there, and why was this a perfect description?
Yeah, Jorgo, thanks a lot. We're going to sell our stuff to those guys. That's the very simple answer to the question. But to look a little bit more into the details for the very few which do not know HIF, we are those which are already producing, I call them now renewable hydrocarbons, or we can call them e-fuels. So like Bertrand Piccard said, the impossible is not existing. When he started with a solar impulse and flew around the world, we have our solar impulse built in the south of Chile, in Magallanes. So since end of 22, we are producing out from a windmill e-gasoline. And I can only invite everybody to come down there, and then you also feel the wind. That is very important, because coming down to what we feel in Europe, and it says Europe's hydrogen wave, effectively that are 2 waves, right? Because the one is the internal European wave, meaning bringing projects into the game like in Spain, where we're also trying to get our technology brought from other countries in the world down to Spain. And the other one is the import type of thing, right? Because we all know, not debating what is more, import or production in Europe, but we know both is necessary. And if you look to the European targets, then we have the same figure, which is 10 million tons of hydrogen by 2030. If you put this in an increase of the market every year, then we are at about of a market increase of 100% every year till 2030, internally and import-wise. If you put it on the electrolyzers, which have been installed so far, and which have to be installed either outside of Europe or inside of Europe by 2030. This is a tremendous increase in demand and then, of course, in supply. You were talking about the demand. I think it's very important that we, as the producers of e-fuel, we're always sitting at the very beginning with renewables. We look for places where you have excellent renewable potential. That is why our founder, who's sitting over there, decided to do that in Chile, in the south of Chile, Magallanes. We are running at capacity factors more than 70%. 70%. And this is why you can choose either to use this renewable energy or to not use it. And what I hate like hell is all those debates on efficiency. It's inefficient to do hydrogen out of that and then to do an e-fuel out of that. Better you use it as electricity. There is nobody who wants to use that electricity in many areas in the world. That's the same for Morocco. That's the same also in the US. We are planning a huge plant, 1.8 gigawatts of electrolyzer size. And my colleague, the CEO of US, will talk on that this afternoon. In US, in Texas, because there are grid constraints, so they can also not deploy the renewables. In Spain, they cannot deploy the renewables. In Morocco, they cannot deploy the renewables. And there's where our technology comes into the game. We decided to produce renewable hydrocarbons. We went down the methanol route. We could have also done ammonia, but there are a lot of ammonia people on the ground, right? So we, as Bertrand said, are not doing the easy stuff. We are doing the complicated stuff. Why? Because we do need CO2. But what we know exactly is that aviation, shipping, chemical industry, they are needing renewables in forms of renewable hydrocarbons like hell. They have to replace all their hydrocarbons, their fossil ones, by renewable ones. So there's a huge market out of there. And then there is one ingredient which is missing, which is the CO2. So always have renewable energy and CO2. And that is why we are heavily working on DAC, direct air capture. That is what we feel the next big solution for the game. And as Bertrand Piccard was saying, we are not waiting. We are building our own direct air capture unit right now in Germany, bringing that to Chile, installing that in our pilot plant in Haruoni, and then we are producing by end of this year renewable fuel with direct air capture CO2. So that for us is a big portion of the future. But until we go there, we have to do something. We will not wait. And that's where Europe comes into the game, if I may end with that Europe always tries to be better, 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 greener, 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 and then planting a flower on it, putting a ring around it, and then at the end of the day, nobody is delivering. Why? And then it comes to Alan, what you were saying. There is a huge risk in that. Is the fuel I'm producing right now, which is green, also green in 5 years' time? Or will the crazy Europeans come and turn something, and then this green fuel, having renewable energy in it, having CO2 recycled one in it, becomes definition-wise gray? I tell you what, if we have the renewable energy subsidized in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the case, then this subsidy turns the green molecule into a gray one. It's exactly the same molecule. It just gets money from the US, and then Europe says, oh, I don't want to have the cheap one. Please give me the expensive one. That I would like to take. And then our off-takers come along and say, but I don't want the expensive one. Give me the cheap one. And then we have to understand that Europe has an issue here. And either we solve that issue in Europe, or I can tell you what we produce will go somewhere else, but not to Europe. I don't want to like that sea. I want to like to work with you in Spain together.
Many thanks. Torsten describes extremely well the European dilemma. And we could here go on for hours, as you say. It's a fantastic panel. Before I stop here, because our time is up, I would love you to tell me one word. What would you expect to make this European wave a real wave? I start with Torsten, but before that, you can think a little bit about one word. I would like to say it's not only the countries in the global south who cannot use the electricity. It's more and more also the countries in Europe that have produced so much renewables that create overcapacities, that curtailment, grid congestion, congestion management becomes a big issue. Just Germany, your country, last year, 11 billion euro, 10.9 billion euro for grid congestion and curtailment. Cyprus, 90% of curtailment, 90. So you see, it's not an issue for the global south, it's an issue for Europe. And you described it very well, that we want to be greener, 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 and in the end, we achieve nothing. What's your one word that you would expect to make Europe's way be bigger?
Risk mitigation.
Risk mitigation. Joaquin?
I would say to go united and together.
Be more united, yeah? Jesus?
I would say to have the right regulation in place and also being supported by a public-private collaboration.
Yes. Thierry?
We need a marketplace.
Marketplace?
A marketplace that brings together producers and off-takers agreeing on that 2.5. That's what we're just about to launch, by the way.
Excellent, thank you.
I would have used all those. So I say integration. I think we need to look at this as a system as well. We need the pipes, we need the store, we need the producers, we need the off-taker, and we need the government support.
Excellent. Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks very much. Thanks to the audience. I give it back to Edna. Thank you.
Giorgio, thank you so much. What a wonderful panel. Gentlemen, thank you all so much. Great interaction there, great dynamism, great content. And thank you so much. We're looking at what's going on in Europe. And indeed, we need to expand that conversation, which we will afternoon. Because the very exciting thing right now is I'm going to give you a lunch break. I know the best thing you've heard all day here. We have so much going on, but now take a little time and maybe digest what's been happening this morning and take a bit of time to talk with your colleagues and get ready for a busy afternoon, because we do have a very busy afternoon. We're going to be looking at transportation. We're going to expand our country conversation to go over the pond to America. We're going to also be looking at the Inflation Reduction Act, of course. We're going to look at what's happening in Asia. We'll look at more in-depth in finance, structure and scale, infrastructure, all of that. So we have a great list that we can actually bring you for the afternoon. So really action-packed and content-led. So please do take a little break now, and we should all synchronize our watches. I've only get to give you maybe about a 20-minute break. But please, outside, you can get a coffee, something, and come back here in about 20 minutes. We need to start at 1 o'clock, and we will start at 1 o'clock. So, please just take a quick refreshing break. And if you can be back to join us at 1 o'clock, we will be really, really grateful. So, but hopefully outside you'll find some goodies out there. Thank you again so much. I promised you we'll be back, and we are ready to start our afternoon session. So welcome, welcome, welcome. We're here at the Green Hydrogen Summit. So much going on here, so much to discuss in a very dynamic and a very vibrant market, and we have some great experts in place here. Let's get our panel out here, and it's going to be moderated by a partner of PwC. So on that note, I'd love to see them coming out now. We're going to be looking soaring and sailing on the future of transport fuel. And we've got a great lineup, as I said, for you. Here is our key panel joining us for this session. And I'm going to hand over now to the moderator for this session, Danny Tuma, the partner from PwC. Danny, all yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
gentlemen.
Please take a seat. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for braving the rain to make it here. We have a fantastic panel with us today. Really looking forward to this conversation, and we have about half an hour, so I will try my best to get into the interesting, meaty topics as quick as we can and see if we have lots of similar opinions, different opinions, and go from there. So I'll start with some quick introductions. On the left, Chris Johnson, Chief Commercial Officer from C2X. Second, Alex Eickerman, Energy Business Director from Wärtsilä. Sergey Kiselev, Chief Business Officer, Zero Avia. Jens Berg, CEO, Norwegian Hydrogen. And Ryan Fawcett, VP, Environmental Sustainability, Boeing. Welcome, and thank you all for being here. Chris, I'll start with you. C2X, tell us a bit about what they do, why you think you're on the right path. Tell us about the fuels, and I preface this by saying I'm going to ask each of the panelists about what they're doing and why their fuel choice, they think, is the one of the future.
Okay.
Chris.
Thank you, Danny, and thank you to our host, Mazda, for the invitation to be with you this afternoon. C2X was born out of Maersk, the shipping company, a couple of years ago, as Maersk looked to decarbonize its fleet and realized they had to play a role in accelerating the supply of fuels. Last year, we should we say, spun out from Maersk, and we are still owned 80% by A.P. Møller Holdings, 20% owned by A.P. Møller Maersk, but with a dedicated team and management focused on building green methanol projects globally to scale up. We're very focused on the carbon, so hence C2X. There's a lot of power to X. We're C2X carbon because where that carbon molecule comes from is important for us. Because we're focused on green methanol, and it's a biogenic carbon molecule that we are looking for. We're based at the moment in Denmark, with a team and looking at projects, Europe, in this region, and also in North America.
Thank you. Sergi.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. Thank you for inviting us to be here. And Zero Avia is the manufacturer of hydrogen electric powertrain. So this is the engine inside of the aircraft, for example, in the future, Boeing probably aircraft. And we use hydrogen as fuel. We transform it into the electricity in the hydrogen fuel cell, which produces then propulsion with electrical motor. So this is a really true zero-emission propulsion, because the only output or byproduct of this is water. And we believe that this is the only scalable true zero-emission configuration or the solution for the sustainability. I would say crisis of aviation, because currently aviation is about 2% of emissions of global CO2 emissions, and it is on a path of getting to huge numbers, quarter to even sometimes I hear the numbers 50%. And hydrogen is the only scalable solution for this sustainability problem. And we are already flying our small aircraft, and with entry into the service at the end of 2025, 2026. And then, of course, we will scale it up to larger and larger aircraft, and the narrow body entry into the service will likely be about 10 or dozen years from now.
Thank you. Ryan?
Well, as Sergey said, we build a little bit bigger aircraft, right, currently. So You know, for us, it's about making sure we're supporting the industry view. You know, half of the aircraft flying today are Boeing aircraft, and many of those are flying very long distances. We have essentially a five-part, you know, strategy around decarbonization that we follow. The first one is around making sure the airplanes that we create are the most fuel efficient in the sky. We want to operate those efficiently, so that's our operational efficiency story that we're partnering with some of you in this room on. And then third is renewable energy, and that's where we'll talk about SAF, but we'll also talk about hydrogen as an energy carrier, as an input to SAF. And advanced technology, so we're in the space of creating studies around hydrogen as a propulsion source. We've done, over the last 15 years, 6 technology demonstrators, from fuel cells to direct propulsion. We have a Phantom Eye product on our defense side that's pioneered a lot of those technologies, and ultimately we'd like to see those come into the commercial space. But to be clear, like our first and best use of the hydrogen molecule in the short term is to create liquid fuels, drop-in SAF via power-to-liquid pathways. So from our perspective, we need to be focusing on the energy picture from that perspective, making sure we're setting up supportive policies in region, and making sure ultimately that it can be a bridge, right, to that future technology that Sergey talks about. But right now, we need to be really focused on what's the ecosystem for green hydrogen as it relates to aviation, and making sure that, you know, we're unlocking that pathway for liquid drop-in fuels today.
I'm going to come back to that in a moment, because I think there's similar but different opinions on the role of hydrogen and the timing. But Alex, before we do, a little bit about you, Wärtsilä, what are they doing, what's their role in this?
Thank you, Danny, and thank you for having us here. So Wärtsilä is probably the largest technical provider on the shipping industry. We basically well known for have developed the engines. So most of the ships are equipped with engines, and obviously a second sector where we are very much also linked to the green energies is obviously through the renewable penetrations, where obviously we are generating a lot of electricity through our engines. Our journey today is a little bit like 20 years ago when the world decided to adopt LNG as a fuel. And I think that déjà vu route is basically coming alive for us again, because today our technology is looking at how we're going to be able to use these molecules, either ammonia, either methanol, and obviously in the future, hydrogen. So the same déjà vu as we had before. We're back to the same track.
We're back.
With a new journey, with a new fuel.
Someone said to me a long time ago in Australia, hydrogen is sometimes like bootleg. Is it like the flaring jeans? You know, they kind of comes in and out of fashion, but it's back, and hopefully this time we keep it in fashion. So,
yeah, let's hope
Jens, hydrogen, what are you doing?
Yeah, so Norwegian Hydrogen, we're a Norway-based pure-play green hydrogen company. We were founded only 4 years ago by a group of industrial players in Norway with background from the hydrogen industry, with storage and transportation systems, as well as a Norwegian hydropower company. And we've later also been joined from Fortescue and Mitsui, so they are also backing our company now, which is a great pleasure for us. We develop both the production and distribution infrastructure for green hydrogen. We target shipping, mobility, and a wide range of industries. I heard earlier today that someone asked why out of all of the hydrogen projects out there were only 5% of that capacity that had reached FID, and I believe a lot of that could have to do with the fact that many companies start too big. We are convinced that while we scale up, we should also get some know-how about how to do this business, how we produce the hydrogen, how we handle it safely, how we establish meaningful commercial models. And so that's what we're doing. We're having a few gigawatt in development, but we're already starting production of green hydrogen from 2 different sites now in Q2 this year. One in Norway for green hydrogen to the end customer, which will go to, for instance, asphalt production, and also the world's first fishing vessel. And in Denmark, we will produce e-methane by injecting green hydrogen into a biogas reactor. And we find that that makes a lot of sense for us to gain this know-how as we scale up.
Thank you. Ryan, I'll put you on the spot here. There's a lot of people in this room and a lot of people at this conference, and dare I say, half of them flew here, and the people want hydrogen in their planes. Why can't they have it? Or why is it going to take so long? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, back to my earlier comments. I mean, we'd love that, right, as well. I mean, we'd love to snap our fingers and have a 5,000 nautical mile hydrogen-powered aircraft, right? Importantly, though, the hydrogen would need to be, sourced from green sources. We have a tool called Cascade, and I'd invite anybody to go out and use this. It's an open tool, cascade.boeing.com. And you can model out net zero 2050 scenarios, right? And there's a scenario builder in there where you can put in Sergei's aircraft, actually. You can put in, estimates. Let's say you believe in a 2,000-mile hydrogen aircraft, and you can see what difference that makes to the overall net zero ambition, right? And the important bit is, like, even under the most aggressive scenario on the hydrogen aircraft, you still find yourself with an awful lot of liquid SAF needed for the existing and future fleet, right? So it's very much an and equation for us. You're not going to transition the world's commercial fleet now or in the future to all hydrogen, right? It's going to be part of the solution, but the bulk of the solution is going to be liquid fuels for aircraft that are made now, for aircraft that are made in 2030, 2035, of the size that Boeing makes, right? The large aircraft carrying over 100 to 150 people and up. And so that's why for us, we see hydrogen as very positive, right? We see it as an energy carrier that you can use, again, through the power to liquid process as an input for aviation. And it's really, really important, I think, that people understand that, both are applicable for aviation. We're going to continue to invest in those technologies. Ultimately, we'd like to see that day where you do have those large aircraft powered by hydrogen. But we have to face reality today, and if we're serious about 2050 goals, we have to look at that other side of the equation as well.
Sergei, your plane, 19 people? Is that it? Can we beat that? Can we get to 50? Can we get to 100? Can we get to 200 with hydrogen? Take us through it.
So we like the approach of Norwegian hydrogen and start small. And this is the only way to get the credibility from the market and from the big players like Boeing, Airbus, and other OEMs in this space. So we start with the small aircraft. This is the 19-seat aircraft, which will be commercially available, or the engine for the aircraft will be commercially available by the end of next year. And then we actually, in parallel, we have the development program, which will be able to fly the larger turboprop up to 60 plus passengers. So then, in about by the end of this decade, we will have the regional jet, which we will be able to retrofit with the even larger size of the powertrain. So what you can see from here, from this picture, is that we start small and getting bigger and bigger. And by the time I think that it will be about 10 years from now, we will be able to show the technology which will be able to power the narrow bodies. But of course, now we are starting with the with gaseous hydrogen. When we go to the larger aircraft, we will get liquid hydrogen. And then when we get to the narrow body aircraft, while for the first three classes of the aircraft, we can do just a very easy or relatively easy retrofit. For the narrow bodies, we already need to have the new aircraft design. So it is not very easy to retrofit, 737 or equivalent from Airbus. And I think that it is very important for us to again show the credibility, show that we can fly on hydrogen, and in parallel start the programs with the big guys, with the Boeings and Airbuses of the world, so that we can start working on the clean sheet design for the large aircraft.
I could link it to the shipping.
Yeah, please.
So if we look at the shipping side, obviously technologies today can already accommodate ammonia and methanol, which theoretically at the moment will reduce CO2 about 70%. That is by saying that this is relatively easier and this is a path that can be done, and if the policy, if the collaborations and we continue making the change in the shipping industry, we're going to get that path towards hydrogen. Now you have a challenge with hydrogen is the density, the energy that you have inside hydrogen is smaller than what you have today as a fuel. So on the shipping side, as much as maybe we will see more and more hydrogen plant coming in, so very small short sea vessels, like we've seen in the LNG carrier a few years back, this is probably the main entrance. We will start seeing ships operating with hydrogen on a very small scale. When it comes about Boeings, or any large plane or large container vessels, that space required for hydrogen is so enormous that either we need to make, the largest container vessel today is 400 meters long. The capacity of fuel is, 1/5 of the size, and we know that hydrogen needs 8 times more capacities based on the density of the power. So you can imagine that we need to make that ship even longer. So obviously we need to see how we're going to attribute and correlate all these factors. So retrofit to hydrogen, I think, is a long shot, but marine is moving already to at least a derivative, which is methanol, like the airlines are doing, so as ammonia as well.
And Jens, Chris, where's it all going to come from? Like, I think regardless of the path and the carrier, there's a hell of a lot of this stuff needed.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here with a picture of a green sort of methanol powered ship today. I mean, I think just building on Alex's comments, think of why we focused on methanol. I mean, methanol is used as a shipping fuel today. It's approved by the IMO. We're used to sort of handling. We've got to scale up, of course, to be able to achieve some of that, but it's something familiar. And last week, Maersk launched, I think, their third dual-fueled, methanol-powered, the Astraeus Maersk container vessel. So where then does it come from? And so, first of all, why we focus on methanol? That's one. But methanol we see as a platform. So I'd like to sort of tie it into what Ryan was saying as SAF, because there are pathways from methanol to SAF as well. It is a feedstock to the chemical industry. Most of methanol, the 100 million tons today, are feedstocks into chemicals. Much, of course, that methanol is produced today from natural gas and coal. And so we see opportunity to replace it. But the other thing about methanol, and you say where it's going to come from, clearly there's synthetic methanol, the combination between hydrogen and CO2. And what we really need to see is, first of all, a pathway to have competitive hydrogen to really get those costs down to scale. So you're looking at locations which have high solar intensity, ideally combined with wind. But the other piece is on the CO2. And so we're looking for sources on biogenic CO2 in those pathways. And ideally intersecting where those shipping routes are. And so when you think about where we are, we've got projects in Egypt and in southern Spain. Those are major shipping routes as well, and you get those interactions. But methanol, green methanol, can be produced by other routes as well. So I think a lot of people will probably be familiar with biomethanol, but also you can look at gasification routes around that as well. And there's pathways to produce negative CI, negative carbon intensity, methanol as well. And we can begin to combine some of those technologies as well to actually scale up as well. But you're right, it does need to be produced at scale, but we need to take those first steps now and have the right support to take those first steps, because it is a large scaling up. I mean, as I said, it's about 100 million tons of grey methanol today. Projections are methanol will grow to about 300 million tons, of which probably about by 2050, of which half needs to, we expect to be green. So that is a challenge, and that's why we're focused on these larger scale projects in some key locations where we see having the best opportunity to produce competitive hydrogen to fuel those plants.
I'm going to come back in a second on to cost, competitiveness, and policy. But Jens, you're starting small, right?
Yes, we are, while planning big. Clearly, deep sea shipping, the biggest vessels across the globe, should not sail on gaseous or even liquid hydrogen, I think. I think there are more ships in the world, actually, that could go on gaseous or liquid hydrogen than the number of ships that can go on methanol or ammonia. In tonnage, it could be a different equation. But it needs to follow a certain order in any case. So we need more renewable power in order to produce those molecules. But then after that, when batteries are out of question, then you're over into the hydrogen world, no matter which fuel you choose to go for, right? Whether you go for methanol by adding a biogenic CO2 source or by adding nitrogen to get ammonia. Hydrogen is the essential key building block in all of this. So getting the renewables in place first, power, then having electrolyzer capacity, I think that's important to have in place before we believe that we have all the answers about which way each sector will go. I think by time that will be more obvious and more science-based. But no matter which way we're going, we need more renewable power and we need more electrolyzer capacity. And then the end product is something we can be more flexible about, I think.
And you're in there developing the projects. What are your targets in terms of costs, timelines? You know, there's a lot of, how would you say, cliches thrown around about, $1 a kilo, $1.50 a kilo. Like, do you actually think it's achievable? Do you think it's affordable? And I'm going to come around the panel on this particular question about affordability, particularly in a high interest rate, high inflation environment globally. Like, can we actually do it? What numbers do we need? And Jens, I'll stay with you, and then I might shoot around for other comments.
It's a very difficult question. And some of the numbers I see sort of projected for hydrogen prices, future prices for hydrogen, requires almost no capex and no electricity cost. So it's quite hard to foresee, but it's going to depend a lot on sort of where the power market is moving. Where we come from, we have 98% renewable power on the grid in Norway. So we don't need additionality. We don't need to make off-grid power plants to certify the hydrogen as green. But in other markets, it's going to be a competition between how cheap you can get the electricity for local off-grid projects versus producing on sort of large-scale solar and wind away from the market, but where that makes sense, even if you need to add the transportation cost. So, not a straight answer, but my thoughts.
I didn't expect one. That's okay.
I'll just give a little bit. You know, here in the UAE, we actually partnered with the World Economic Forum, Clean Skies for Tomorrow, to do a report on what's the feasibility and cost profile look like for SAF in the UAE. 70% of all the aviation fuel needs in the UAE could be met through power-to-liquid pathways by 2050. There's enough renewable electricity. There's enough access to CO2, although the biogenic's difficult. That's a pain point to get there. The problem is the cost has a curve, and we need to develop projects and technologies now in light of a cost premium, right? So there's just a bit of a hill that we have to climb before we can find the valley, right, and be at a place where you can be on parity between Jet A and SAF, which is what our customers ultimately need. The airlines require that, right? And so what do? Well, we need to form coalitions. We need to bring people around the same table, and we need supportive policies that can incentivize the producers, right, to create that next project, to get past pre-feed, get to feed and beyond. And that's what, as Boeing here in the UAE, that's one of our main objectives, is to create those coalitions of the right players and ultimately to create that ecosystem.
I'd like to pick on that point on sort of coalition, because none of us should believe there's a silver bullet which is just going to solve the cost on this. It is going to be thinking about many elements along the value chain, whether that is the power there, whether it's the supply, whether it's the technology. It is how we use things as well. I think the point was made on the opening keynote this morning about actually 75% of energy goes essentially in heat. So efficiency will drive, so we use less. So you look at the overall shipping costs. Because we're not going to get that rapid take up in vessels like the one behind us unless we can get those costs down. And that is going to be done on partnerships. It's going to be done working closely with companies such as Mazda, on the competitive renewable energy costs, with companies such as Wärtsilä on the efficiency of ships. There's some basic rules of thermodynamics we need to take into account, as well as that, the handling, the locations of where we do this. So I think we do need to see it because it is a premium fuel there. And of course, we do need to come back on the policy and the regulation. Like Alex, 15, 20 years ago, if I'd been sat on a panel, I'd have been talking about LNG into ships. And we worked, not ourselves personally, but our two companies then, when I was at Shell, on putting LNG onto ships. And a lot of that was thinking about the IMO and what they did about the NOx and the sulfur emissions regulations as well. But this is more complex, and perhaps we'll come back to that.
I would like to drive, two parallels. I mean, we have the transportation, which is shipping, cars, airlines. But in order to get this fuel, in order to get these clean energies, we also have the path of the electricity. So we have a race ongoing that we need hydrogen, but we also need clean energy. So we need to replace a lot of fossil assets into green energies. So first we add renewables, either solar or wind. Obviously Norway, they reached 90+%. I think the UAE, Abu Dhabi is on the highest rank there with the nuclear and the solar park that they have developed. But this is just a small part. So when we have reached that equation, then we can move to the next one, which is then build more capacities to build hydrogen. So there is different ways happening at the same time. And that's, I think, where maybe this is the good news. That will bring us the price down of future fuel because we will have more and more capacity built. But we need to realize when we add renewable, as you have all experienced probably today, the intermittence of the weather can be dramatic. So a day like today, we have a great weather in Abu Dhabi a few minutes ago, and about 2 and 3 hours ago, there was nothing else. That was then just dark sky. So then we would have needed an extra fuel. So I think there is a big balance that we need to build on. We need a big mix to actually get all these scenarios into one place. So it's just not one driving, it's all together actually going to drive the aviations, the shippings, the car industries, as well as the energy market. They need to drive together. At least that's why we're trying as a technology provider to collect them together.
And actually, I think we shouldn't forget about what we already seen in the energy sector in the last 20 years. So in the opening speech today, so we heard that the price of the renewables went down by the factor of something like 40, right, in the last 20 years. So what it means is that if there is a demand, and demand is supported, in a similar way as renewable power generation was in the past, I think that we have a path. We have a path by achieving the large scale of installations of electrolyzers, of renewable power generation. We have a path to drive, just due to the scale, the price of hydrogen to, something like $1 per kilogram. So from our standpoint, when we talk to our partners or airlines who want to fly on hydrogen, we see that even at the prices of about $5 to $6 per kilogram, we can be competitive, at least for the smaller aircraft. Okay, so and these prices already can be realistically achieved in some of the geographies. So the future is here, and we are happy to serve as a catalyst to this transition.
And how are you overcoming the safety barrier? I think everyone's comfortable flying on traditional motors or engines. Tell us both, yourself and Ryan, do you think it'll be safe? How do we overcome it? Is it a policy? Is it trials? And then I'm interested in the shipping as well. And then if we do have time, on the actual production of it, because you hear a little bit about ammonia exclusion zones, it's going to blow up. I mean, I don't believe it, but yeah, let's start. Sergi, with you. Is it actually safe?
So hydrogen is safe if you know what you're doing, of course, but it's true with everything, even with the jet fuel. But I think working closely with the civil aviation authorities, and we are working with 3 of them, with of course UK CAA, FAA, and EASA, and just going through the journey of certifying the engine, and actually going through the same rigor which is applied to the stock engine, to the traditional turbine engines, and going through the very similar process of showing that it is safe, it is robust, and it has the necessary level of redundancy. And what happens in case of emergency or in a crash, the crash worthiness is also a super important topic in all our discussions with civil aviation authorities, and it takes time, but it's nice to see that all of the civil aviation authorities I talked about, and they are the major ones, of course, they are on the path to work with us and be on the journey of certifying hydrogen and electric propulsion for the aircraft.
And sorry, Ryan, but in the interest of time, I just want to get 30 seconds from you two at the end on safety in shipping, and then we'll have to call it to a close. Okay.
So methanol and ammonia is not a big issue because we have done that for decades. When it comes to hydrogen, the biggest challenge we have is you can't smell, you can't see the gas. That's your biggest challenge. But technology is there to detect it. So today we've been running already a year and a half with 25–30% hydrogen. It works very well, but it's going to be the same journey as LNG. LNG had to be very careful. Hydrogen will be the same. We have to be super careful, and we need to use different technology to detect it earlier. Hydrogen ignites faster. That's where the challenge is for diesel engines. It goes too fast. We like it to be a bit softer. Diesel is soft and easy going. Gas is a bit too fast, but we get there.
We'll get there.
And to add on the methanol, to what I was saying earlier, it is an approved fuel on ships. It is being used today. It is familiar in engine rooms. There are concerns about other fuels which are being talked about there. Yep. We believe we'll see methanol on cruise liners, which we won't see on other fuels, given toxicity, etc. So we're confident there. But as I said, methanol is also a platform and routes to jet. And it acts as a drop-in fuel. So it is not new. You've got to get it approved, but it's not new. And that's in part why we believe in methanol.
Thank you. Please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you, gentlemen. And there again, a fascinating look at what's happening in the world of transportation, how we're going to move in the future, what fuels we're going to use in the future. So we're a really, really great conversation here to have so many key people in looking at soaring and sailing and the future of transportation and fuels. Fascinating initiatives that are going on there, and I think we're going to hear so many more of those indeed in this afternoon. What we're looking at now, we're going to move forward to towards a green horizon, insights into the UAE's industry leaders. Don't worry, guys, we're fine. We have a great panel coming up in just a few minutes, but we'll just get settled up here quickly. And, I'm really happy that we're going to be looking at what's happening here in the region too, and some of the key industries here. What are they doing? How are they managing? And indeed, what have they done over the last few years? Yes, in terms of reducing the carbon footprint, but also really putting initiatives in place that are going to make a big difference when it comes to the hydrogen economy and how we're going to actually escalate that and where it fits in different industry too around the country. So we have a keynote speech, which I'm absolutely delighted to be able to welcome our dear speaker on this too. He is a dear seasoned commercial executive, an urban planner, a civil engineer. He's really been, with extensive expertise right across the board, developing strategies and really looking at place in terms of urban development. And this is something we're all going to be needing to look forward to. He oversees the development and operations of Masdar City, initiated the Masdar Green REIT, so much that he has done, and we're so excited that he's actually taken the time and just taken the focus to be with us here today. He is the chairman of Masdar City, and he is also Abu Dhabi's Assistant Minister for Energy Transition and Sustainability Affairs. So please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Balala. He joins us right now for his keynote speech. And we're delighted to have you with us. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here today. And I'd like to begin by thanking Masdar, which has been my home for many years, for having me today, and for bringing us together to advance the conversation about green hydrogen, which is a crucial component of the global energy transition. Today, we're facing a moment of truth. The way we produce and use energy has become a primary. Today, we are facing a moment of truth. The way we produce and use energy has become a primary cause of climate change. The road to net zero requires us to be bold in taking the next steps to transform the way we live and work. We are already witnessing a dramatic change in the global energy landscape. Last year saw a record growth in renewable energy. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, renewables have accounted for approximately 86% of the addition to global power capacity. The world is clearly ready for a change. This was reflected at last year's momentous COP28 event and in the signing of the UAE historic UAE consensus at that conference, a document that aims to encourage parties to transition away from fossil fuel to achieve a net zero emissions, establish specific targets to triple renewables and double energy efficiency by 2030, and also to build momentum towards a new architecture for climate finance. This readiness is also reflected in the work the UAE continues to do. The world's largest single-site solar plant, which is not far from where we're sitting, is powering 200,000 homes in the UAE right now. This project is co-led by Masdar, one of the world's fastest growing renewable energy companies. They have been investing heavily in projects around the globe to make sure there is no one left behind. Masdar began 18 years ago in Masdar City, which I'm so proud to chair. Masdar City is also helping accelerate the energy transition. Among many other things, we act as a catalyst for new climate change solutions. Because, as everyone in this room knows, achieving net zero by 2050 will require technologies and solutions that do not yet exist. We work closely with regional and global industry giants on technologies that are helping propel us into a more sustainable future. Key partners include, of course, Masdar, as well as the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, Honeywell, and also the Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation. One of our recent pilot projects was a high-speed hydrogen refueling station, which was inaugurated by ADNOC last year. It creates clean hydrogen, which is a crucial fuel for the UAE future energy mix from water. An assessment on next steps of this pilot project is underway. Pilot testing is only one component of the work Masdar City is doing, of course, to advance the energy transition. We're also writing the green print for sustainable urban development and leading the charge in net zero energy. We're also looking after buildings design and construction and raise the bar higher on that. Last year, we inaugurated the country's first net zero energy commercial building. We have 3 additional net zero buildings that will be completed, inshallah, next year as well. One of them is already award-winning iconic headquarters, which will be occupied by the Department of Energy. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a significant statement from our beloved Abu Dhabi government. Masdar City new net zero energy standard is founded on demand reduction, an approach we have been honing through for more than 15 years of innovation. As vital as renewable energy production is for energy transition, we cannot achieve the net zero by 2050 if we do not dramatically cut our consumption. The most sustainable energy in the world is the energy we do not use. This multifaceted approach to the energy transition underlines an important reality. We must do everything we can to fight climate change. We should push boundaries. We should invest in early-stage projects and collaborate with our nations on shared sustainability goals. We are in a very special sort of race, guys. One we will win or lose together. In the words of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the UAE, we have only one planet. With that in mind, it is imperative that we partner and work together in a spirit of determination and optimism to address this common challenge through climate action. Our energy challenges are enormous and complex. The road to a net zero transition is massive in scale and very complex in execution. Now, in this moment of truth, it is our collective duty to take the necessary and bold steps to ensure a sustainable future. Influential organizations, such as those joining us for the panel today, have an important and critical role to play. To our panelists and moderator, thank you very much for being here, and we are very much looking forward to your insights on how hydrogen and clean energy can be harnessed, not just to drive sustainability and economic growth, but ultimately to save our planet. You are the engineers of a more sustainable future. I thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much, and we heed your very wise words and an urgent appeal there, and I think we're beginning to hear this from so many people today, to really looking at that collective duty that we all really have to look at, and we have to actually move forward. Again, diversifying every source of energy, and to the point, as you said, cut consumption. Yes, the energy we don't use, the energy we don't waste, is actually another source all on its own. So once again, Your Excellency Abdullah Ahmed Balala, thank you so much. We're delighted to have you with us, and we really value your expertise and your insights and indeed your input there. We're going to now, as you say, bring these leaders of industry onto our panel, and you've given them, I think, a very responsible task here in terms of the fact of their responsibility and what they have to do and really be with us to drive this initiative. So I'll just let our colleagues here finish up a bit of housekeeping before I bring them in. Because we're really going to be looking at 3 different industries here. We have DEWA, we have BIHA, and we have Fertiglobe. So we'll be looking at what they're doing, looking at the initiatives they've put in place, and again, looking at their challenges. Every different industry has different challenges. Every country, as we see, has different challenges. And almost everybody in the the sort of decision-making mix has different challenges as well. The policymakers have challenges, the bankers have challenges, the producers have challenges, and the consumers, God knows, have challenges as well. So it's about making sure that we really come together and that this discussion is a lot more holistic than the discussion of, I think, our older energy initiative, and really this new energy future gives us the opportunity to get things right and to do things a little bit differently. So I think we're good. Let me get them out here. From DIWA, joining us for this discussion, senior researcher, Dr. Hisham Ismail, and I'll send you over to the side. Thank you so much. From Fertiglobe, we have the head of investment and projects, Tarek Hosni, joins us. Lovely to see you, Tarek. And I'm delighted to join the group CEO and vice chairman of BIHA, Khaled Al Huraimal, is with us as well. Wonderful to see you all, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And His Excellency was there talking about the fact that, you know, yes, you're among many of the drivers here who can change things, who will shift things, and who can really make a difference. And if I might start with you, Your Excellency, we look at the technological innovations that have to drive the energy transition. Dynamic time, without a doubt. There's so much going on here. But if you were to look at, I suppose, the big drivers and look at, you know, what's top of the list, so to speak, and what you've been doing at BIHA and what you decide is absolutely essential to drive sustainability, where are your priorities?
First of all, assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here at the summit with my colleagues here. So, first of all, the UAE has been leading the energy transition, and this is evident with the UAE's role in COP28. And BIHA as a group is proud to be part of that journey. So with BIHA Group, we've been focused on two pillars of sustainability and digitalization. Today, BIHA has been, for the audience who are not aware of our group, we're based in the UAE. We've been operating for the last 15 years. We operate in various sectors, but our core business to date is waste management.
Don't tell them too much at this point, because I want to know a lot of detail on my second question. So, but waste management is good enough for them, yes.
But within waste management, we've become the largest waste management company in the UAE, also operating in Saudi and Egypt today. But we embrace and embed technology in everything that we do. So when we look at treating waste, we've achieved the highest diversion of waste from landfill in the Middle East of 90%. And that's been done through various different innovations and technologies, including the first waste-to-energy plant in the UAE, which has helped us achieve 90% diversion. In addition to that, we are now working with our partners, Masdar, to build the first solar plant on top of a landfill, and in addition to waste-to-hydrogen projects that we're working on right now.
So that's the one you're going to tell me more about later.
Sure. But
don't steal my thunder here now.
Sure, but we also do other things in terms of technology. Yes. We build a platform to trade recyclable commodities. That's doing very well. Also, we're building the first data center that will be powered from our waste-to-energy plant. We also use AI in operating part of our fleet. We have one of our 12 facilities. We use AI and robotics to segregate waste. So we do a lot when it comes to embedding technology to achieve our goals.
And of course, you have a very exciting building too as well. We can talk about that a little bit later, but a lot of work going on at BIHA, really leading, I think, the new focus in what one might have considered waste management, maybe to be a bit of a boring topic at one time a few years ago we were here. Mm-hmm. It is really leading the way. I think all you're doing there is fascinating. Thank you so much. Tarek, we look at Fertiglobe, and indeed, you know, when we look at the agriculture sector where you're a big player in, you know, this has also come under a lot of criticism for emissions, you know, so it's the equal opportunity, you know, criticizers out there in terms of where emissions coming from agriculture gets a hard time. But how will the hydrogen economy, I suppose, really help the impact on environment when it comes with agriculture? And we're looking at green hydrogen, we're also looking at ammonia, and on the wider scale, what you're doing.
Yep, sure. So yeah, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. 1.5% of the global emissions actually come from ammonia production. So obviously significant, and 70 to 80% of that ammonia goes into fertilizers. And obviously, you know, we're expecting the populations to continue growing, so therefore fertilizer use to continue growing as well. So obviously it's a big challenge. And just for background, most of the ammonia is currently produced from natural gas, where the natural gas is basically produces hydrogen, and then you have the CO2 that's emitted. So the industry is obviously trying to reduce that, and there are two ways if we look at the feedstock. One of them is using a renewable hydrogen, and I think there's different, or biohydrogen, which I believe you will talk about later. Another one is green hydrogen, and we also have another approach is you still continue using the natural gas, but then you sequester, you capture and sequester the CO2 to also reduce the intensity. And overall, you can reduce by about 70 to 90% the carbon intensity of your product by using these alternative methods. And yeah, in terms of the adoption, using different feedstocks requires a higher premium. So with that premium, obviously there's an impact on the food prices, on food security, etc. And that's really the challenge that we see, that legislators aren't really willing, to put some of these hard regulations in place that would have that effect. We have some instruments like the ETS or the CBAM, cross-border adjustment mechanism, that price CO2. These will start, mainly in Europe, will start coming into effect by 2026, but will be fully in effect by 2034. So that's kind of where we see it. We don't see it as enough yet. If we're talking specifically on fertilizers, we see some other demand, even if it's limited, but coming from some of the newer industries. So for these application of the ammonia, so for example, you have the shipping industry, where they could.
And we heard about that a little minute ago.
Yeah. So you heard already about the shipping industry, but yeah, that's where you have like some of these incentives can actually cover these premiums.
It is. I think the dynamics of the moment is great, but we actually need to see more practical action. And a lot of that, before we get the practical action, probably comes down to research and development, Hisham, when we're looking at renewable energy technology. So, what are you doing at DEWA on the journey, sort of when it comes to the R&D side?
So just wanted to share that DEWA have an R&D center, and this R&D center was, the building was completed in 2018, and it was inaugurated by Sheikh Mohammed by 2020. So we have more than 100 researchers there, and we have 4 main pillars. We are focusing heavily on solar, water, energy efficiency, and smart grid integration, and we have a horizontal layer where it will help the solar, where we have the robotics, AI, 3D, advanced material, where under advanced material there is ongoing research that started on the green hydrogen. On top of the research, we have another department where we test pilots. This is called Technology Advancement and Demonstration. So this is where we test new technologies from companies. And one of the technology that we tested with collaboration with Siemens was the green hydrogen pilot plant. It was a megawatt scale plant.
And again, it's about down the road now scaling all of that up. Khaled, come back to your green hydrogen to waste plant, because I think, or waste to hydrogen, rather the other way around. I mean, you've committed to building this. This is a huge undertaking and quite a new initiative, I think, when we look at hydrogen and uses on it and how do we create hydrogen, because everybody wants it from renewable sources. And yes, we have water and we have wind and we have sun and that, but now waste to hydrogen. Obviously, it ticks a lot of boxes and even more boxes, clean, green, but also the circular economy comes into this. So tell us why that's so important and what do you envision that's going to look like?
Well, first of all, hydrogen being, the UAE has part of its energy strategies to produce 15 million tons of hydrogen by 2050. So to align with that strategy, we looked at producing green hydrogen from waste. Yeah. And we've been working on this with our technology partners for many years, and we built the first pilot plant last year before COP28, where we had the announcement, where we had the commercial test of the first waste to hydrogen plant of that type, and it was a successful, achieved successful, and also carbon negative hydrogen was produced using municipal solid waste. So now we will be producing, or now we will be proceeding with the large-scale commercial plant that will be producing 20 tons of hydrogen daily. But what's also unique about this plant is the same plant will also have a fueling station. So we're also looking at now acquiring a waste collection fleet that is powered by hydrogen. So the same vehicle that will bring in the hydrogen will also be powered by the hydrogen, so to have a closed loop. So this is a project that we're very excited about, and we're moving ahead with it.
And again, when we think of uses of hydrogen, you're going to use it with, as you said, the fueling station. Is that for your transportation?
Correct.
So that could be rolled out again for a lot more use in transportation as well. Yeah, we'll soon be doing the panel on EV or alternative fuel, but it's not on our list today anyway, but we'll have to be thinking about what we're going to do there. Tariq, clearly we look at hydrogen at the moment, and yes, there's a lot happening, and it's great to see some projects coming to reality, but we're still a bit of a long way off. You know, from what you're doing and what other people in the industry, and what does the industry need and what's it using to actually, you know, get through the transition, because the decarbonization has to happen at all times. I mean, we can't stop that while we're waiting to go green.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some easier wins and that the industry is looking into, as well as Fertiglobe. Some of them is like around energy efficiency in general. So, you know, being able to produce more with the same inputs, having a more reliable plant, having you know, fewer losses, and then also looking at new technologies to part of the processes, or even changing the catalyst that uses potentially less energy. So these are some of the things where the industry is always looking into. Another part is electrification. And again, it's with varying complexity. Sometimes you can say, okay, maybe we replace our boilers. Instead of using natural gas, we use electricity, or even the main SMR process. You know, you do the heating through electricity, obviously a bigger type of investment, but this also is contingent on how much actually renewable energy you can introduce. So if you do all these changes but you don't use renewable energy, the impact isn't that big. So, you know, this has to also be taken into consideration. In terms of product development, a lot of work going into how to make the same fertilizer more, make the plants basically absorb the fertilizer better, but also reducing the emissions once the fertilizer is applied. I think that's quite significant. 1/3 of the emissions are after application, and some of the products could potentially reduce that by 50%. So this is a lot of work that the industry is looking into. And finally, I already mentioned, you know, the feedstock itself, whether it's green, low carbon. I can mention some examples that we're doing, smaller pilots. So we shipped the first ISCC Plus renewable ammonia certified 2023 from our plant in Egypt. Again, through a small pilot we're doing. We have a few projects here in partnership with ADNOC, trying to capture carbon from flue gases, which is typically much more challenging and costly. So we're doing a pilot with that. With partnership with ADNOC, there's a small capture and sequestration pilot currently ongoing. The CO2 is actually being sequestered for the first time in the UAE. And and then we're looking at a more bigger project, like 1 million ton per annum low carbon ammonia project, also in partnership with ADNOC, ADQ, GS Energy, and Mitsui.
I mean, I think it's you know, so interesting, the dynamics of the industry at the minute, because it's forcing people to think creatively. And people are coming up with great solutions. And I think sometimes solutions that bring us back to basics, but they make a big difference. Hisham, clearly there's a lot of initiative going on in the UAE, but let's have a look closer what's happening with DEWA and what's happening, I suppose, in Dubai, that's, you know, driving the adoption of obviously cleaner energy, but moving on to the hydrogen side as well. What are you doing there to really scale up?
Just wanted to highlight that we have a pilot plant that's been a megawatt scale that's been producing 20 kilogram of hydrogen. So this is a collaboration between Siemens and Expo. It's been producing hydrogen since 2021. It's the first green hydrogen plant in the Middle East and North Africa. So what we do with that hydrogen, we burn it back and we get electricity. This was phase 1, re-electrification. The phase 2, where we took that hydrogen and we collaborated with ENOC, where we take that hydrogen and we take it all the way to Expo City, where anyone who have a hydrogen car can go ahead and fill their cars. So the capacity of the hydrogen refueling station is around 200 kilogram, and usually a car takes typically 5 kilograms. So this is existing. If you have a hydrogen car, you can go ahead and fill it up at Expo City.
Wow, okay, that's fascinating. I didn't realize that, so we'll have to keep an eye on that and check it out. Now, I know we all talk about partnerships, but many of the work I think that's going on can't happen without partnerships. And you shouldn't be doing it on your own. I mean, there's a lot of great initiative out there. The more brains and the more brain power and the more money we gather from different sources, you know, I think the more people involved in projects, the better, and it'll happen quicker. But talk to me a little bit about, I suppose, the vital partnerships. I mean, you have an alliance with Masdar, you have many more partnerships, because how does that drive and, I suppose, escalate, your sustainability targets?
Well, for BIA Group, part of our success and growth has been through partnerships. BIA itself was formed as a public-private partnership. You talked about our partnership with Masdar, which is a very successful partnership through the Emirates Waste-to-Energy Company, where we built the first waste-to-energy plant in the region. We have other partnerships and companies. We have a technology company that does track and trace of medicine. We have also the data center is a partnership with Al Khazna Data Centers, one of the largest developers of data centers also in the region. So we strongly believe in partnerships, especially to achieve sustainability goals. And we've also done partnerships internationally. We have a joint venture in Egypt with the new admin capital. We have also now in the final stages of establishing a joint venture in Saudi, also with the government and PIF for waste management. So this is part of BIA's growth strategies is through partnerships.
And with those partnerships, I can see the advantage to everybody, but do you think that speeds up the road to net zero as well?
Definitely. I think, to achieve sustainability goals, especially partnership between the public and private sector.
Yeah, and what is it? If you want to go alone, well, we'd probably still be standing there. So it's about moving, I think, together without a doubt. And it's good to hear that they work, and I think, the initiatives that are happening, and we're seeing more of that. Tariq, talk to me about some of the challenges, because there's many out there. When we look at green ammonia, fertilizers, all of that. And again, one of the big challenges, without a doubt, is cost, investment. I mean, we can't get away from that. Can you bring it all together? And how are you overcoming them, I suppose?
Yeah, so obviously a big challenge is the demand side, right? You're only going to produce something if there's someone that's willing to buy it at the price you're selling it for. And that's a big challenge. We saw Europe, is targeting 10 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030. We don't see really any significant steps, towards reaching that target. That obviously puts, a big risk on development. In addition, if we're just talking the technology risks, so even if you have an off-taker, etc., you still don't know how it's going to perform during operations, if you're going to have cost increases during your construction, etc. But then just in terms of investment, if using that same figure, the 10 million tons of hydrogen, that equates to about, $300 billion in terms of renewables, electrolysis. Obviously, quite a significant chunk of money, especially if you don't know where you're going to be selling it. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have the 10 million tons. I've just used ammonia and approximations here, but let's say it's about 50 million tons of ammonia. And let's say you're charging a premium over the gray, let's say $300. So that's already 15 billion. So if we're talking existing industries, they would need to basically increase their cost by 15 billion and somehow pass it, to consumers, etc. Is that realistic or not? So that's why we really think there's some subsidies are needed to kind of bridge that gap. And we see that in, let's say, the H2 Global program in Europe. Japan are introducing also a contract for difference mechanism, where it's not comparing to ammonia, but like, let's say, coal-firing with coal. So comparing against coal, maybe not going for a 300 premium of green and having a lower premium for blue, but still, a lot of that is kind of up in there. You need to really bridge that gap.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I think, governments are waking up to the fact that they have to subsidize this new energy future, because the market is not necessarily there. You have to create the demand, you have to create the market. So there's a lot of risk that you need to be looking at too, but it's all part and parcel, I think, of that development. Hisham, when we look at, I suppose those challenges, here in the region, the country, the region, the globe. I mean, we're not coordinated yet, and we're probably a long way from that. We need a bit more regional infrastructure. Again, coming back to the financing as well. But, what have you decided at DEWA that you're going to go ahead with, and sort of bring me into the challenges and your few solutions you've come up with?
So I don't look at it as a challenge. We are lucky to be in the UAE, where we have a lot of...
You're in the optimism side.
Yeah.
All these opportunities that just abound. Come on, there's a few challenges there.
Yeah.
Tell me.
We have a lot of sunlight. We have a lot of... because what drives the cost of hydrogen is electricity. And electricity is driven by, let's say, the solar. So we are lucky to have a lot of solar that is being produced. So this is one of the factors that drive the cost. And another thing that's, let's say, like today we have a pilot, it's a megawatt scale. But if all of us start producing in huge quantity and start producing hydrogen, so we call it scale up. When everyone's starting producing, let's say, more hydrogen, the cost of the hydrogen will be reduced because the technology will be better, more mature. And so today we are talking about efficiency. The efficiency will be better. We're talking about the cost will be even less. So we want everyone to start going the extra journey to start producing hydrogen.
You're so right. When those economies of scale kick in, it works. Stay with us a minute as we wrap this up. I think, there's so many things that we can do faster, quicker, better. If there was a call to action for you, for the industry, what do you want? What do you think we should be doing now that's going to move us forward faster?
So I think the UAE put a very clear goal for how much hydrogen we have to produce, and everyone here should put hands together and start producing the hydrogen, either from BIA, either from Masdar, or any out there companies. It will make the journey much easier if all of us start producing.
So the days of talking are over. By the time we get here this time next year, we should have a lot more action. We should. Again, Tarek, tell me again, if there was a call to action to the industry, what would it be on yours?
Yeah, I'm going to repeat again, but I believe the incentives are needed, subsidized, subsidies on the demand side, so like the IRA program in the US, and then from the demand side, like H2 Global, etc. I mean, these mechanisms are needed. I don't see any other way where the industry could actually advance further.
And again, I think being creative about it, different subsidies, tax relief, whatever it is, there's different ways that governments can do it. I'm leaving you the closing word, Khaled, on this.
Well, I think to achieve sustainability goals, as I've said before, we need more partnerships between the public and private sector. And I think this is a strong way and proven way to achieve our goals.
And again, I think when you've demonstrated, so eloquently too, how they work, and that, I think when people see that, because really there's no point going it alone, reinventing the wheel. This is not the time to do it. We really need to be looking and taking the best examples, I think, from around the world and making sure that we can actually learn from each other. Thank you all so much. Thank you for your insight in terms of actually, again, 3 key players here in the region doing a lot of work in the industry. And I think the great practical work that is happening, well done to you. So your challenges, there's a few of them still there, even for Hisham, but I think you're all up for them. And good luck to all of you, and once again, thank you so much. So my dear panel here, Khaled Al-Huraimal from BIA, Tarek Hosni from Fertiglobe, and Dr. Hisham Ismail from DIWA. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. A little group photo in this one. We don't do it that often, but we'll just give you one since it's the afternoon. I leave you to it. Again, thank you so much. We really have so much there, and it's lovely to hear the initiatives, I think, that are happening here, what's driving them, and what actually will make them work. I mean, that's ultimately what's going on here, to hear some of the initiatives, even within last year to this year. So by this time next year, we should have hopefully a lot more going on. Now, many of the things and many of the areas when we talk about any of the challenges in this industry, be they challenges or opportunities, somebody has to fund them all. And this, I think, comes up in every panel that we talk about. Where do we find the financing? What type of financing do we find? How different can it be? What's creative? What's new? What's alternative? What's interesting in terms of what the banks are happening with? Are we self-financing, company financing? All of that, there's so many questions that have to be looked at in terms of what we're going to do and what will work, and what will work maybe in one country doesn't necessarily work in another, and similarly for different companies and what they need. It's not always the same. We have a great panel ready for this in just a couple of seconds now. We'll call them on board here. We're just finishing up here. We're going to be hearing from Standard Chartered Bank, from Grupo Santander, the Moroccan Agency of Sustainable Energy, DII Desert Energy, and HSBC. So we really have a great lineup of people here, and I absolutely think we are ready now for our wonderful panel, Financing the Transition. If I can call our panel to join us on the stage now. Our panel of speakers and experts are going to, I promise you, come in any minute. And our moderator will join us too from Intercontinental Energy. So financing the transition, making projects bankable, and I believe we do have our panel here, and we'll get them in place here. And of course, our moderator for this panel, the host of Everything About Hydrogen and a board member of Intercontinental Energy. I want to hand over to Alicia Eastman for this panel. And Alicia is joining us now. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Hi, Alicia Eastman. You probably know me better from Intercontinental Energy, really large green hydrogen projects in the Middle East and in Australia. But I'm here today as a co-host of Everything About Hydrogen, a somewhat more objective point of view. And especially for this conference, at this particular panel, we're talking about finance and how we can get a lot of these projects off the ground. So I just want to do a little introduction of our panel so you know how esteemed they are. I'll just start from the left here. We have Benoit Felix, and he's the global head of structured finance at Grupo Santander and the managing director of Santander Corporate and Investment Banking. Santander has been looking at hydrogen as part of the energy ecosystem since inception and is currently advising the raise of both equity and debt on more than a dozen projects globally. And then one over, we have Cornelius Mathis. He is probably known by everybody in the room. He's the CEO of DII Desert Energy, a think tank that covers all emissions reduction technologies from renewables to batteries to hydrogen, basically anything, any way to decarbonize. He also spent 10 years at Deutsche Bank, and he was the youngest board member of Deutsche Bank Italy. Now, I don't know if that means they have a really old board or if he was quite young. And then last but definitely not least is Dr. Michael Whiteley. He's the global head of hydrogen at HSBC, starting in the industry over a decade ago with a PhD in hydrogen technologies, and he has previously worked in research, corporate partnerships, and for the UK government. So just with that background, I'm going to ask them a few questions, and I think it gives you an idea of where they're coming from. And let's see if we can get a little bit of a debate going. So first I'll start with Dr. Whiteley. Which sectors do you think offer the most promise and provide the best early opportunities?
Yeah, thanks, Alicia, and thanks for everyone in the room for joining us and for the viewers online. I think the good news with hydrogen is it's nothing new. We've been using it for a very long time now. There's around 95 million tons of hydrogen used globally, mainly in industry, mainly in refining, ammonia going into fertilizer and petrochem. So the good news is we use it. The bad news is it's not clean. So at the moment, there's various ways to make this hydrogen. Most of it comes from natural gas, some of it comes from coal. So this has a carbon intensity associated with it, and it's around about 950 million tons of carbon equivalent per year. So they are a very good way for us to prioritize existing use cases that can be decarbonized quickly and these high volumes, kind of captive demands that should be a priority. But that doesn't necessarily rule out some of the things we've been hearing about today, such as using hydrogen in different derivatives, using it for shipping fuels or aviation fuels, or even to decarbonize steel. And the power sector, we've heard that as we move towards a more decarbonized, renewable-based grid, there's going to be more intermittency, there's going to be more peaky transient loads. We're going to have to manage that so we can create hydrogen when it's too windy and too sunny and use it again when it's not. So there's a prioritization that can be done, which factors into bankability, which is what we're here to talk about today. I think the main focus is trying to get those existing use cases decarbonized and looking at these growth sectors, which are inevitably going to come down the line, and trying to make sure that we're using clean hydrogen. Specifically today, we're talking about green hydrogen to decarbonize those. I think there's a lot of potential across those use cases.
Thank you. I'm going to flip the question a little bit to Benoit. How has funding strategy over the last 2 years for low-carbon hydrogen changed? And what role do you think that the new government subsidy schemes like IRA in the US or the European Hydrogen Bank or the Australian Head Start program, what role do they play in this process, or have they had an impact on what you're seeing out there in the field?
Thanks for the question, Alicia. I think so we come from a world of very small projects. Let's call them by their name, pilots, with limited number of sponsors. Those pilots have been financed by relatively easy source of capital. equity, and grants. And the question for all of us today is how you can scale it up. And actually getting from the megawatt scale to the gigawatt scale has a lot of impact in terms of financing. The first thing is on the partners or the sponsors. We are coming from a world with very limited number of sponsors to very big consortiums. And you know, part of the dynamic around big consortiums might explain why some projects are pretty slow to actually take off, right? So this, the shape of this consortium have a direct impact on the financing. You're coming from a relatively small amount of money from, you know, sponsors' balance sheets to project finance. And actually this will have a lot of impact on the way we structure those projects. And I will just give you some examples. When you do a pilot with your own equity, you are probably less regardant of a number of things such as offtake, such as performance guarantee, these kind of things, right? When you want to raise billions of dollars of project finance debt, the bankers that are taking a risk on your own project for the next 10, 15, 20 years will start asking things that might be new for the industry, such as, you know, performance guarantee on the electrolyzers, very strong offtake contracts with good and very strong credit quality players, et cetera, et cetera. So that is changing quite a lot, the dynamic. The good news is that a lot of banks, you have two in that room today, a lot of banks want to participate in those projects. But actually, we would have to make this industry evolve a little bit to make the project bankable from, once again, from a giga scale and volume perspective. On the second part of the question, once again, I think the first part of the last years have been, I've seen a lot of grants, direct grants for CapEx from different, you know, countries, regions, etc. What we're seeing is that for the next stage, we need something else. And you mentioned two names, so IRA and the European Hydrogen Bank. They focus not only on the CapEx side of the thing, but on the revenue scheme. And actually, what we are missing today is probably more something on the demand side than on the offer side. And that's why the IRA is so powerful, is that they help to bridge the gap on the pricing from a demand perspective. And I mean, that's what European Hydrogen Bank is trying to do, still with a limited amount of money available today, therefore a limited amount of projects. But I think it's going to help a lot to secure the project financing, because you are taking care of a very big part of the equation, the revenue side. So I guess that when you put everything into the equation, it's still challenging, because we need to reinvent the wheel for financing those very large projects. But at least we see some ingredients with, you know, the subsidies on one side, and then what I was mentioning before, offtakes, guarantees, very strong partners and sponsors that are starting to realize that they will have to take some more risk, probably than expected. But at least if you take the reasonable portion of it, you will be able to raise capital. And actually, we are walking the talk. I mean, as you were mentioning, we are advising as we speak more than 15 projects on a global basis, you know, from green hydrogen to green ammonia, etc. And we are in that phase. We are orchestrating everything to make sure that at some point we will be able to raise the necessary billions of dollars of investment.
Great, thank you. Cornelius, I'll take a different tack and talk a little bit about maybe the global south or some other areas. I'm wondering what you think the role could be for development banks, for the multilateral lending agencies, for potentially even ECAs, for hydrogen projects, and what are the main constraints for bankability?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Alicia, it's a wonderful event. It's been smaller than last year, but I see a lot of the who's who of hydrogen, so it's really wonderful to be here. Well, on your question, I think we have two of the leading project finance banks sitting here, but particularly for the global south, for the emerging markets. If you look at what happened here in the region with a few examples, I think the role of development banks cannot be underestimated. Look at countries like Jordan. Jordan was the pioneer here for energy transition, was round 1 happening already in 2011-12, round 2, 2014, 2016, and that's where actually most of the commercial banks were still not yet comfortable with financing. And you know, the basics of a program like the PPA was developed jointly with particularly EBRD and IFC in this case. And you know, this is where you have country risk, technology risk, many things, where you need players like development banks coming in early stage and simply taking risks others wouldn't be prepared to take. The thing was copied actually from Jordan, the whole experience. For some of you have been active in Benban in Egypt, where you know the Jordanian PPA served as a blueprint, and then this was kind of developed as well. So the hydrogen value chain is super complex. It's of course much more than solar and wind. We are talking about complex integration, conversion, storage, more infrastructure kind of parts, but then we have different offtake contracts. We have a market which is not yet existing today. So we have, let's say, many parameters which need to be gotten right, and development banks, I think clearly, and they're building up big teams on hydrogen. They're learning, and we're all learning together because this is a completely new thing. So then constraints for bankability and global south. I always like the Kenyan president when he spoke about the necessity to create a completely new mechanism or even new financial institution to provide concessional instruments, soft loans, whatever, different concessional instruments, maybe even a mix of instruments to decrease the cost of financing. If you look at the levelized cost of electricity, the cost of financing is approximately 40%. So the biggest lever, and we've seen it, was the long-term increase of interest rates 2 years ago, when everybody was baffled by the rapid raise, 300 basis points approximately, and this has had by far the biggest impact. If you look at Saudi now, to give you a simple number, the 1.04 cent of March 2020, if with the same capex and other parameters, is now approximately 1.5 cent. So the 3% increase in long-term interest rates, this has a huge impact. So imagine the cost of financing for the global south, or the cost of financing go to countries like Kenya, the most developed country in East Africa, is simply the most important factor. So imagine if we find ways to lower this cost with different concessional instruments, this would be a game changer, apart from the facts like price for carbon, phasing out subsidies, which obviously I cannot not mention this time. I just need to repeat over and over again, because that would be the two factors, obviously, where we have an automatic business case much faster without any sort of subsidies.
Thanks, Cornelius. Dr. Whiteley, just a little bit on that same topic. How do government subsidy mechanisms help to de-risk projects, and which regions are leading in this aspect? Does the location of the project affect the bankability, and if it does, what are ways to improve the risk-return profile?
Yeah, I think we're all aware that there's not currently a liquid market for green hydrogen, so these subsidies are really important in being able to bridge that gap. And it depends on where the offtake market is, or when the end use is for that hydrogen. So in the EU, we have the European Hydrogen Bank that's already been mentioned, and I think the results of that are coming out at the end of this month to see who's been successful in that scheme. And that can bridge the gap, which gives us a bit of a de-risk. It lets us plan the revenues against a cost-effective or a commercially viable solution. I think the location of projects is very important, and hearing about Global South, the main two kind of chunks of the levelized cost of energy are the capex and the cost of the electricity. So if you can drive down either of those, so scale will drive down the capex as the electrolyzer manufacturing grows, which we've seen it already. At the end, I think it was the end of last year, there's more than 30 gigawatts of capacity now for electrolyzer manufacturing. So as the automation starts, as the scale comes up, that part will come down. But the electricity part can be reduced quite significantly depending on your location. So if we look at North Chile, has some of the highest solar capacity in the world. The region we're in now has really good solar intensity. Other regions are good for wind. If you can bring down that levelized cost of hydrogen as much as you can with the most viable project location, it's not just the energy. You need space, you need access to water, permits play a role as well. But all of these things are not insurmountable. So you can design a project that's highly bankable from the offset, from having it in an ideal location where you've got really low renewables. You've got the space to do it. You're close to water. If it's not fresh water, then you're in a coastal area and you can desalinate, or even you can use wastewater and do clever things with the technology. So you can actually increase the yield of a wastewater facility by using the oxygen from the electrolyzer, which you normally just vent. So there's some synergies to be made depending on the location you're in, what product you're actually making. Is it just going to be hydrogen used captive locally, or is it going to be shipped somewhere? Levelized cost of hydrogen often means at the point of production. If you then have to either turn it into a derivative and ship it internationally, that's another cost on top. So there's a landed cost you need to think about if there's an import-export market angle. So ultimately, I think it's about finding the right location where you've got the space, you've got the water, you've got the lowest energy sources that you have, and then the subsidies don't have to do so much work on the other end for the de-risking on that front.
Well, Benoit, outside of the commercial banks like Santander and HSBC, are there other important partners that could be helpful in the enablement of developing the industry? I'm thinking of the multilaterals we talked about earlier, but also export credit agencies. Do you see a big role for them to reduce risk?
No, definitely, and I think, not to repeat what Cornelius has mentioned, there are some risks that other partners are better positioned than commercial banks to assume, at least at the beginning. And as you mentioned, I think we can do a kind of parallelism with renewables, 20 years ago. And there are some risks that multilaterals, concessional money, or export credit agency might be eager to take. So we are currently working with all of the European export credit agencies, the German, Spanish, Finnish, etc. They are, as you said, involved in all the supply chain, which is pretty large. They are really, willing to take part of the journey. So they are including, modifying some of their product to make sure that they can participate into this agri-chain adventure. They are thinking about establishing products related to the offtake. So not only looking at, the equipment, which is their bread and butter so far, but looking at who is the offtaker, and that might help to unlock some pockets for some projects. So we're going to see a lot of new players around, and role of the commercial banks such as ours is actually to make sure that all the pieces comes together. And obviously, concessional money is part of the equation as well. And you're going to see all the multilateral, the AIB, Asian banks, etc. coming in. We will need everybody. The amount of investment is so huge that we will need to adapt as well the different schemes. And also, I think, as banks, we will have to take more risk than we're used to. And I think, coming back to the parallelism of renewables, banks are barely financing renewables based on merchant risk. And we've been financing renewables for the last 20 years. So the question for all of us is, are we sticking to that scheme, or are we ready to take more risk in order to accelerate the pace of deployment of hydrogen? I got the answer, and at least on our side, we will be ready to take a little bit more risk with the right partners, the right structures, etc., the right project location. Contact me more with Michael here. I think there's a lot of projects that are embedding a project on project risk. That's not something that banks will, at the end of the day, will be comfortable with. So we have to start with the best projects, with the best location, the best restructure, and then we're going to take more and more risk as we learn, right?
Thank you. And Cornelius, who do you see as a non-banking player, someone who's just aware of a lot of projects that are being funded and financed worldwide? Who do you see as the leaders, the front runners in this transition? Well, who's stepping in first and really has the guts to move the quickest?
Well, I think it's a good question. For example, Aqua Power, some of the team I saw here, we've been working for many years. Aqua Power is the true the undisputed leader here for different technologies from CSP to PV to wind, and I think Aqua Power showed it to us again with a unique structure together with NEOM and Air Products to pull off the world's largest green hydrogen project, which is now under construction. It's an $8.4 billion project, 6.1 of which non-recourse project finance. That I think was a consortium of 23 banks, which alone is pretty impressive. Who would have thought just a few years ago that this is really possible? You know, this is just amazing. This is happening now. It's of course a very specific project, but it has wonderful underlying conditions, 72% combined capacity factor, a great location as well, just close to Suez. So I think for sure there. And then we see companies, mid-sized players like Ammonia Power. They're showing us with big projects under construction in Egypt, for example, but having delivered in many African countries. Well, you see many of the players from renewables in hydrogen, obviously. That's not a big surprise. And yeah, on the banking side, obviously there is quite a bit, but the mix of the 23 banks and NEOM shows us that, you know, the traditional project finance banks, like of course Santander, like HSBC, they're playing a leading role. But there is regional banks like NCB from Saudi, you see FAB. Yeah, the development banks, as I mentioned, they're looking at projects and they have a much broader role than just financing. It's a mix between taking early risk or risk commercial banks are simply not prepared to take. Sometimes they're even financing things like developing national hydrogen strategies, again like in Egypt, or like pre-feed and other things. So I think, yeah, that's more or less the names, and I would definitely say that some of the ones I mentioned, they have shown us, they've been front runners for renewables, and I think that provides a lot of credibility to, you know, give comfort also to the banks to finance, to show the market that again they will succeed in delivering.
And I think just to add on that, I think there's no lack of appetite from financial institutions to get involved with hydrogen projects. I think it's, as was mentioned earlier, about that stacking of multiple aspects to make the project make sense. That tick list of having everything line up or having everything as good as it can get is crucial. So yeah, I don't think there's a lack of appetite in the financing world, and I'm glad we made it on the list of leading banks from your perspective.
Great. So I think we all talked about the importance of the lowest cost green electrons, and then we talked a bit about the CapEx. I don't think we mentioned the WACC, but that's actually a huge component of project success. And then you have capacity factor. So the project that you described in Chile with the high sun, I mean, it probably doesn't have sun, you know, 24 hours a day year round. This is a guess. So the capacity factor is you know, going to be quite low for solar-only projects. And I think that's why people are heading towards coastal deserts that have wind and sun, wind at night and sun during the day. But in the beginning, the thing that people worried about the most were electrolyzers. And they thought that that was going to be the key to the cost of a project. And as it is, it's a very small portion when you do the modeling. But do you think that there is a risk, if not a technology risk, then a scale-up risk, a commercial risk? Is this something that you head off with ECAs, with the commercial insurance, or how do you tackle the electrolyzers, and how do you think it will play out? Actually, would love to hear from both banks, from Benoit or Jack. Yeah.
I mean, let me start. So to your question, I think yes, there is a risk. Commercial, technical, scale up, everything. And once again, from a banking perspective, we will go first with, you know, the most proven technology. We will have to minimize, as you say, the volatility of the power source. So I mean, hybrid kind of projects will sound much better than others. But once again, I think we know that the entire industry is pushing very hard to get there. I think from a banking perspective, once again, the main problem today, or the main question today, will be around the performance guarantees. Who will provide this kind of guarantee? what kind of guarantee will be provided with. So there will be not only a question mark on the technology and the provider itself, but on the security package that will be provided to the projects, right? So I think it's going to be a mix. We're gonna test the water. We're gonna try, various technologies, etc. The ECAs you were mentioning will be part of the equation as well, and we will ask from support on that front. Insurance company, same story. They might be helping, to provide those performance bonds in a way. And I think we will all, learn as we go. And we all know here that this is a hot topic as we speak. And I mean, we are working, on that element right now. I don't think we have the answer today, but we know where we will aim to go. And once again, it was the same situation, simpler, but quite of the same in the renewable space 20 years ago. So we just need to make sure that we are all heading in the same direction, and choosing the right partners to get there.
Dr. Whiteley, since I originally asked you the question.
Yeah. No, I agree with most of what's been said. I think I can understand why people think there's a technology risk. It's worth pointing out, though, that electrolysis has been around near enough 100 years, so it's not a new technology per se. I think it's the scaling up, as you mentioned, that's one of the main critical factors. We've gone from, if you imagine an electrolyzer as a loaf of bread with individual slices in, that's the way a stack works. It's got individual cells in. We're making bigger stacks and bigger areas on each cell. So the scale up of this technology is as yet unproven. I think a lot of the focus will be on, as you say, people who have a track record or are building that track record, be that testing facilities they have. I was speaking to someone in the audience this morning who mentioned a 20 megawatt testing facility, which is enormous, which was great to hear. And then you can run it through these profiles. You can check the integrity of the stacks before they go out to projects, so there's no unintended consequences when it's installed. But it depends on which technologies. Alkaline technology has been around a long time, and a lot of the projects we see movement are based on alkaline technology. But we might start to see different hybridizations. So alkaline technology is great, but it doesn't like intermittent loads. It doesn't like transient loads. So you either have to have solar in the day, wind at night, and over-spec that. So if you do get any dips, you still get 100% load factor or a high load factor. So the project has to be designed with either a lot of renewables as a ratio going into the electrolyzer, or some kind of grid backup. So when you don't get the renewables, you can have the grid, so you can continue the output from the project. But then does that have any impact on your regional legislation? So is that going to mean that you don't then qualify as a green product, and can you have a consignment basis? Or are we adding batteries to systems, but that's more capex? So there's different ways to kind of mitigate the tech risk that's with electrolysis. And there's new technologies coming online as well. Solid oxide is something that might be playing more of a role further down the line, especially with derivative synthesis. So you can increase efficiencies of technologies by combining them. So I think looking at bankable projects is a technology provider. Do they have a track record? Do we know what the degradation profiles are like? How do we mitigate those? Is it a tech thing, or is it how you operate them? And I think all of these factor into decisions on projects.
Yes, so we are out of time, but I think we can summarize just on that last note that there are obstacles, but there are also solutions to getting these projects financed. And I would have left Cornelius to say something positive, but we are out of time. We're 0, 0, 0. So thank you all, and thank you guys for coming and sharing your expertise.
Thank you all so much. And to Alicia Eastman there, the board member from Intercontinental Energy, host to Everything About Hydrogen. So again, I hope you're refreshed, and I hope you have some more optimism in terms of how we can get money to fund these projects, since we got some of the key players there to actually guide us through what needs to be done, what funding is available, and perhaps different sources of funding. All of that's so important to make sure that all of these projects, and I think when we look at the scale of the projects that we have in place, that everything actually does get the funding, because also I think the time scale we have to look at and make sure that that funding is there for them. We're almost ready to go in just a few minutes. I've lost my housekeepers, and we'll just change a few little tables, chairs, things like that. I'll take over the housekeeping myself on the next session, I think, and get it done. Good man. again, we look now, we're going to move on and look at infrastructure, because clearly when we're looking at the infrastructure that needs to be put in, and we've heard about city infrastructure, county, regional, I mean global at this point, because we really have to look beyond that. The big danger is, I think, in some areas we don't have it. And my panel is here. Infrastructure and scale, strategies for affordability, we have them in place. And I'm delighted to welcome now our moderator. Frank Boters is with us, the chair of MENA Hydrogen Alliance, and also the chair of Desert to Desert Energy.
Pardon?
Thank you all so much. I'm really looking forward to this. Frank, over to you.
Thank you, Ethna. It is my pleasure to be here with you. You know, you all deserve an award for sitting through this entire day with us. Today we're going to talk about something that we actually started the day with, and that's liquid hydrogen. You may recall, you know, the beautiful picture that Bertrand Piccard showed us of his visionary new plane that is going to fly non-stop around the planet, 9 days with 20 cubic meters of liquid hydrogen. And liquid hydrogen is what all these gentlemen with me here today are working on and with. And let me just briefly introduce you to them. We have to my immediate left Mr. Yoshinori Kanahana, who is not just chairman of Kawasaki Heavy Industries, and I'm a big motorbike fan, so I'm really happy to sit next to him, but he's also chairman of the Hydrogen Council. We then have Nicolas Poirot, who is CEO of Africa, Middle East, and India of Air Liquide. We have Laurent Wolfsheim, who is Senior Vice President, Strategy, Growth, and People for Gas, Renewables, and Power at TotalEnergies. And last but certainly not least, we have James Grabert, who is Director of Mitigation at the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change. It's my pleasure to be here with you, gentlemen. Let me start by asking, first of all, Kanahana-san to introduce his company. What does Kawasaki do? Why are you here? Why are you important for hydrogen? And then maybe after that you can explain to us a little bit what are the use cases for liquid hydrogen.
Thank you very much, Frank. Yeah, my name is Kanahana from Kawasaki Heavy Industries, and as you mentioned, Kawasaki is famous as a motorcycle. However, we are handling liquefied hydrogen from more than 40 years ago, and many people know the space rocket, the fuel is liquefied hydrogen. And there's the island called the Tanegashima. It's a rocket launching the place in Japan, and we built a large the tank for the liquefied hydrogen more than 40 years ago with a supply system of a liquefied hydrogen. So more than 10 years ago, we decided as a company, let's build this liquefied hydrogen supply chain. So start from the production of hydrogen and liquefy it and transport by a vessel and store on a tank and usage of hydrogen. And we did a pilot project. We completed in 2020, so-called the Swiss Frontier. It is a world first liquefied hydrogen carrier. It's a 130-meter length. It can carry 1,250 cubic meter, and as well as 75 tons of liquefied hydrogen. And we made the 2 round trips between Australia and Japan with fully loaded liquefied hydrogen with this vessel. And we completed the pilot test. And now we are on the designing stage of scale it up. So we are at the designing stage of 160,000 cubic meter, i.e. 10,000 tons of liquefied hydrogen we can carry by this big vessel. And that vessel will be launched in 2028. And we are planning to carry the large volume of liquefied hydrogen from the outside Japan to Japan, and we are planning to make electric power, like a 100 megawatt gas turbine burning 100% of hydrogen. That is our plan at the moment.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any other use cases other than burning it as a fuel in a power plant that you're seeing?
As you know, we are making a motorcycle as well as we are making the airplane as well as the ship. So what we are doing at the moment is the Respiro 100% burned hydrogen motorcycle, its engine. And actually, the January this year in Saudi Arabia, it's a Dakar rally. And they have a special category of the competition, so-called net zero category. And we run this, the four-wheel buggy with hydrogen burned engines. And we completed the 1,000 kilometer run without any problem.
No problem?
No problem. And also, aviation side, we are designing liquefied hydrogen powered the plane. It's not a long distance, short distance with probably 100 people, 100 passengers. But probably 2035, we will launch this type of the airplane fueled by liquefied hydrogen. And also we are doing some development of the big engines, burned hydrogen 100% for the ship, the bigger vessel. So as far as the usage is concerned, we are doing various things by using hydrogen.
Very, very interesting. So, you know, it's very clear that liquid hydrogen, you know, can be used for all kinds of transport modalities in addition to generating power. Nicola, you know, there is a number of ways that we can actually, let's say, liquefy hydrogen. You know, very popular is obviously ammonia. You bind it with nitrogen from air in a Haber-Bosch process, and that seems to be very, you know, established, and many projects are looking at ammonia. Then there is liquid organic hydrogen carriers. You know, why liquid hydrogen? I mean, minus 253, like 20 Kelvin. Why do we do that?
Well, thanks, Frank, and happy to be here. Well, in fact, just let's remember that liquid hydrogen has been around for a long time. We started in the 1960s for the space industry. So the rockets are running on liquid hydrogen, right? So we had to learn to test the engine at home in Europe and to be able to launch the rockets in space, you know, from South America for the European rockets. So liquid hydrogen, and to the matter of fact, liquid helium, which we also learned to work with when you look at fusion industry, MRI, semiconductor industry, those two molecules run at cryogenic temperature, like you just said. So when you have that expertise, either with helium or with hydrogen and with spatial industry, and when you're also producing gray hydrogen, like a lot of us have been doing for years, using natural gas, it makes sense for us to use that long expertise to make sure we can bring liquid hydrogen to a normal market, which can be the transportation market, because we know how to handle it, and we know how to transport it. For example, today when you run, like we do in the US, a 30 ton per day liquid hydrogen plant in Nevada, and we use that for the supply chain to bring the hydrogen to the stations in California. And by doing that, instead of having 16-time trucks running around, we have one truck of 4 tons per day. So the density of liquid hydrogen makes it super efficient for transportation, but also I think what we saw that today, a lot of the carriers want, whether it's ships or planes or others, they want the density of energy inside, right? So the next step that we are doing now with Daimler in Germany, and we are doing in other spaces, is to bring the liquid hydrogen directly from the station to the vehicles, to the trucks, like Daimler in Germany. And by doing that, again, we think we can beat ammonia by far. Because, again, hydrogen is just a physical gas we know how to handle. It doesn't have chemical properties like ammonia has. It's not a toxic gas, right? Someone mentioned earlier, yes, hydrogen has no odor, but that's not the issue to me. We also handle chemical, and we know how to handle chemical, like my friend from Total. But we feel safer and easier to handle hydrogen like we do with nitrogen or oxygen or helium again. So the liquid hydrogen, for a lot of transportation models, we think will be much better, because step by step, what's going to happen is the scale of the liquefier is going to increase. Today, the bottleneck is really the fact that you need energy to liquefy the hydrogen, and that energy is much more for small, 30 ton per day, 50 ton per day. Now we're doing Korea, in Japan, but you need to go above the 100 ton per day. If you want to go to a scale of a refinery, you would need 1,000 ton per day. But by doing that, you will bring the economy of scale. And ammonia versus liquid hydrogen, you could have both usage, I think. But we still believe liquid hydrogen has a better use for part of the mobility that we discussed today. Maybe not for all of them.
And your point is really that once you go above a certain threshold in the distribution system,
yes.
You know, it just makes a lot of sense to liquefy rather than, you know, put it under pressure or turn it into ammonia. Maybe you can also tell us a little bit more about what you're doing in terms of innovation, like, you know, what are the things that you're working on?
Yeah, sure, because again, I think we are all technology companies. We know that it's not only about subsidies, it's not only about economy of scale. We continue to work on R&D with startup companies because we know some bottleneck in different technologies like electrolyzers, but for liquid hydrogen is the same. We still believe there will be some breakthrough, especially in materials components. So for example, we're working with Faurecia, the French manufacturer, to find a new type of subcooled tank, because it was mentioned by Bertrand Piccard. The liquid hydrogen as minus 453 boils off.
Yeah.
You can manage it in big trucks or in big, you know, but not in cars. So we need to find new type of material to handle that at that type of temperature. So that's an example of innovation that will make it much more mainstream, I think.
Kanehana-san, what is Kawasaki doing on that insulation? I mean, your next vessel, does it going to have different types of insulation than Swiss Frontier?
Yeah, it depends. The Swiss Frontier is relatively small.
Yeah.
So we use a vacuum insulated the double hull tank. But the bigger one, like 660 cubic meter, we cannot use vacuum because it's too big. So we are using a very special type of the insulation material.
And you cannot say what it is?
It's top secret.
Okay, thank you. Laurent,
yes.
Are we going fast enough? So the question is, I mean, we've been talking today about supply and demand and, you know, the number of projects and then the number of, you know, much lower number of projects that reach final investment decision. What can we do? What should we do to accelerate the market?
It's very clear that at the end of the day, this industry will only get at scale, and scale matters for the reasons that you just said. If at the end of the day you have off-takers and massive off-takers. And this is why I guess that the decision that we took as one of the first refiners in Europe to launch this tender to have 500,000 tons of hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen by the end of the decade probably started something. And I can tell you that when we started to receive the first answers to that tender a few weeks ago, we were quite amazed first at the number of, I would say, serious answers that we received.
So you launched?
We launched a tender because today, just to put it a little bit in context, today our scope 1 and 2 of operated entities is about 35 million tons per year. Okay, out of that, 5 million tons is coming from the hydrogen that we are using in the refineries. So it's huge. It's huge, okay, because we are using 500,000 tons of hydrogen, which is today only gray hydrogen, so 500,000 tons, 5 million tons of CO2. So this is absolutely key for us on our path to the reduction of our scope 1 and 2 by the end of the decade, and then of course afterwards, because it will not stop, to solve that issue. And to solve that issue, we decided to take this decision to launch a global tender, 500,000 tons of low carbon hydrogen to be delivered to our European refineries by the end of the decade. And obviously, when you launch this kind of tender, you are looking at all the answers that are coming, and one of the reasons that this liquefied hydrogen issue is important for us as well is that because among all the answers that we received, of course, a lot of them are backed by ammonia, but ammonia may be temporarily one of the vectors, but at the end of the day, what we need is the H2 molecule. So the soonest, the earliest, the industry will be able to deliver directly the molecule in the most efficient way from, I would say, the large export projects that all of you are aware of, wherever they are in the world. Of course, the fastest the industry, not only us as a European refiner, but all our colleagues, in particular around the world, and all the users of this molecule, the fertilizer industry, obviously, will be able to contribute to the path to net zero. And so, as of course an off-taker, we are deeply scrutinizing what, in particular, the companies of the two representatives here are doing. We are also ourselves partnering. Here, for example, in the Emirates, we partnered with Masdar to work on a pilot which is specifically designed to produce SAF on the H2 to methanol to SAF, because among, I would say, the early users of green hydrogen, if you translate that into saying who are going to be the industries who are willing to pay the premium, and the refiners, we know they are willing to pay the premium because of these mandates that we have, the transport mandates that we have in Europe. The aviation industry today already have mandate, and so we know that SAF, in particular, because biomass will not be enough to provide the necessary quantities going forward. So this is really why we are also involved in that kind of projects locally.
And your SAF would be a drop-in fuel, so you can use existing material?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. James, you know, a couple of years ago I was at a meeting, and the then Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, who was in charge of the hydrogen strategy back then, said this whole energy transition, in particular hydrogen, is not something that the private sector can do alone, and it's certainly not something that the governments want to do alone. So it's sort of like, you know, it has to be a joined-up approach, public-private partnerships and all of those things. How do you describe the role of governments in this whole energy transition, in particular hydrogen?
So I see at least three, maybe four roles. The first is a typical role, as we've seen with renewables and electric vehicles. We need government policy decision that truly incentivizes, subsidizes as necessary to drive the reduction of risk, increase demand, foster research and development, the usual triggers. With that, I think these policy incentives often also bring more public-private partnership for commercialization. We also need governments to look at things like grants and guarantees of those nature in order to reduce the cost and lower the risk. The second thing is governments need to collaborate at a government level. One example of that would be the declaration that was made at COP28 in Dubai late last year, where 40 countries agreed to recognize standards and certification around hydrogen. So that's a very important if we really want to, you know, adopt liquid hydrogen going forward. The third thing I would say, and this is more broad, and that's that the governments have to seriously create a demand by setting ambitious targets globally. Right now, the aggregation of all the targets that governments have set under the UNFCCC process puts us at 2030 at about 2019 levels. But we know, science says, by 2030 we have to be 43% below 2019 emission levels. We're woefully off course. That's just the targets, not to mention the actual implementation of policy that gets you there. So we have 6 years before 2030 if we want to be on a 1.5 pathway, and governments have not set the targets. So ambitious targets, of course, would drive many things, including, I would assume, adoption of liquid hydrogen as well, and other solutions. So those are the kind of things we need. And then we need the governments in our process to make decisions that trigger, that create the certainty, that create the drive. For example, finally in Dubai we had what was called the UAE consensus, and in that decision the parties called on themselves specifically to accelerate the low emission hydrogen production. So that was one of the first times they actually targeted specifically something and said, we call on ourselves to actually do something and do more in this space. So if they did those 3 or 4 things, I think they would be doing what they need to do.
And are they doing enough? I mean, this morning Bertrand Piccard mentioned eco-anxiety, eco-depression. Are you eco-depressed, or are you an optimist? Or like, how do you see this?
I've been working on climate change 29 years, so I'm an optimist. But no, they're not doing enough. Clearly, we are nowhere near where we need to be. And even in this space of liquid hydrogen, I think Irina last year in the report clearly stated, against a planned investment scenario and a 1.5 scenario. So even the planned investment is several-fold off a target of what liquid hydrogen needs to be contributing to the 1.5 degree scenario.
But you mentioned a number of suggestions, and we've been hearing about this large number of projects. So the private sector is really doing their job. I mean, they're looking for land, they're doing studies, they're saying this, I can build gigawatts of something somewhere, and then there is still something missing. Is that something where governments could give another push?
Yeah, probably the biggest part that's missing, and I think you also referred to this, is there needs to be a demand-side boost of some sort, and I think the government policy incentives need to create the frameworks for that if we really want to see the uptake.
Okay, so we've been hearing about scale. We need to get to scale to get costs down and make it more cost efficient, but then there is also an issue with the demand. Kanehana-san, your projects require governments in the sense that you also need regulatory approvals. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit how that went for your quite visionary project that I've, like many other professionals in the field, I've used your pictures all the time for years now, so kudos to that. But what can you say about government approvals?
A good question. At the moment, there's no regulation to carry the liquefied hydrogen by a vessel. And there's a regulation called IGC, International Gas Carrier, for LNG, but that is not handling liquefied hydrogen. So as I mentioned before, in 2020, we made the first round trip between Australia and Japan with a fully loaded liquefied hydrogen, but there was no regulation. There is no regulation. So at that time, we had a very tough time. According to the regulation, there is no handling on the IGC, so we need a tripartite agreement between export country and import country and the country where the vessel is registered. So we need a complicated agreement.
Panama.
Yeah. But at that time, so we provided all of the information about vessel and design criteria, specification, everything to IMO, and they reviewed it, and they gave us interim the agreement or recommendation. So we made an agreement between Australia and Japan to carry the liquefied hydrogen. So we did a long process to do this, the permission from the IMO. So we definitely need the liquefied hydrogen needs to be in the IGC. So IMO need to work very hard to put the liquefied hydrogen in IGC code so that we can transport between continent liquefied hydrogen with a vessel.
And is that currently something that the IMO is actively working on?
I think we are, and through Japanese government, we are asking IMO, and the other country also, they are planning to carry liquid hydrogen. So many countries need to ask IMO to consider to put liquid hydrogen in IGC code.
Good. If IMO is listening, you got to start working on this. Nicola, we had a quick discussion about, the other liquid hydrogen carriers. Ammonia has the Ammonia Energy Association. There's various other associations that working on ammonia. There's a platform. There's a voice. There's, all kinds of knowledge papers on this. Is that missing for liquid hydrogen? Because, who's representing liquid hydrogen other than, a couple of fantastic companies that are preaching for their own business? Do we need a platform?
Well, it's a good point. I think we acknowledge the fact that we are not going fast enough. I think everybody realized that. I'm not sure we need to have dedicated advocacy for every part of the product. To my belief, what we're doing today here, what the Hydrogen Council has been doing, is probably enough, because around hydrogen, whether it's gas or liquid form, whether the different usage, because again, hydrogen is used today by people making glass, making food, not only as an energy. So we believe hydrogen as a molecule needs more voice, yes. I think within the Hydrogen Council, which is one of the the main bodies, right, where Air Liquide started to be a pioneer a long time ago, and now you are chairing. I think this is really truly what we need. We need that connection between governments, one single powerful body, and this type of countries wanting to be pioneers. That should be enough as long as you have off-takers, right? And as long as you bring economic model with the right technology. But back to what we just said, I think you need some off-takers. We are not an energy player. We know very well how to handle hydrogen. We know how to partner with others, but end of the day, you need the use case and you need the off-taker at the right price and the right location. So liquid hydrogen as itself, I think, has got a lot of advocacy within hydrogen councils or advocacy meetings. Probably we should explain more, to the market what it is, liquid hydrogen, cryogenics, how does it work? When you picture the fact that instead of having 16 trucks on the road, you have only one, you start to understand.
No, but exactly, yeah, thanks for that. Laurent, we've been talking about collaboration and collaborative frameworks. Can you elaborate a little bit? Why does that help us? How does that help us?
If I want to make a parallel, and hopefully it will be as successful, when I look at what the LNG industry has been able to do in the past 50 years, okay, you could object that the challenge is a bit higher for hydrogen for a lot of reasons, but still, our view is that what the industry as a whole have been doing to make the LNG industry what it is today, and in particular the fact that it's a safe, affordable way to bring gas to the consuming countries, I don't see why eventually the H2 industry, and in particular the supply chain, and in particular the fact that we would be able to have this liquid hydrogen be ready as early as possible, because there are a lot of similarities. You're talking about liquefaction train, you're talking about storage, you're talking about transport, you're talking about regasification. So there is a lot to learn from the LNG industry. So obviously it brings the fact that collaboration between first the people who are deeply involved in the LNG industry, as we are, as other companies in not only in Japan, have been very successful in the LNG industry. We see today that this kind of ecosystem is starting to work together, and I don't see why eventually it would not work out.
So we don't need new partnerships? Is that your...
We need even more partnerships, but again, to take a very, very example, there is this company which is called Moss, the Norwegian company. We've been working for them for decades on optimizing the LNG spherical tanks. Today, we are working with them on liquid hydrogen tanks. So, okay,
so
let's work for the good.
Yeah, you can work with what you have and that you know, and very good. James, last but certainly not least question to you again. For me, you're the government guy from the United Nations. You mentioned a number of things in terms of roles for governments. What do you see as something around infrastructure? I mean, we need massive amounts of new infrastructure, pipelines, ports, storage tanks, etc. Is that something that the government should step up a little bit more?
Absolutely. If it's not just for liquid hydrogen, but in general, we need a longer-term perspective on things. The governments need to plan longer. Not that some are, and there are a number of countries who put forward their hydrogen strategies. Fair enough, but are these really enough to drive that infrastructure investment that is needed? And that investment has to come with government support, as I was saying earlier. This is as colleagues were just saying, it's a whole supply chain, it's a whole economy we're looking at if we want this to function. And that can't happen without the government stepping up, clearly indicating how they're moving in that direction, including the infrastructure with a long-term perspective if we want things to happen.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we ran out of time. I would like to ask you basically to finish this off, and this is I borrowed from Jorgo a little bit earlier. One word that you would like to end the session with. James, over to you.
Cooperation, government cooperations.
That's 2 words, but it's fine.
Cooperation.
Demand.
Innovation.
Demand.
Very good. Thank you very much. Join me in a warm hand of appreciation for this fantastic panel. Thank you.
so much. And to Frank Borders there, a delight always, Frank, to have you moderating a panel. Thank you so much, the chair of the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. So again, we hear there what's happening in the infrastructure business, and again, the importance of putting that infrastructure in place. And as we look at the hydrogen demand that's going to grow in the coming years too, one other area too is how is the grid going to cope? And that, I think, we hear quite a lot now in terms of making sure that the grids in the region and indeed globally can cope with the energy that's actually coming on board. So much going on. And repurposing infrastructure, building new infrastructure, all of that takes a lot of time, effort, energy, and it also takes a lot of money. We still have a few panels for you this evening, so we're so happy that you're still with us. Later in the day, as I said, we're going to be looking at this wonderful initiative that is called the Net Zero Navigator. That's very, very important, and our panel is joining us now. They're on the money, our friends here for this. The Roots of Change, the Green Ammonia Breakthrough. I'm delighted to have them here. Let me quickly introduce you. Santiago Banales over here, the Middle East Managing Director for Iberdrola. We have Andres Izaza, the Chief Commercial Officer of Smart Energy. Claire Nicholas joins us, Senior Energy Economist at the World Bank. Roland Bond, the CEO of Topso. Peter Ostro, the CEO of Atlas Agro. And with us, our wonderful moderator for this session, a partner with Energies and Utility with CVA, Matthias Krest. Matthias, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you very
all
much.
so much.
Perfect. So I understand the global conference is running a bit late, so I propose we jump directly into our subject. In fact, discussing this topic of the NH3, or the green NH3 as a possible breakthrough, starting, in fact, looking at the downstream applications of green NH3. And probably a first question to you, Roland, looking at the possible end usages of green NH3, and particularly at the short-term pockets, as you say, which might be developed in the short term. What would you say?
Okay, so I think green hydrogen has three main uses. One is as a battery. So when you connect it to intermittent power, you have moments of surplus. You can put it into ammonia, which you can crack back to hydrogen. You can transport it as well easily, which you can't do with hydrogen itself. So as a battery and an energy vector. Secondly is decarbonization of the hard-to-abate sectors, specifically things like shipping. And thirdly, it is an energy in its own right. And if you are decarbonizing, then do it with something that has no carbon. So, for instance, you see it already, Korea, Japan, where it is being used to co-fire with coal, and ultimately I can see that it goes to the point where it will be a fuel just on itself.
Thank you. And probably just a second question, concentrate more on the energy usages of the NH3. You talk about possible usage as a battery, in fact, or energy carrier. What is your vision of the possible place it could take in the future energy mixes and energy transition?
Do you mean in terms of the
as an energy carrier of H2, accelerating energy transition?
So if you look at the use today, it's 90% goes into fertilizer, about 180 million tons. We can see the volume going in by 2050 to somewhere between 800 and a billion tons, which is probably 50% extra on fertilizer. Part of it decarbonizing. So you talk about probably about 700 tons, 5 to 700 million tons. Okay. That will be for the other uses.
Thank you. Focusing more on the existing usages of this NH3, a question to you, Peter, looking at the fertilizers existing market. In fact, looking at that, we have more or less a contradiction, because 80% of the nitrogen fertilizers are carbonated, in fact, at the end, because it is urea, so you need to add back CO2, even if you have a green molecule at the beginning. So could you explain to us what is your vision of the right pathway to decarbonize the fertilizer industry, leveraging, in fact, nitrates, green nitrates, in fact, and what would be their power in terms of carbon abatement and also in terms of value-added services for the end farmer?
Big questions. I think it's very exciting to think about all these new markets, many hundreds of millions of tons, whereas today, as you mentioned, we already have 180 million tons being produced with coal or gas. And to make that truly green, it needs to be used using hydrogen. As you mentioned, downstream, that requires a different molecule. You could keep making what's called urea, which is 80% of the world capacity, but then you would have to have large sources of CO2, which you would add to it, which comes back in the field.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't make much sense. So the difference is that the other molecule called nitrate, it's actually a better fertilizer. It's carbon-free, but it's less dense. So transportation is more expensive.
Okay.
So you have kind of two challenges. One is these new green ammonia plants cost more than existing ones to build. So just let's assume a world-scale ammonia plant costs $1 billion fossil, maybe $1.5 billion if it's green. And then you can imagine making 180 of them. It's a lot of capital and a lot of time. But then also they need to be built in new locations because the transportation cost of nitrate is so high that you need to make it in market.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That was for the downstream, in fact. Focusing more now on the production and the supply side, probably a first question to you, Santiago, about your vision in terms of how to properly design a production and a competitive, in fact, production and supply chain of green NH3. Is there a magic formula, if I can say that? Are there some key innovation to integrate at some steps of the chain to optimize what we call the levelized cost of ammonia at the end? What is your vision here?
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, let me say thank you for the invitation. No magic formula, but I think there is a formula. So let me very quickly say one word about my company. So I represent Iberdrola. It's one of the largest, actually the second largest private utility in the world, which is focused on renewable energy and networks. So we have around 40 gigawatts of renewable energy, and we expect to have 80 gigawatts by 2030. And also we set up a hydrogen unit a few years back, and actually we have two plants in operation. One is a 20 megawatt plant for green ammonia, okay? And the other one is a 2 megawatt plant for mobility in Barcelona. Buses, mobility, hydrogen-based buses. And we have 60 more projects around the world at different stages of development at this point. So when it comes to the competitivity of green ammonia, which is the question, here the key thing is very simple. We need to bring the current cost of green ammonia, of green hydrogen, from between $2.5 to $5 per kilogram, below $2 per kilogram. That's it. Now, what is the magic formula you were asking for? Well, it's a question of supply and demand. So we need to increase the capacity that we build of green hydrogen, in particular renewables, plus electrolyzers, up to 50 gigawatts of electrolyzers. When we get to this point, with a learning curve, between 15% to 18% learning curve, which means that how much the cost decreases by half when you increase by double, when you double the production of the electrolyzers, we can get to this point, to around $2 per kilogram. Now, what I think is key, and we have learned that from our experience in the green ammonia plant in Spain, is that the cooperation between the off-taker and the producer is key. We are partnering up with Fertiberia, that is a fertilizer producer in Spain. So we take care of the production, they take care of the use of the hydrogen and the ammonia. And also it's very important the participation of public funding that we got from the European Union and Spain to make this project possible.
Okay, thank you very much. Continuing on this question of cost, in fact, renewable energy, so the power side is very important within typically the cost structure of green ammonia. Could you elaborate a bit more, Andres, about that aspect, and particularly about the right or the best practices coupling intermittent energy with NH3 manufacturing, particularly?
So let's see, we look at the green ammonia as the end part of a complete value chain, as a sort of pyramid in which you have green ammonia using green hydrogen as feedstock and using renewable generation as feedstock. So renewable generation at the end of the day is the foundation of the entire value chain. The quality of the renewable generation, the availability of renewable generation, something that Santiago was mentioning, the cost of that renewable generation is the foundation. Sometimes we see that people get stuck on green ammonia and then think, okay, I'm going to shop around renewable generation. But having this holistic, vertical integrated view across the different feedstocks, we believe is absolutely paramount. When it comes to the topic of intermittency and so on, I think many times this topic is overstated. In reality today, with the knowledge of the processes, the flexibility of the grid, it is absolutely possible to come to a decent, I would call it, a competitive or marketable value of the capacity factors of the electrolyzers and so on. And we are confident that this topic at the end will not be a critical factor.
Okay.
So renewable generation at the core and the possibility to tap into different renewable generation sources at different locations is absolutely the core for any credible path towards green ammonia.
Okay, understood. Claire, I know, in fact, developing such CapEx-intensive projects is very different if you consider developing countries with more country risk in terms of, I would say, for the investors particularly. Could you explain to us how the World Bank is supporting the development of renewable energy projects, and to what extent it could support also the development of green H3 project in these countries, in fact?
Sure. So as my colleague said, what is really important is to have cheap renewable energy. And so the World Bank for the past decades and really the past 5 years has been working with developing country governments to create sustainable renewable energy program able to attract private sector investment. And so to do that, the risks perceived by the private sector need to be addressed. So first, all the political risks, and we are working with governments so that they have they take commitments, and there are medium-term and long-term targets in terms of RE deployment, working obviously on the regulatory framework to have an adequate regulatory framework, but most importantly a stable one, working on all the procurement process to have transparent and competitive procurement process as much as possible. And on the technology risk, so the grid risk, obviously, because in many developing countries, the reliability of the grid is not there yet. And so there are lots of investments to be made. And finally, all the FX risk as well have to be taken into account. And to move to the green hydrogen deployment part, we have to take into account the green hydrogen specific risks. So all the risks linked to the offtake and the real uncertainty about the markets, the risk, the technological risks as well, and sorry, I'm missing it. And so that's why, recently, the World Bank has been working with Chile on, particularly on electrolyzers risks, so providing a loan to cover electrolyzers risk and do some electrolyzer capex buy down. And same thing in India, working on offtake risk, capex buy down of electrolyzers as well, and stimulating, renewable energy deployment.
Okay, thank you. So just to finish this aspect about, or this consideration about how to structure the production and supply chain. I know there are some debates about where innovation should be integrated. I know Topsoe, for example, is integrating or supporting, providing some typical innovations to the NH3 supply chains through integrating, for example, dynamic loop on the NH3 synthesis part. Could you develop that a bit more, Roland, on your side, and explain how it helps, in fact?
Yeah, but first, if I may, just on a few remarks. We are talking about green hydrogen, and which is one of the biggest problems that we have in making this a tradable commodity. Because what is it? What are the standards? If you listen to Andreas, I agree with Andreas, the grid is stable enough to work the renewables in, and you can have a book and claim system, but you then as well have the flexibility to use grey electricity, which then needs to be regulated in how the CI, the carbon index, actually works, and that has consequences for pricing. So in order to make this work, we have to get away from green hydrogen, green ammonia, etc., and work to accepted standards worldwide.
Of course.
The other thing is that even today, with the most efficient electrolyzers, still 70% of the hydrogen cost is the power. And unless we get the power prices down, that will be, the $1.50 or $2 will be impossible. because of the power price. Then we get to your question. Sorry about that. So we are actually in a great partnership here with Petter. We have this electrolysis technology called SOEC, which is basically a technology that uses 30% less power to produce the same amount of hydrogen, if you have heat available. And of course, with integration with an ammonia loop, you actually have the heat available from the ammonia loop. So you have tremendous de-risking of your chain, and you have a tremendous improvement in your cost base.
Okay, understood. And do you share that vision, Peter, on your side? I understand also one of your key beliefs is that a major part of the competitive levers in achieving a competitive green ammonia chain is about the right architecture, the right scale, managing the right interfaces between the different steps, particularly losses, being efficient in standardizing at a certain stage the engineering, the ability to execute, etc. So how would you, I would say, allocate the optimization factors between each of these elements?
I guess during our journey, we considered various ways of building these fertilizer plants. And one was to say, can we go to like small versions or new versions of Haber-Bosch ammonia and do something different? And the other one was to look at these integrations, also as Roland mentioned, which with excess steam and so on. And what we came to was that the existing Haber-Bosch is very efficient thermodynamically. So trying to do something new and clever around that is not likely to yield results. But working on the integrations of what's new, meaning electrolyzers, the renewable energy, but also putting this all together into one plant is what yields results. So we have a couple of patent applications, but we also now have a glorious new way of talking with Haldor Topsøe about seeing, what can you actually do with, in particular, SOEC and ammonia.
Okay, this is where you reach efficiency. A last question maybe to you, Santiago, before closing this part on production, optimization of costs, etc. But looking more at the value aspect of the NH3 molecule, do you believe, in fact, there is today a possible premium on the market? Do you feel it, if I say that, or do you experience it, starting to discuss with potential off-takers?
There is definitely premium now on green ammonia. And that's a critical thing now and going forward. So right now, maybe the cost of producing ammonia can be maybe around twice, factor of 2, versus the current production. And there is the off-takers are not paying this market premium at this point. So right now, either you have some kind of support to bring down this gap, or actually this cannot take off. The interesting thing is that even when we think about the future, when we reduce, if we have more capacity of electrolyzers and renewable energy, and we reduce below $2 per kilogram, we still need a market premium, a green premium. We really need to get to around $1 or below $1 kilogram in order to avoid this, which is really far away. Therefore, even if we decrease by 2030, something like that, around $2 per kilogram or maybe less, there will still be a premium, green premium that needs to be filled, right? So I'm afraid that we need support policies in order to be able to...
This is the right...
There are different mechanisms. I think we're going to discuss in this later on. But,
absolutely.
Yeah.
In the remaining 10 minutes, in fact, this is the last part of the discussion, so how to ensure that things fly at a certain stage, even integrating some premiums, I understand it might be sometimes a bit difficult. So maybe a question to you to continue on that topic, Andres. So looking at your current portfolio of projects, globally, what would you say are the key conditions to support and to ensure that these projects become at a certain stage investable, bankable, and if you had to describe a bit more the typical regulatory framework which would help them or support them, what would you say?
Yeah. I think I go back to the simplified topic of this pyramid with green ammonia being with a feedstock from green hydrogen, and green hydrogen having as feedstock renewable generation. I think the key factor today in the development of derivatives from green hydrogen is having this vertically integrated overview, and actually more than an overview, an ownership of the three layers. If we look at why is this fundamental, from a development point of view, the three layers need to run in parallel. Of course. The three layers need to run in parallel from a timing point of view, from a location point of view, from a regulatory point of view. They are all interdependent. And making the mistake of just focusing on one of them and missing the other two will not make the project viable. And of course, trying to extract the maximum value from the final product, which is green ammonia. But at the same time, each one of the building blocks needs to be economically viable and competitive on its own terms. So this is like a dilemma between trying to optimize the entire system, but also egoistically, every layer needs to be independent on its own merits. Why? Because it can happen that later on, when the project goes into operation, actually you have different investors. One, maybe an Iberdrola on the renewable generation side, one on green ammonia, and one on green hydrogen. And each one of them is expecting to extract its own value. So vertical integration, yes, on development, on operation, on construction and operation, this holistic view, but at the same time, we need to preserve this egoistic economic value of each one of these three levels. And I think as a private investment company, our goal and our privilege, I think, is to have full visibility on the three layers and having projects under development on the three layers. And I think somehow at this stage is one of the critical factors. The other factor that I want to emphasize is diversification. Diversification, because this is something that we are starting new. So diversification from an off-taker point of view, diversification from a location point of view, and diversification from a renewable generation point of view. Why? The regulatory framework. The regulatory framework is changing, and having been positioned into different regulatory frameworks can play a competitive advantage. So I think the diversification at this stage of the market is very critical, and also the sizes of these projects, because many times we get caught by, the large, mammoth projects, I would call them, while I think we also think that boutique projects that stand on their own merits and that go below the radar screen and actually become a sort of a breeding ground for replication of other projects by modular solutions and so on is also something important. So I think the diversification also in size is very important. Time, sorry.
Cautious of time, sorry, but
I was the one telling you to stop everybody.
We have 7 minutes, so that should be okay. But a last question to you, Santiago. If you have to describe a bit the typical regulatory framework you would wish, if I could say that, or specific characteristic it might help to support the development of this kind of project, how would you describe that in 1 minute? Because I would like to be a bit balanced in the panel.
Doing this
1
in 1
minute
minute is going to be a big challenge. No, very basically is, we need to enable this dynamic between supply and demand in a way that we really reach this, this capacity that will bring us down the price and therefore make it competitive. So that means, supply and demand. We did it with renewables. Remember that, in 10 years we have reduced by 90% the cost of renewables. And this is a combination of policies that are going to be supporting the supply side, for example, innovation and so on. And the other one is the demand side, having clear mandates, clear frameworks, in order to enable demand. So at the end of the day, I think these are the critical things. Supporting mechanisms from a policy perspective that will de-risk the supply and the demand side.
Super. Thank you for being synthetic. Claire, if we consider specifically the developing countries, thinking about this regulatory or support framework, what are the specific tools that the World Bank is providing today?
So I think that one issue of emerging and developing economies is that they are not necessarily able to create the market as OECD countries will do. So China and India, setting China and India aside, obviously. And one of the challenges that developing economies are facing are the huge subsidies that OECD countries are providing to green hydrogen, meaning that green hydrogen project developers are moving from developing countries with crazy wind and PV resources to countries where the resource is not as good because there are subsidies. And so we're delaying the deployment of the industry in developing countries, which is a big issue because to meet the COP21 targets, we will need everybody on board. And so through H4D, Hydrogen for Development, an initiative that was created with a lot of partners. The World Bank is trying to stimulate the green hydrogen industry in developing economies. And recently, a new 10 gigawatt lighthouse initiative was proposed by the World Bank and partners, other development banks and financing agencies, to ensure that by 2030, 10 gigawatt of electrolyzers will be deployed in developing countries, with the idea to really accelerate FID, and ensure that those 10 gigawatt of FIDs are achieved in 2026, 2027. So we are really seeing green hydrogen scale up in developing countries.
Okay, thank you. So the two last questions are for you, Roland and Peter, 2 minutes each, more or less. One question on your side, Peter, so thinking more about the short-term conditions to develop, I would say, the very early stage projects which are being developed and which might be at a certain stage built before 2030, which is a key date, I would say. If you had to describe a bit more these critical conditions we should have.
I guess the 2030 date comes from the timeline that these projects take to build.
Yeah.
So from idea to first production, you're talking something like 5 years. So if we want to have a sizable market by 2030, we need to start by latest next year. And maybe a slightly other comment is about when we're talking about ammonia as a product, it's not really a product, it's a precursor. So it could be for power, it could be for fuel. But today, the world traded market is 17 million tons, 17. It's very small. So if we really want to stimulate the green ammonia, probably we should look at the downstream
Absolutely,
markets.
which is the existing market. And the last word to you, Roland, thinking more about scalability. If I remember the IRENA numbers, typically to maintain or reach our 1.5 degrees target, if we can reach it at a certain stage, would imply to triple, quadruple, if I remember well, in the world energy mix, the decarbonized ammonia, a major part of it being green at a certain stage. So what would be the critical condition to accelerate and scale? And is it achievable, I would say, in terms of constraints on the feedstocks and some limitations we might face at a certain stage?
I'm glad you have this simple question for the last. So there are, sorry, if I may hark back to the previous to the previous question on developing countries. So the objective is decarbonization. Almost 50% of the carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions come from 3 territories: US, China, Europe. Yeah. If we there, with the subsidies that you mentioned, can get to the scale that you are hinting at, then we do 2 things. We actually do something against climate change, and we get to a scalability and a scale that will drive the cost down to the point where it is easily usable in developing economies. So I have a slightly different view on that. What you need to have in order to get to that scalability are 2 things. You need to have demand created, and you need to have certainty in the value chain. And that can only be given by entire value chain, industrial policy-like government policies that will support that, including a cost of carbon. You will not get away from a cost of carbon. It has a cost, so let's pay it, and use that windfall money to actually incentivize the green technologies so they can scale up until they are by themselves completely competitive with fossil.
Thank you. Thank you for this final word. I think we have finished our program of debate, so thank you very much for your contributions in exploring this topic 1 minute before the end.
Thank you all so much. Fabulous panel there. And again, Matthias Krest delivering that panel for us. looking at the roots of change, the green ammonia breakthrough. And again, the uses of ammonia, where we're going to see it, when it will be already we're seeing plenty of uses of ammonia. So I think we're going to be seeing an awful lot more. We still have a few panels, and I'm absolutely delighted you're here with us. Please, please don't leave. We have a few more panels to get through, and I think it's, you're better off in here. I think it's a little cool outside. So we're still, in a short time, we're going to be looking at the steel industry. We also have a tremendous, the tool, well, not so much a tool, but actually an initiative that is the Net Zero Navigator. That will be later on. And we're also going to take the time to be looking at Asia's equilibrium and what's happening with hydrogen there. And indeed, there is a lot happening with hydrogen in Asia at the moment as well. So we have all that coming, and we're so happy to have you here. But of course, the key area right now, we're going to be looking at the US in focus and the clean energy market makeover. So let's get our panel out here. For this session, we're going to take a look at what's happening in America, and we've heard today in terms of lots of things happening, the initiatives in America. And here's our panel joining us now. Our moderator will introduce them to. We have Alan, we've got Kevin, Rami, Daria, and Renato are here. So our key players here, we're very excited to have everybody on board. And now, please welcome back again, Alicia Eastman, host of Everything About Hydrogen, and a board member with Intercontinental Energy. Alicia, I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to focus a bit more on the US. Even though I'm American, I don't do much in the US. So we have a wonderful panel of experts here who are encountering current policy and regulations and thinking about some of the issues and some of the positives. So I think maybe we'll start with Daria. Daria is the head of policy and partnerships at Hydrogen Council. And you had the luxury, I guess, of watching Europe define policies. What do you think of the sort of three pillars of the IRA, of the 45V in the US?
It's a great question to kick us off, really. I think that taking a step back, of course, IRA was unveiled back in August 2022, and it created truly ripple effects around the world in the US and globally. And I think it generated a lot of excitement, a lot of project developments turned to the US. As we, as a follow-up step, the Treasury was tasked with the task to come up with the rule book, the qualifications for hydrogen producers to be able to comply and indeed receive the production tax credits. And the qualifications have been published, so the draft proposal was published by the Treasury on the 22nd of December last year. And I think that it really has created quite a storm in the industry, and or the overwhelming feedback from the sector has been very concerning, because of course there was originally no mention of the three-pillar approach in the Congressional Act that has paved the way for the establishment of the tax credit system. And while, of course, the hydrogen industry didn't see the concept of additionality, temporal and geographical correlation as something new, because we have been indeed discussing and debating these principles in Europe for a while, they have brought a tremendous amount of complexity and uncertainty to the hydrogen discussion in the US, while originally, of course, IRA has been, and the tax credit system has been praised for its simplicity and how it indeed helped generating multiple projects, announcements and proposals for mature projects across the US. And I think that there are important lessons learned from Europe that, of course, decision makers in the US should be mindful of. Because of the discussions around the implementation of the principles of additionality or incrementality, temporal correlation and geographical correlation, we have seen how projects in Europe have been massively delayed when we're talking about FID. globally, the project pipeline is around at 1,400 mature projects that we're seeing today. If you look at the projects that have crossed the FID line in Europe, that's only 4% of all the announcements, as opposed to, for example, 35% in China. So we have seen the material effect that complexity and lack of simplicity and certainty of the rules can have on the market and on the decisions that are made or not made by the market participants and investors.
Well, if you have an investor in the U.S. intending to export to Europe, wouldn't you argue that, you know, the temporal matching and the additionality, that you have to meet those standards anyway? Is it not better to be aligned with the
Right.
importing party?
Well, the European definitions and sort of the qualifications relating to incrementality, temporal geographical matching, are very specific to one directive, that is the Renewable Energy Directive, that covers only part of the market. We have alongside RED the cap and trade system. We have the CBAM, which actually include different types of qualifications. By the way, also the Renewable Energy Directive hasn't been really transposed into national legislation, so we're still lacking clear demand signals from the relevant offtake industries in Europe. So I think that, you know, while there is, of course, there is a broad understanding that there was an attempt to align on some of the qualifications that were originally envisaged in Europe. I think that the realization definitely is there that the complexity and lack of flexibility that these types of rules impose on the industry can really have detrimental effect, to the point that even, again, the Hydrogen Hubs program that has been envisaged with $8 billion committed to the Hubs program could be jeopardized if we don't ensure that the rules are truly fit for purpose for the producers to be able to access this tax
Yeah.
credit.
Actually, Alan, as you are the global head of the energy transition at Societe Generale, and you're dealing a lot with ex-US projects, how have your clients reacted to IRA and the various prerequisites?
I think initially they reacted with enthusiasm, I would say. There was very definitely a feeling they ought to be refocusing on the US, that it was going to be an easier market to access the support they needed. There was going to be more money available. And we saw a number of the projects that we were looking at, pilot projects, actually decide to move to the US. A number of those companies to recruit teams and start developing in the US. But I think the complexity and the challenge of actually accessing the money is now sort of making them think again. And it's a problem for us as well. I mean, the complexity and the lack of clarity. I mean, we need to be able to explain to our management as well as to other banks the basis on which we're financing projects. And that's pretty difficult at the moment when you're faced with the rules as they are.
Definitely. Renato, you're working with Alan.
Yes.
And you're working on a project that's moving forward and is close to FID. Can you tell us how you're getting over some of these obstacles, or how you're making yourself comfortable with some serious lack of clarity? What are the tricks to get in there and be comfortable?
Yeah. First of all, the hydrogen tax credit is super important to us. Our project in Matagorda County will be producing 300 million kilograms of hydrogen. That's $900 million. And that $900 million is super important because we're trying to be as cost competitive as possible. And so the reality, though, is with the restrictions for hourly matching and the carbon intensity requirements that have now been imposed or will appear to be imposed with the IRA, we will comply with that, but we will have to shut down our electrolyzers in order to comply with the carbon intensity requirement, which means that at the peak of our cost curve, our electrolyzers are 2/3, almost 3/4 of the cost of our facility, and we're building a $6 billion facility. We will be building a $6.5 billion facility. And so those electrolyzers will turn them off, and shut it down for 10 to 20% of the time in order to comply with the IRA requirement. That can't be the solution, to shut down electrolyzers in order to comply with those arbitrary requirements. Now, I know that the response could be, well, if you deviate from the hourly matching, you may force, say, a coal plant to come on, right? So if the wind's not blowing, the sun's not shining, and you're essentially pulling from the grid anyway to run your electrolyzers, are you bringing on a coal plant? Well, maybe. But we've modeled the ERCOT grid and looked at the amount of power that we push out when we have excess power versus the amount of power that we pull in from, if you call dirty power. And we're still very positive to the grid. So that argument still doesn't make sense to us. It can't be that as we're starting this industry, our product, and we're going to make methanol, it can't be that our methanol cost goes up 20% to satisfy that.
Right.
It's too early.
And are you more concerned with the shutting down the electrolyzers, or is it the further downstream for the methanol? Because the stacks are actually pretty quick to turn on and turn off with the electrolyzers, but a huge facility that's making methanol or ammonia or any of these other derivatives, you never want to turn it down, right? You never want to have it offline if you can avoid it. So
you're right. But we've designed this facility in mind. Topsoe is providing the technology. They were here a few minutes ago. And Siemens is providing the electrolyzers. Those are PEM electrolyzers, and they're designed to be turned off within 5 minutes. But the facility was designed so that the methanol gets recirculated, so it stays on hot standby, if you will, and doesn't completely shut down. So we're able to manage that volatility. The facility was designed to be interrupted. We're trying to lower our power cost as much as possible, and one of the ways we do that is when power prices are extremely high in ERCOT, which happens several times a year, up to $5,000 a megawatt hour. During those time periods, we actually shut down our facility to give the power back to the grid. Mm-hmm. So we were planning to have that volatility anyway, and we're prepared to handle it.
Okay, great. And Remy, I'm actually not, our companies have been partners for a long time, and you have a lot of projects around the world. What is CWP doing in the US, and how do you feel about the opportunities available to you? Are there the same type of opportunities for renewable production of hydrogen, or is this more of something for a gas-fired operation?
No, absolutely. We'll stick to our business. So from our perspective, as you know, we're in the business of generating large-scale power in areas that are normally extremely sunny and extremely windy, and therefore people don't want to live there. So you don't have infrastructure, you don't have a grid, but we use that to our advantage of creating basically an integrated system that allows us in a nodal aspect to produce hydrogen in a low-cost manner from the combination of wind and solar. And ultimately, it comes down to the lowest cost of electricity, and then using that to create hydrogen, then using that to basically create the right hydrogen derivative for the environment. And our projects are sitting across the global south, so Australia, all the way to Argentina. What attracts us to the US in particular is when you start thinking about, okay, what's kind of lacking in the business model that I've mentioned here is two things. One is the lack of infrastructure, which increases the cost. Ultimately, even if you have a very low cost of power and therefore a very low cost of hydrogen, you've got to add for the infrastructure cost, and you've got to add to the transportation cost of hydrogen for the proximity to the markets. We think these two things actually exist in the US. So you've got access to infrastructure, and you've got access potentially to both domestic markets and international markets as well, if you can reach the coast. Now, what the IRA have created is that it had compensated for the difference in the generation cost. ultimately, there are certain areas in the US that are really attractive from a generation perspective, and we look particularly at behind-the-meter power generation. So in places like Texas, actually where you have an oversupplied market when it comes to the variability of cost of electricity in the ERCOT market, as it has been alluded to here, we think the aspects of the 3 pillars of the V45 with regards to the additionality and the hourly matching, yes, it creates some inefficiencies with regards to your ability to continuously work on your electrolyzers. However, it actually creates an opportunity for utilizing capacity in a very highly attractive renewable resource space, particularly in Texas, where there are lots of developers for the last, I'd say, 10, 15 years have been unable to connect their projects to the grid because there is a lack of ability, lack of capacity to actually connect these projects. It's not lack of generation capacity, it's lack of transmission and utilization capacity. So this is an area in particular we're looking at, is off-grid generation into hydrogen production, utilizing the IRA potential benefits of up to $3 a kilogram on hydrogen, which makes us immediately competitive when it comes to either export markets or even hydrogen for, I mean, I was watching the liquid hydrogen panel earlier. There is a market for mobility in the US that potentially could be tackled here as well.
And I mean, you mentioned Texas. That seems to be one of the only areas we can agree on that is a good place in the US to put these facilities. And we always say like Texas, but I'm not sure I've ever heard anything else after that. So a lot of things need to be present at once. Given what you pointed out, that there is this huge interconnection queue to ERCOT, do you think there are going to be a lot of pair-ups between wind farms and hydrogen producers, just so that you can hit the ground running faster?
I certainly think there is exactly that. I think what the IRA and particularly the new legislation creates is the ability to commercialize what previously was seen as stranded land for potentially a combination of wind and solar power generation into hydrogen production. And now the ability to convert existing pipelines in the US into green hydrogen pipelines, or even, I come from the oil and gas industry, so I get very scared when people talk about 600 to 800 kilometers pipelines. Unfortunately, I wasted a lot of years in my life trying to convince governments around right-of-ways and so on, and it becomes extremely difficult to unlock pipeline developments in certain parts of the world. That does not exist in Texas. There is an established way to actually monetize and commercialize pipelines in Texas. So if you're able to bring green hydrogen to the coast, and then you use that not only for export, but also for utilization of things like DRI and green steel industry, in an environment, obviously, in the US where it's an extremely bankable environment. Yes, in the short term, I know my colleagues from the banking industry will always look at how to mitigate the risks, but we take, from an equity perspective, we take a long-term view, and we think that ultimately, if you can have the right ingredients for a project in the US, your ability to make this project bankable is definitely going to be easier than other places we're operating in the world.
Right. And Kevin, from the point of view of a city and as a bank infrastructure, what is your view on the recent sort of draft? We're still calling them draft, right? These are not yet in place. So the draft 3 pillars approach.
Yeah.
And what sectors do you think are going to benefit from it?
So I think it caught everyone by surprise just because of the extent of the requirements, not that the requirements themselves are dissimilar to what other countries have done, as opposed to kind of the more blanket check approach that was previously pursued. But that does also mean that it's going to restrict how projects are being developed, and it's going to be just more prescriptive in terms of the types of models that can be developed. So that means that there's probably going to be a lot of rework on the projects that are
have been in late-stage development as to kind of reopening certain more fundamental questions. The first one is, do you integrate your project with the generation project? Is that kind of part of one big project, or are you teaming up with individual wind farms, solar farms, in order to diversify your sources? So that's going to lead to delays in FID, which effectively will mean that all of the excitement that the IRA created when it was first announced means that it's going to take longer and it's probably going to take more work in structuring this transaction. That's where we as a financial institution can come in and help sponsor think about key issues, primarily from a bankability perspective on how to narrow down the scope of structures, and in order to start to resolve bankability issues, especially when edging toward more project finance type of financing solutions, where it's all about the level of project-on-project risk, and therefore the risks that are associated with the wider value chain as opposed to the individual green hydrogen project.
Great. And Daria, I'm going to start on a different note. We're all sort of throwing balls at IRA and complaining about some of the issues. It feels like the 7 stages of grief. You know, first you're extremely happy that it was such a simple law. When I heard when IRA was first announced, that's all you could hear anywhere in the world was, look at the Americans. They just have this simple law. It's so easy. And why is Europe doing all these things? Well, because the devil is in the details. And it turned out to be much more complicated. But I think that from your position, working on policy and living through different stages of the drafting of policy, what key priorities or what could the current or next administration do to make this more palpable, make it better for actors and for the world to have green hydrogen or clean hydrogen?
This is a great question, and I think that there's a real opportunity to make sure that the proposed rule book is now reworked to make sure that it's truly fit for purpose for the industry and for investors, to allow the relevant flexibilities in order to maximize really the value that hydrogen can bring at system level. And I think that the first overall thought is we need more system thinking when the legislation being drafted, rather than the tunnel vision about synergies with one specific type of infrastructure. For example, building on what has been said previously, really maximizing the role of hydrogen in decarbonization, not only of the relevant end-use sectors, but also in providing a clean solution for storage or seasonality. And there is a value to it. And the industry needs to be able to monetize that value. So I think, what does it mean in practice? There are some very basic elements that really need to be refined, and I think there's opportunity to introduce meaningful positive changes. For instance, one of the basics is, of course, the very definition of the model that is used for assessing greenhouse gas emissions footprint of hydrogen, the so-called GREET model. If there is lack of clarity over the type of model and the type of methodology that is used as reference for a project over its lifetime, that creates a massive risk for investors and project developers. This is why I believe that there is a great opportunity to link the version of the GREET model to a year where the final investment decision on a given project has been taken. So it's critical to make sure that we lock in some of the basic assumptions around the assessment of greenhouse gas footprint over a given hydrogen project. Another good example is temporal matching. Right now, we don't have really, first of all, market tools, infrastructure, neither on the hardware nor on the software side, in order to ensure the robustness and credibility of the tracking and tracing solution to enable hourly matching. And I think that we also have seen that there hasn't been an impact assessment carried out looking at the very merit of hourly versus, for example, monthly matching requirements. So I think before, there is definitely a need for introducing flexibilities on the temporal matching, at least for the early mover projects, and to make a decision whether to assess, first of all, and subsequently make a decision over whether the market actually needs that hourly matching, or whether that early matching or whether monthly matching is the type of requirement that can be kept in the longer term. And there is a bunch of other improvements that I think can be made. Being apprehensive of time, I would mention these, and of course also deliverability, meaning that the regional dimension and the connectivity between the hydrogen asset and your renewables asset. We need to consider some of the infrastructure constraints and interconnectivity levels between states and state-specific circumstances, so that the states, for instance, that don't have the right conditions for solar or wind and don't end up being locked in with lack of renewable assets because they cannot contract with, for example, neighboring states in order to receive and to evidence energy attribute certificates for the purposes of the qualification for the tax credits.
And Remy and Renato, I think both of you, from an investor point of view, are there things that you would like to see? I think a number of people would like to see grandfathering. There's a number of things that could improve the current draft. Or anything at top of mind for you that you would like to see change before this becomes finalized?
Look, we're going to project finance this. We need to raise $4 billion of debt. In order to raise the debt, we have to have certainty of margin. Otherwise, we can't get a dollar. To have certainty of the margin, the rules have to be locked in. And that's one thing I worry about. The other thing I worry about is I want as low as a cost as possible. So I'd like to see two things. One, certainty of margin, so all these floating rules, that's got to go away. And then second, modify the rules to allow us to have as low as a cost as possible so that this hydrogen or methanol or ESAF business can take off. And then once that business takes off, then you can tighten the rules. But for now, everybody needs to chip in, and we need all the help we can get. Now, we'll survive with the tighter rules, and we'll do fine. The cost will go up a little bit, but you'll only be able to operate in a very narrow world.
Well,
that's not helpful.
And I agree, as we saw in the past with wind and solar, it really only took off when you had those feed-in tariffs, when you had those subsidies in place. That's when you got to the scale that made it cheap everywhere. And then you didn't need the feed-in tariff anymore. So I think the grandfathering is really important so that people like you know that you can just move and you'll be able to take advantage of the subsidies when they arrive. But you're able to move now. And Remy, how do you view it?
I agree with everything Renato said, and I'd add a couple of things. One, supply chain, making sure that we don't lock ourselves in an inefficient supply chain that would ultimately, defy the benefits of the IRA and reduce the competitiveness of the hydrogen derivatives. But if we, as a final word, if we take a bigger picture here, the IRA is positive for the industry. We're watching what HIF are doing and kind of having projects like theirs and other projects that are approaching FID is a positive thing for the industry. Ultimately, creating a hydrogen-based economy will only happen once the market starts flowing and offtake starts happening. And we think what the IRA could do is it could create a race to the top, ultimately, and that's the idea. So we're quite positive about the possibilities here.
Great. Does anyone know of any demand-side incentives that are in the works for the United States? Anything that's, because mostly IRA focuses on the supply side. Are there any H2 global type things? Are there any type of incentives that are planned or that you're counting on? Have you received any help from the U.S. DOE or any other department?
I'll let you speak up. We're not counting on those, but
yeah, we know that the government is currently in the process of collecting different ideas as they're seeking to design a dedicated instrument to incentivize demand, and they are considering indeed a CFD scheme as one of their potential options. This is very much work in progress still, and our understanding is that they're currently looking at some of the good practices and lessons learned from Europe and Asia to understand how to model that tool best.
Great.
I'll point out that our methanol is not going to stay in the US. It's going to Europe and Asia. And so in those markets, we are seeing in Asia, in Japan, contract for differences, but in the US, we're not seeing it.
And I think that's precisely what is missing, and that's why when we're discussing with clients on potential new projects, most of the demand for offtake agreements actually doesn't come from the US, it comes primarily from Europe. And part of the reason is you would think that when you develop a US market, you want to first cater and try to decarbonize your own downstream industry, with refining and other industrial uses being the prime potential user for that production. But that's not quite what we're seeing, because what's missing is an incentive for them to actually decarbonize, which in some instances it's a pure replacement, one-for-one, of gray hydrogen into green or blue hydrogen. In others, it's a rethink or retooling of industrial process, like it is the case, for example, for green steel.
Yeah, I think that's where Daria's points about the system of assessing the life cycle emissions footprint for any given project is super important, because otherwise we're really not comparing apples to apples. And we're pretty much running out of time, but I'll leave Societe Generale to say something positive at the end. What do you see in the US that gives you hope, or something that you'd like to see elsewhere, or something you think will change to be more attractive as a market?
I think what gives me hope, and I may be optimistic here, is the sort of pragmatism that we've seen in other areas of clean energy development. And if you look at what's going on in wind and solar, even offshore wind, which has had problems over the last couple of years, but the government's been willing to enable people to rebid for a higher tariff after all the inflation problems and everything. And I'd hope that kind of pragmatism feeds through into the hydrogen side. And when we're sitting here in 2 or 3 years' time, we're talking about a large number of projects which have got to FID, and how well the US market's going. Because I think the fundamentals are there, and certainly the money's there, the pot of money's there. But it's just making it easier to get access to that.
Great.
So I think we're quite optimistic about the market.
That's good. Good to end on a positive note. Well, thank you for thank our panelists for being wonderful and giving us more information about the U.S. market. And I think we're done for this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And Alicia Eastman, once again, thank you so much for moderating that panel. Again, looking at what's going on in the US. And I think many countries almost jealous of the IRA and the initiatives that are there. I think we hear it compared to what we could be doing in other countries time and time again. And again, I think when we see these initiatives around the world and the work that's happening in the EU and various other places, there comes a point where people can actually maybe copy it. Whatever works can work in one country, possibly in another, but this mightn't be the time, and they may have to wait a little while to do it. Please, if anybody wants to come forward, we only have 2 more sessions left, and it'd be lovely to see everybody a little bit closer to us. We're going to look now at steel, and looking at steel going green. We've talked a lot about the hard-to-abate industries. We've talked about what we're going to do and how they must be involved in the solution without a doubt. So again, as I say, anybody want to join us up the front, please feel free to come up. We have a whole front row of very comfortable seats up here. Please do join us. And even in the front row, please, you're more than welcome. 2 more big sessions, relax and enjoy this. So steel goes green, fast tracking to net zero. Let's get our panel out here. We're absolutely delighted to have such a lineup in our panel. We have with us, here he is, Karim Badawi, the Director of New Energy SLB. Amr Zafali, the Head of Hydrogen North Africa for BP. Ken Peterson, the Director of AP Muller Capital. Michael Rion, the Chief Commercial Officer, Emirates Steel Akron. We have a few fans here, good. Dr. Michael Strugel, CEO of Verbund. Jonas Moberg, CEO of the Green Hydrogen Organization. And Igor Hulek takes over now from Kearney. Igor is the Senior Partner Global Lead for Metals and Mining. Igor, I'm putting this in your capable hands. I'm looking forward to a great panel from all of you gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us so long for such important and exciting topic as is green steel. So, green goes steel goes green, or green goes steel. You can choose. Green is a nice color. Green is in fashion. However, green hasn't been much present in the wardrobe of steel since 13th century before Christ. The first ton of steel has been produced. But maybe a little bit more on the serious note, let me frame and quantify the significance of this panel discussion. As we are here today, each of us consumes on average 222 kilos of steel every year, which makes it nearly 1.9 billion tons every year. If we use single extrapolation and our population reaching 10 billion by 2050, we will need about 300-400 million tons more. Some of the forecasts are saying even 1 billion tons more. Steel industry is responsible for 7% of all CO2 emissions that we generate on the dear planet Earth. So that is the significance. Also, what we need to do to make steel goes green. We will need a lot of green color. We will need a lot of green hydrogen. Let me address the panel with the first opening question. It is really significant. What is the significance of the green steel and the green hydrogen in your businesses? Michael, who else should open the panel than you, representing the steel manufacturers?
So thank you, Igor. I think that you set up the case very well. So Emirates Steel, Arkan, just in a nutshell, is the largest steel producer here in the UAE. So we have 3.5 million tons, and our steel goes into all the landmark here in the UAE. And we're also exporting in 70 different countries. Steel is more or less everywhere. So there is not a single development which goes without steel. Steel goes into infrastructure project, it goes into housing, residential, it goes into warehouses, airports, ports, metro, and so on and so forth. And today, one of the big challenges that we have is that we need to start decarbonizing our industry, because the process by itself is, as you rightly said, contributing for 7% of the greenhouse gas emission. And being a responsible company, we are trying to do our level best to basically decarbonize. And one of the best ways to decarbonize is, of course, obviously, to use different kind of sort of technology. One of the technology that we have here in the UAE is, of course, to produce a DRI with an electrical arc furnace instead of using the blast furnace route. The second big topic is, of course, to use and to charge more scrap, okay? And then you add this, let's say, recyclable material into your economy. We have also the possibility of using already some clean energy. And one of the last points is, of course, obviously, to introduce hydrogen and to replace the natural gas by hydrogen.
Thank you, Michael. What about the technology, Karim? How you are planning to support Steel Goes Green?
Thank you very much, Igor, and it's a great pleasure to be here with distinguished panelists on such an important also topic. So SLB has been a technology, innovation, company for now actually almost a century, driving energy, innovation, which has primarily been in the domain of the oil and gas, and now obviously the energy landscape is actually shifting, right, and will include oil and gas for many decades to come, but also the importance of new energy landscapes such as renewable and such as hydrogen is going to be very important for the future. And as such, SLB started a new energy division looking at industrial decarbonization and deployment of new energy systems. The reason why I wanted to bring in a bit this introduction is actually more to say that when you're looking at the steel sector actually depends on the different manufacturing processes of steel, right? You have either you can manufacture steel, using, blast, furnaces and oxygen combustion, or you can go in terms of, DRI and electrical arc, furnaces, or you can go, with going all the way in terms on green energy, right, to deliver for the steel. So SLB on the technology front and the technology sector is really gearing up to help the steel sector decarbonize across this value chain. So whether in terms on the carbon capture and storage, element, or in terms of the ability to provide renewable energy, such as, for example, in terms on green energy for the electrolyzers, such as deploying solar plus thermal type of storages, but as well also in terms of deploying as well new hydrogen electrolyzers using solid oxide technologies to also bring down the cost, right, of hydrogen by reducing the amount of energy intake requirement. And as such, I just want to bring this to say that the technology organization, SLB in particular, is really focusing to help the steel sector decarbonize and to be able to enable it to meet the demands of the future in terms on green steel, and also taking a note that the word green is, there's a more definition in terms of low carbon steel, in terms of what green means. And again, as a technology company, we are here to really partner with the developers and the steel companies to be able to meet this low carbon steel requirements through technology innovation, as maybe we'll explain a bit more in the
For sure, Karim, even with the great technology, we will not make it without the energy providers. Steel is an energy intensive process. Let's hear from the energy providers, and let me start with Amer on more traditional IOC note, and then to move to Michael from Verbund.
Sure, no, thank you, Igor, for your question. I think from BP's perspective, green steel, green hydrogen, extremely crucial for our business model as we transition. Back in 2020, we've announced that BP is going to transition from an international oil company to an integrated energy company. And that means meeting the energy needs of the world today, including steel, but also for the future. And that includes green hydrogen for sure, as well as renewables, bio, and other low-carbon alternatives. Green hydrogen, and hydrogen in particular, and I really prefer the term low-carbon hydrogen in that case, whether blue or green, is quite critical for BP. In the existing and current business model as well, we expect to produce around 500 to 700,000 tons of green hydrogen by 2030. So that's a substantial amount for a new energy that's being developed with new technologies coming online and so forth. And we're investing heavily in that. Now, as you've noted, the steel industry produces around 7% of global emissions. So you can see that there's significant demand for decarbonization, which BP as an energy provider would want to tackle, as well as, not only from a hydrogen perspective, but also from a renewables perspective. So for us, it's extremely important that we all work together with, the governments, the steel manufacturers, and all the stakeholders to see how we can make this happen.
Michael, more from the renewable point of view that is irreplaceable in the green hydrogen.
Thank you, Igor. Yes, Verbund as a company is active in several European markets, our core markets, Austria and Germany, and their steel industry has a significant impact on the national economy and is very important for the business and for the industry location in total. So we are coming from the electricity side. As a renewable player, we provide electricity for this industry. So big steel mills are customers of Verbund. And so we want to help to decarbonize this industry, on the one hand, with green electricity, and on the other hand, with hydrogen, as hydrogen would be an extension of our value chain coming from the green electricity. And last not least, we are also operating the gas grid in Austria, which should be hydrogen ready when it comes and when a hydrogen economy will occur. So for us, different value pools in a hydrogen economy should a case or should become a case, and this is the reason why hydrogen is a cornerstone in our corporate strategy and important for us as well, for our customers, but also for us and for strategic reasons.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. And moving along the value chain, what about money?
No, thank you, Igor. So
April Miller Capital, which I work for, is a fund manager that invests in transport and energy infrastructure in high-growth markets, including Africa and Southeast Asia, but also increasingly the Middle East. We are also part of the April Miller Group. The April Miller Group is a conglomerate that, with roots back that's more than 100 years old, and that has a key interest in the shipping sector. So we as April Miller Capital have an interest in hard-to-abate sectors such as steel, shipping, and others. We are engaged in several green hydrogen projects, particularly in Africa, where we contribute with our ability to develop cost-efficient and cost-efficient transport infrastructure as ports, storage, and pipelines. So to answer your question, Igor, we see that green hydrogen and green steel will take an increasingly important role, or could take an increasingly important role in our business portfolio as well.
Thank you. And to be honest, we are still at pioneering stage with steel and green steel, and it requires a lot of advocacy. Jonas, what do you have to say?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mastar, and I'm sure the other panelists, in fact, I know, feel slightly embarrassed to be here, not to talk about this subject, but we're all men and we all wear the same boring suits. So we hope we will be invited back, but we will make sure that we are a more diverse group next time. What we've heard from just about everyone here is that essentially we have the technological solutions. And the fundamental one is, as we've sort of heard, is this shift from using coal to hydrogen to reduce iron ore to steel. So the good news is that we know how to do it. We know how to produce those billions that you spoke about at the outset, and we can drastically reduce the emissions. So the question then is, so why aren't we? There are now pockets around the world that have started to move this way. It costs an awful lot of money to move that shift, and we've heard a little bit about that. But what has happened when people have made that shift? One of the companies that have done so, and there are some others, is H2 Green Steel in Sweden. One of the things that they did was they managed to sell their green steel to European car manufacturers. And that's in part, as some have pointed out here, because of regulation. In other words, they need to lower the emissions content of the cars, and it's partly because people want to buy premium cars that are clean. So cars are a good example because the steel cost is relatively limited. So the added green premium, if you like, is relatively small to pass on. They've managed to do that. Was that the only part of why they've been successful? No. They've also managed to essentially been good at de-risking the project. And with that, I mean using various forms of how you share the ownership, what kind of debt you take on, and in particular, a lot of public finance involved. So you get public finance institutions to take low risk, but semi-concessionary terms, whatever, and then ownership take higher degrees of risk. So I guess the key question to the rest of my panelists and to all of us is, how do we replicate that? How do we make sure that that happens in other places? And yes, a key aspect for sure is regulation. But I would also say that I think there's quite a lot of other things we can do in letting people know that there are clean green steel that is genuinely significantly lower carbon, and that our we need to, in a way, do a huge amount of public awareness raising. So it's not just about wanting to buy other things that are green and using paper instead of plastic and so on. We've demanded that as customers, but we also need to, in addition to regulation, mobilize globally so that we as customers start to demand a green steel product.
Thank you. Jonas, so let us go even deeper. So who needs whom? Do steel manufacturers need hydrogen, green hydrogen, or green hydrogen needs steel as a vector to get it to the market, to unlock the demand. Michael, how do you see it from the steel manufacturer's point of view? You mentioned your capacity. Your capacity is highly shared by the long products. Are your customers willing to pay premium for the green steel?
Yeah, so it's a good question. To be honest, I think it's a combination of both. I think that if the steel industry wants to decarbonize in a proper way, I think that we will have to integrate the full value chain, let's say, in the equation. The big challenge today is that producing hydrogen, all right, and to replace natural gas or the fossil fuel with hydrogen is extremely costly. And of course, obviously, as a steel manufacturer, we need to find a way on how to push, basically, somehow the additional cost towards the end users. On the flat steel, which is mostly used into the automotive sectors, I think that we mentioned that we have been successful in Europe to attract, let's say, some sort of premium. In a car, basically, you have more or less half a ton of steel. So for a car which is worth $60,000, a premium of $50, $60, or $70 being passed to the end user is not much. Now, if you go into this region, Middle East, which is mostly oriented into long product, because the long product are being used into the construction, infrastructure project, housing, residential, warehousing, you are slightly bit in a different kind of equation, because then you have an additional cost that you are not capable to push towards your end customers, because no one is going to be able to pay this kind of sort of premium. So we need, of course, a combination of regulation, which is somehow going to support the entire construction sector to decarbonize and to force all the actors to accept a greener product and a greener construction in the country. On top of that, I would say that hydrogen is also something that we need to push at a bigger scale. If I take, for example, Emirates Steel, we will have, with our current asset, a requirement of 100 to 150,000 tons of hydrogen per year. So it's a substantial amount of hydrogen that we have to produce. And today, we have started to do a pilot project in partnership with Mazda. We have installed 7 electrolyzers that should be basically producing 350 tons of hydrogen by end of half of this year. And this pilot project is going to help us to understand basically the economics, the technology, and so on and so forth, to make sure that we can scale it up at a later stage. So I would say, in a nutshell, it's a combination of both.
Thank you. But let me move then more to the investment cases. And also, we are hosted greatly here by UAE. We are in GCC country. We are in MEA. And the recent Foreign Direct Investment Index report that we have just published shows that the investors are preferring more the traditional foreign direct investment destinations. However, there are shining examples of GCC countries like UAE or KSA that have experienced meteoric rises on the list of the top FDI destinations, moving from 24 to 14, and the similar magnitude UAE. What makes MEA GCC countries attractive for the investors? Maybe let me start with Michael from Verbund, from Europe, coming here, and what it is so attractive.
It's quite simple. It's the cost side of the generation, the production of hydrogen. So if you look at Europe, and I take again Austria and Germany together, produce around about 45 million tons of steel a year. If we would decarbonize with hydrogen, that would mean we need a capacity for electrolyzers of around about 26 gigawatt, or in electricity, around about 150 terawatt hours to decarbonize these 45 million tons of steel every year. It is very clear that this is not possible to cover this demand by local production in Europe. I mean, Verbund was a very early mover in pioneering electrolyzers on site for steel mills. We did that in the year 2016 with First Alpine with a 6 megawatt PEM electrolyzer, which was in that time the largest electrolyzer in Europe. Nowadays, we have other benchmarks, but to cover the entire demand of hydrogen for the steel industry, we have to import significant quantities of hydrogen, and that's the reason why we are looking for regions with favorable conditions to produce hydrogen at scale at affordable costs. And for this, the MENA region has very good and favorable conditions, and that's the reason why we are looking for partnerships, like with Masters or Aquapower and others, in order to develop projects, upstream projects in hydrogen generation. The other issue is how to bring it to the off-takers to Europe. So infrastructure will be key also in this question, but again, in a nutshell, it's the cost side. When it comes to hydrogen production, this is a very good location for this.
Right. So the cost, very clear. The region is not known for low cost for technology. Karim, any point of view?
Actually, maybe let me say actually the region actually is a very good region actually for technology innovation and technology deployment. We strongly believe that MENA will actually stand a lot to gain from the transition to new energy systems, because when you're talking about renewable energies, the geography across MENA, both in the GCC and North Africa, whether in terms of abundance of sun or wind, provide very substantial resources which are required to produce that, let's say, renewable baseload in terms of energy. And this is why, as a company, SLB is very much actually involved in solar technology, solar and thermal storage, along with also geothermal, all forms of, let's say, base load type of renewable source of energy, and MENA is really a very good place from a renewable standpoint. The second element actually is that MENA is also a very important disruptive actually of technology innovation in terms of being able to pilot new types of technologies and to be able to look at different partnerships and different business models, as we've kind of been hearing as well from since the morning, that there's a lot of partnerships and collaboration models which are very, very important actually in the deployment of any, let's say, green hydrogen project or green steel project or any projects involving, let's say, clean energy systems. Partnerships are a must. And again, this is why we're also very proud of the different, let's say, collaborations to be able, which are taking place both within MENA and actually also worldwide for the benefit as well of MENA. And partnerships are important. And let me just maybe give an example of collaboration on the design of fit-for-purpose technologies in the development of electrolyzers, for example, for solid oxide electrolyzers in partnership with ArcelorMittal. We are working in a close collaboration to deploy a very competitive, low cost of hydrogen electrolyzer production. At the same time, also when we're going through the value chain of decarbonization that I was mentioning for the steel industry, also CO2 capture and storage are very important. And MENA has also a very strong abundance of subsurface reservoirs, which actually would provide ideal basins to be able to actually store CO2, right, within the region, which is also something which is part of the important value chain of decarbonization, right, for the steel sector.
So obviously, region is a good host for the technology. Very briefly, Kim, what would make you to allocate part of your fund to the region?
No, I think the key challenge here is to create good development projects and bankable projects that have offtakes. And I think in the green hydrogen space, green steel is one offtake vector, or one export vector for green hydrogen, but it could also be for green ammonia, green methanol, or others. And I think many of the advantages of this region has already been pointed out. It's a stable region. It has abundant, abundant potential for clean and low-cost energy. It has available financing. It has an existing steel industry. It has a proximity to international shipping routes, so it's fairly close to Europe in a transport sense. And then I think you also mentioned a very important point, that the Middle East has a very large potential for carbon capture and storage. And that means that you can produce blue hydrogen here as well, which could potentially help make steel, but also ammonia, low carbon ammonia, and has a lower price point.
Yeah, no, clear. And we are naturally moving to the real business, to the projects, as you are starting to describe. And the whole theme of this summit is moving from dialogue to the action, to the reality. So let me ask you about your experience, about the best practices, but I would also like to hear the major challenges that you faced in your projects. Let me start with you, Amr.
Yeah, sure. So, as you know, green hydrogen, of course, is a very nascent industry. It's still developing, still growing. But what we've seen in low-carbon hydrogen and carbon capture and storage in general, as successful, indicators of how we can work together, is actually how the private sector, developers like BP, governmental stakeholders, technology providers, and others can come together in working groups and have a conversation of how we can address the different challenges for different parts of the value chain. We've seen that in the UK, has been going on for, I would say, 4 years or so, where the Department of Business and Trade has started it. Seen some good results out of that, which is clear funding programs, incentives, specifically on the hydrogen and carbon capture and storage side. So that has been a good example of what's working so far well. In terms of challenges, I would say, because how new the industry is, technology challenges are there. We still don't know which technology from a developer perspective, to bet on how the costs will move in the future. That also causes supply chain, different pace for the supply chain, sometimes delays. So there are some supply chain bottlenecks that are being created. But I think with more experience in projects and all of us working together as stakeholders, this is where the solutions are.
Yeah. Michael Strugel, is your experience similar or any different experiences?
Absolutely. So when it comes to the projects and what are the hurdles we have to take, it's on the one hand the funding gap. I told about the very first project, which was in fact a research facility with significant public funding. So when this should be bankable and be a case, so we have to solve the problem of the funding gap and how to de-risk the projects on the one hand. On the other hand, it's about regulation, particularly in Europe. So regulation and incentivizing decarbonized economy has to have a framework which is reliable, which is also foreseeable as an investment case. And at this moment of time, we cannot see all those facts yet. And so we told about the Chigenek issue, so that we have to solve at the end of the day.
Thank you. I'm hearing collaboration, policy, regulation. Michael, steel manufacturer.
Yeah, so on the end user side, I think that we have done already a lot. So when we decided to choose a technology, we choose a technology which is emitting twice less emission than normal blast furnace route by using an electrical arc furnace. We are capturing already our CO2 since 2016. So up to 800,000 tons basically per year. So this is roughly 170,000 cars removed from Sheikh Zayed Road, just for you to understand. On top of that, of course, we spoke about hydrogen. So hydrogen we are now testing with this pilot project. And then we were touching upon on how to transport hydrogen. We also believe that somehow we could decouple the production of iron and the production of steel. And in this perspective, this is exactly what we're currently doing. We are trying to develop, let's say here in the UAE, a green steel hub where we are going to produce some green DRI/HBI, because of course DRI is a bit difficult to transport, and to export this green HBI to country to help them, of course, to decarbonize basically their steel industry whenever they don't have, let's say, the same low cost of energy or even access to the raw material so easily like in some country where they are sitting next to some mines. The key challenges for us is, of course, obviously the financing part, the cost that we have somehow to push towards the end user. And last but not least, we need, of course, offtake agreement, because without any offtake agreement, it's always a bit difficult to go in front of the FID.
No, clear. But this seems to be more or less all the time we had for this discussion. But let me finish off by some imagination. So if you were given a magic wand, of course made of green steel, and you could swing it and say 2, 3 magic words, what would they be to help the hydrogen, green hydrogen and green steel to scale up? Let me start from the far end of the panel.
Okay, thank you. So for me, maybe I will mention from a technology perspective. I think the technology disruption is something which is very important to be able to really have a tangible impact, because we should not only be looking what's happening today or what's happening in 2030, but this is a very long term, so 2050 and also beyond. Hence, looking at how we can encourage technology innovation, how we can encourage, piloting new technologies, and how we can really work with the partnerships to provide the right financing. Bankability is always a very important topic when we talk about new technology deployment, in new industries and so forth. And the other part is really kind of having the regulatory framework which enables the deployment of those technologies, such as, for example, the storage of CO2, or having the ability to have, let's say, disruptive technologies, whether on the renewable front or in terms on the different aspects of the value chain.
Clear. It's a long wish, yeah? Amr, long wish, magic wish is usually 2, 3
I think most of the wishes have been made, and I think it's really clear, progressive, and stable policies. We need that as an energy developer. These investments are significant, and they're for projects that are over 15, 20 years in terms of time. So once we have policy and regulation clear, then you'll see more investments into green hydrogen, offtake on the back of that to support financing and so forth. All starts from regulations.
Thank you. Kim?
No, thank you, Igor. I think on the positive side, a lot of good things are already happening. I think at least we see on the shipping side that a lot of customers are increasingly willing to pay for green shipping product. But there's no doubt, if I had a magic wand, I would turn it towards the regulatory front and get the politicians of this world to help us close the cost gap, which you need in the short term in order to make to facilitate that this industry scales up rapidly.
Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, I think regulation is, of course, important. Incentive, some support as well to start developing some disruptive technology, bring, of course, the cost down. We need, of course, obviously, also to have access to financing or even green financing, because this is going to cost, of course, obviously quite a lot of money. And then, of course, we need also a shift in the mindset where people have also to understand that all of us, we need to operate that shift and start adopting more sustainable practices, even when we start designing and building up, let's say, residential or industrial facilities.
Yeah. Thank you. Michael?
To make a wish, scale it up quickly, solve the chicken egg issue, and establish a powerful infrastructure to bring it to the off-takers.
Very concise, very to the point. Thank you. Jonas, you are the main advocate, representative.
Well, I don't know about that, but once we have the regulation, let's remind ourselves that the worst thing there is complacency. And the way to deal with complacency is leadership. It's not just about waiting for the right rules. There is a lot we can do to be the first ones out, and that is leadership, getting the things to work just that little bit faster. It's those that have that leadership that will benefit the most.
Thank you very much. And this is all what we have time for. All of you, please remember, when you are consuming your part of 222 kilos per head on this planet Earth of steel, it is important to make it green. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you, join me to thank our panelists.
A big thanks to all of you. Thank you so much. We've lost half them. We have to move, we have to move, we have to move. Thank you all, gentlemen, so much. We got beautiful pictures of you sitting down. You need to be very, very quick. Thank you so much, really looking there at the steel industry. So important here. And again, many of the key players there taking an eye on what's been happening in the market and how we can actually make that transition. When we get the hard-to-abate sectors, you know, joining together with the producers and joining together, you know, also meeting the demand of consumers, I think we're going to see a big shift in this market, and that's what's been happening over the last couple of years, and I think we've really seen an escalation on that. We are coming to our final panel of the day. Well, the sort of penultimate one. We then have a, you know, really, really interesting initiative to tell you about, the Net Zero Navigator. So please just do stay for that, because we have Thomas Philbeck, who's going to join us and really run us through this very, very exciting initiative with AI and blockchain in that. Please, the last session, come up the front. Come on, we have, as I said, first row, first class upgrades going. The comfortable seats are open. They're here for you. Please, please. A great session coming up. We're going to be looking at Asia's energy equilibrium. And here's my panel. They're eager to come. Let's give them a warm welcome. Gagam Porwal, the Chief Commercial and Strategy Leader, GE Verona. Hadid Beg, the Business Development Manager, H2 ADNOC. That's it. Daria Nochevnik, the Director of Policy and Partnership, H2. Adia Siddevoka, the Director of Energy Eurasia, MEA Sustainable Group. Tsuyoshi Naki, the CEO of Japan Cooperation Center for Petroleum and Energy. And here we have our dear panel moderator, Will Simons. Thank you so much. Climate and Sustainable Leader for Asia Pacific from Deloitte. Thank you all so much. And we know so much is going on in Asia. We're really interested to hear this one. Will, thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to be with you today. We're the last panel of the day, so which of course means we have the final word. But also, we're going to bring a bit more energy, because there's been a lot of information today. The establishment of clean hydrogen value chains is absolutely critical for the decarbonisation of Asia-Pacific economies. And what we're going to be exploring on the panel today is what are the things that we need to do across the region to accelerate the creation of those value chains. We don't have a huge amount of time, so we're just going to launch straight into it. Our region in Asia has exported decarbonisation to the world for the last 20 years through our innovation ecosystems and our scaled manufacturing. Nakai-san, what do you think is the role of Asia in supporting and driving continued decarbonisation?
Thank you very much, Will. The NHGP is already trained to 27,000 people, UAE or Middle East and Asia, and also dispatch more than 6,000 people to your countries. And we trained technical cooperation more than 270, and trained ladies for 2,000 these 5 years. Based on this kind of platform experience, I have just one comment. ASEAN, inside of Asia, especially ASEAN, is growing the economy quite well. Until 2050, the power electricity demand will grow 3 times than now. That means more than that. So that means 3 times than Japanese usage of the power. It's quite important. And also that they have a great economic growth. And they have a huge percentage of manufacturing industries. 20% of the GDP comes from manufacturing industries. That is like Japan. So I recognize there are a lot of diversity in ASEAN, like Japan. So they also very much keen about energy security. Even if they can create new energies, but they need import from outside. So we recognize there should be multiple paths based on each country's situation. Japan knows very much about that reality, and we understand their stance very much. So what is the role of Japan is to stay with them, try to find practical solutions based on their economic needs. So our role is support with them, try to give the ideas of them. So that can make the new model of this energy transition toward carbon neutrality. And this model can be succeeded, that can help to the growth of Great South and also the future of the carbon neutrality in the world.
Thank you, Naka-san. So long-term intergovernmental partnerships,
Yes.
capacity building.
Yes.
Aida, we know how important hydrogen is to decarbonise our economies. What role does EBRD see for hydrogen across Asia? And what perhaps do we need to do to create better enabling conditions for the creation of those value chains?
Thank you, Will. Well, in short, we see it as a central part of decarbonization and net zero by mid-century. Our new energy sector strategy has a slogan, electrify everything, do it with clean energy sources, and don't forget hydrogen. It's in the more formal language, but I'm just relating how it's sort of the key message. And it's not just for hard-to-abate sectors, it's also for, which are low-hanging fruits, but it's also for transport, for heating. So we see big storage as a storage vector. We are colorblind as to what color is, we're agnostic as to the technology as long as it's low carbon, but it has to be in the picture to limit the global warming, of course. And again, for our region, which in my case goes from Mongolia to Morocco, so it does cover Central and Eastern Asia, while regulatory and market uncertainties remain, including in what we see as key input markets like EU, we do see progress in the region, both on the policy side, and it's mainly in the MENA region at the moment. So we have recent Morocco hydrogen offer, we have Egypt launching their hydrogen strategy. But we also see burgeoning interest in Central Asia. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are looking beyond the MOUs that I signed with big developers. So where we can help, we're helping, as usual, on the policy side, where we're actively involved in trying to build market making by assisting policymakers with what? With certificates of origin, access to common infrastructure, green certification mechanisms, permitting incentives, but also helping market players with creating hydrogen hubs, ports, shared infrastructure again, including desalination, by the way. And we're also trying to finance projects. It's still early days, but we financed the first hydrogen project in the region in 22, which was developed by SCATACT and Fertiglobe in Egypt. But then we're looking at more opportunities in Central Asia now. Recent EU legislation on specific requirements and standards is very important. Recent initiatives like EU Hydrogen Bank or work and transparency tool on demand and potential aggregation are critical for our markets. So accelerated investment in hydrogen production, delivery, and storage is at the heart of decarbonizations of the two key regions, as I mentioned, MENA and Central Asia, which both have abundant renewables. They have emergent policy interest, different pace of policy making, and the enabling environment. They have different logistics challenges, different transportation challenges, electrolyzers availability. So it all comes down to costs. So the big question, of course, will Central Asia be on par with Egypt, with Morocco, with MENA, in terms of at what price a kilo of hydrogen they can produce at? Especially factoring transportation costs. We have landlocked and double landlocked countries. So it's a big question how the hydrogen will be supported. It all, as we learned, comes down to offtake and the costs, as I mentioned before, and the price. And here the scale we see as a big factor. So hydrogen, to get cheaper, we need things at scale. And for hydrogen to get in scale, we need enabling policy environment. We need governments to actually starting support hydrogen as a key factor for net zero. As to the EBRD, we looked at hydrogen back in 2020 when we launched a big study covering our region, Central Asia, Caucasus, Turkey, MENA, to actually look what the potential is. 2020, early days, still sort of there wasn't that much hype yet, but we did have very interesting findings, which we are hoping will come to fruition in terms of actual projects and financing. Also to mention, maybe 3 years ago, when we were still a bit more flexible on financing gas as transition fuel, we did 2 projects in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, which was, one was a new modern CCGT with AquaPower, and another one was a conversion from coal to gas. And both CCGTs have an option to work on blended hydrogen, on blended gas. So this goes back to us, to how do we avoid carbon lock-in risk from, say, a gas piece of infrastructure. Very, very important.
Thank you.
And maybe just to finish, final thing, we would need 5 to 7 increase in hydrogen to hit net zero, and EBRD is there to provide that.
Thank you, Ada. I'm going down to the end now to Gagan. So we've heard as a consistent theme across all of these sessions that cooperation and partnerships are critical. And in my travels around Asia Pacific, I talk to the private sector, to the public sector everywhere, and there are so many barriers. What are your thoughts on how we can better structure regional and global partnerships to deliver clean hydrogen value chains?
Yeah, I would say that all of the above, in which what Nagai-san mentioned and what Ida was saying, there are a few things which are critical to this equation, right? So if you think about it very simply, what needs to be done is that the fundamental pillars of the robustness, the reliability, and the bankability of the cooperations, whether it is domestic, regionally, or internationally, are the underlying essence of things that needs to be done for hydrogen to solve for everything which is not working in the favor today. What it means is that as we go and think about the structures of public-private partnerships or multilateral and bilateral partnerships, there are 3 key pillars that needs to be coming together to solve a lot of what is not happening today in terms of how do we bank a project such that there is a long-term horizon of investment associated with it. And those 3 pillars are policy, as both the panelists have referred to an extent. And if you think about it, when we think about policy here, policy almost needs to lead the charge to be able to provide confidence to the sector to say that there is a firmness and appropriate support to make sure that everyone who is engaged in the value chain of hydrogen, from the producers to the distributors to the consumers, have a line of sight to how do you operate in this space. Today, when we think about bankability, the most fundamental challenge of bankability is I do not have an off-taker. Or if I have an off-taker, they do not want to have a long-term contract because the price cannot be governed today, and we do not know what it is in comparison to gas, and we have already seen what happened with gas late last year as well. So if we can solve through policy the bankability challenges to start with, that creates the platform for price signals that go into the investments, the technology innovation, which brings the cost of the technology down as well. And then it comes to the whole gamut of things which require the distribution and the consumption of hydrogen. Second equation of that is how do we have a trustworthy trade system available for hydrogen? If there is a confidence that is needed in the trade, it goes back to the transparency of the commodity that I'm trading in. What it translates into that, do the players in that value chain have enough line of sight into how was the hydrogen generated, where was it generated, and if I consume it, do I get the full credit of while using it, right? So if you see, all encompassing, it goes back to a common agreed definition between the entities, whether it is public, private, or different countries coming together to say that we agree on core hydrogen principles, which will define commonly what exactly is a low carbon sustainable hydrogen, right? everyone would have seen the COP declaration around the intent to create certification schemes which are mutually acceptable. That is such a fundamental pillar to get this started, because without this, all we will have is a fractured market space where one country will have all the elements and progressing far ahead, and other countries will just not be part of the ecosystem. Then comes the third pillar, which is, if we take Asia's context, right, not every country is in the same space of how they're managing their energy trilemma. One economy is trying to get energy security, other economy is trying to get from energy security to cleaner power. So not all solutions work together for hydrogen, and what it means is that the countries which have better fiscal capital and positions, a multilateral cooperation needs to be done such that they can implement that strength to administer loans, grants, and exceptions where we can. And for developing nations where there is a fiscal constraint itself, that ecosystem needs to be encouraged and sort of almost supported by these countries so that they can participate in either offtake or technology innovation, right? Today, when we think about offtake, it's a fixed year, long-term contract, 20-year price points. We are almost coming up a time where we have to see flexible duration of the contract. Is there a different model where you look at the band of, can there be a volume fluctuation while I'm doing it? Can there be a price fluctuation that, while we are doing it? So I think if you take all of those elements together, I think those sort of are the ingredients which get the multilateral and the international cooperations going in the direction where we need the hydrogen to go.
Thank you. And so building on that, and as an emerging policy mechanism that we've heard on a bunch of panels, as a more sophisticated way of managing those price fluctuations and the future uncertainty in contracts. Hadid, as a future supplier of hydrogen into Asian markets, your thoughts on those mechanisms, in particular contracts for difference and carbon contracts for difference that we're seeing emerging, particularly in Germany, but also now in Japan, in India, in Australia, etc.
Yep. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy with this esteemed panel. I think we are all concluding that offtake is one of the most critical element of this whole value chain. Producing hydrogen is not new, not rocket science. It's about having a marketable hydrogen, which is the talk of the town. And what I feel happy is that CFD sort of is the initial tool that is helping the early mover producers and the early moving demand centers to come together. I mean, if you think about it, I'm just gonna, the way I imagine, the way I envision a CFD, and I'll get into your question after that, is that it sort of bridges the gap, and it also provides the stability of revenues for companies like ours, we are producers, and for companies like in energy deficient markets in Japan and Korea and Europe, where the consumers need the price, stability. So I think the CFD is probably the mechanism which limits the returns, but it provides that impetus to kickstart things, which I think you were referring to. So now going back, I think there's a lot of good progress in the last few years when you talk about CFD and these price mechanisms, and I think you highlighted Germany, India, UK as well, Korea and Japan, and we are very excited this year that the Japanese and the Koreans are going to do the auction, hopefully. So I think we need to highlight the few elements that are important in the CFD. I think that's what you're referring to. And the first and foremost being that there should be clarity and stability in the framework. I think all parties across the value chain should make informed decisions about their demand, about their supply. I believe in some markets that is lacking today, but hopefully with the passage of time, this will come and this will be made public. The second element which will determine the success of CFD is the fact that these auctions should be competitively driven, and they should not be driven bilaterally. Now, when I say competitively, that will encourage cost-competitive entry of molecules from the producers to the suppliers, and it will also help to create bankability, going back to what Gagan was mentioning about the projects. Then if you go forward, CFD, we often talk about CFD, but I know that, Will, you're talking about overall incentive mechanism and not just CFD, because CFD is just a price support. who will develop the infrastructure, how will the production units that will need retrofitting, who will provide them capex, who will fund the R&D elements. I think these are also the incentives I think some of the governments have already announced. But yeah, these are another important element of the overall so-called supportive mechanisms. And then one thing that we often overlook is the international collaboration. And I go back to what Gagan and the rest of the esteemed panelists were mentioning. Until and unless the governments will not talk to each other and they will harmonize to the extent that they can these CFD requirements and criteria, they could not really leverage one production unit which can then scale up and provide the benefits to different markets by being able to supply to different markets. I think today we feel, and we are discussing behind the scenes with Nakai-san about some of the markets having a different boundary and some of the markets having a complete different boundary when it comes to carbon life cycle. So I think there's a need to harmonize that. And this will determine the longevity of the CFD schemes and the viability of the projects.
Thank you. And to perhaps temper some of our enthusiasm for international cooperation, of course, our governments know that they're competing with each other for the lowest cost supply contracts. And so there's a tension at the heart of this. Daria, so building on this, we know that these CFD mechanisms are coming in. Through your vantage point with the Hydrogen Council, what are some emerging demand-side measures that you're seeing around the world that we can learn from in Asia?
Yeah, thank you so much, Will. And maybe just to build up first on a couple of points that were made by my fellow panelists, I think that the point on international cooperation around common methodology standards and certification schemes is absolutely critical. And just to take a moment to recognize the overwhelming success of COP28 in UAE, where for the first time in the history of COP process, hydrogen made its way to the presidential action agenda. We had a whole suite of outcomes on hydrogen that were launched on the 5th of December, including the ISO methodology for assessing the greenhouse gas emissions of hydrogen production, conditioning, and transport on a life cycle analysis basis. It's a technical specification, which is a precursor for a suite of standards that is being developed as a follow-up. And then importantly, the declaration of intent on mutual recognition of certification schemes for hydrogen derivatives that has been co-led by Japan, Germany, UAE, as well as Namibia, in order to really showcase that political commitment to mutual recognizing each other's national emerging certification schemes to pave the way for the development of the global market. So I think that these were excellent points, and I think it's very symbolic that we are back here in Abu Dhabi discussing, coming back to these items after the progress and the great work that has been achieved at COP28 end of last year. And to your question, Will, about the emerging instruments, I think that the CFD mechanisms that we have started discussing that are being developed in Japan and South Korea are indeed a very promising tool to catalyze the market. And alongside the CFD scheme, I think that Japan has been progressing very well with the development of the LTDA auctions. They are called the long-term decarbonization power source auctions that are really designed to incentivize decarbonization and offtake from power producers. And I think that this is a very promising instrument that, of course, offers 20-year fixed revenue, which is exactly what the industry needs right now. And it really covers new build power plants as well as the power plants that would be repurposed or retrofitted in order to be able to accommodate hydrogen cogeneration at or above 10%, which is, again, exactly the right way to kickstart the market and incentivize coal-fired hydrogen as well as ammonia in power plants in Japan in particular. And I think that the figures that we have been seeing for the 2023 fiscal year are quite promising, as we have seen the upper limit of bidding price for new builds at $320 per kilowatt, and for retrofitted thermal power plants at $660 per kilowatt. And I think that what is also promising is that while in the 2023 financial year, the cost calculation didn't include the upstream production overseas and the maritime sort of transportation piece, we know that the cost calculation in this financial year will include those segments, which is, again, very encouraging. And I think that the way the incentives, import incentives are shaping up in Japan currently, as well as in South Korea, provides a very strong signal for the prospective producers in the Middle East and other geographies. And definitely, I think that Asian markets are very much in the lead as destination markets for the first volumes of hydrogen and ammonia deliveries.
Thank you. And we're almost at time, but Dari, you have 2 roles, so you get 2 questions. You had the privilege, and we had the privilege of you being in the role of special advisor to COP28 on hydrogen. In 30 seconds, what's your hope for COP29 when it comes to hydrogen?
I think that my hope is that there is continuity of that hydrogen action. We have seen, again, hydrogen rights for the first time in the history of a multi-decade process on the presidential action agenda last year. And we know that the troika that has formed of the presidency, so the UAE, Azerbaijan, and Brazil, have the opportunity to ensure that continuity and increase gradually the level of ambition. I think continued action and a follow-up on taking a stock, doing some stock take exercise on where we stand in terms of the development of certification schemes for hydrogen nationally. What are the pilots in terms of enabling that mutual recognition between certification schemes in practice at technical level? How are we doing on that? Can there be follow-up actions taken by governments also in order to make sure that we align better the underlying methodologies that are being used to calculate the emissions? Again, country A may have a threshold of, let's say, 2 kilos per CO2 equivalent per kilo of hydrogen to qualify hydrogen as clean, quote unquote. Country B can have the threshold of 2 kilos as well. If you use different methodologies to assess the emissions, the 2 and 2 mean different things. So I think, again, alignment and coordination on these topics. They are technical topics. Some may call them boring topics. They're not particularly sexy. But in fact, we need to get these topics and these type of actions and tools, technical tools around standards and certification right in order to make sure that we pave the way for the global market.
Incredibly important, also as a way of providing confidence to financiers and the standards that underpin that. So we're almost done, but what I would like to close with, in a sentence or less, if you had a magic wand, what would you fix? One thing that would shift the dial most in establishing clean hydrogen value chains, starting at the end with Gagan.
Accelerate the implementation of policy. That is the most important sentence that I think needs to be executed upon.
Thank you.
Maybe I will say more specific, carbon pricing, uniformity in carbon pricing. That's the commercial one that will enable the commerciality of low carbon hydrogen usage.
Mandated offtake obligations, quotas, mandate targets. Again, I think that we have seen how powerful the feed-in tariffs were for bringing the cost down for wind and solar, and we do need these incentives right now for the hydrogen industry to kick off.
Yeah, I think it's been all set, from policy to subsidies potentially to support feed-in tariff type, cash on the table from the governments and complete buy-in and ownership.
That issue is clearly related to the regulation and support by the government. The domestic political stability is essential. And of course, international collaboration is essential. So political stability. We just started in Japan. We are now past the new hydrogen promoting law that can give the more strong support of the price gap subsidies. We need the demand of the hydrogen. We need model cases. We are ready to, you come to Japan to show their models. With Japanese company and yourself, we are totally help to subsidies, also that. That can create the demand. That can create a new model to you, to Asia. And Middle East, you have a chance to come. You can become not only oil and gas company, you can become total energy suppliers in the future for sustainable society. So we are ready to do so. Political stability is essential, including some other big countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakai-san. So that brings us to a close. We've had a very quick panel focused on Asia. I think we've heard some real insight, and perhaps to close, we know that there is no commercial clean hydrogen project without government support. Governments must lead from the front, and that must be stable and long-term. If you could join me in please thanking your panelists today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you again, and of course to Will Simons there, thank you for the great moderating there, really putting it in perspective, what's happening in Asia, and really looking, I think, at the scope and the scale of the energy demand in Asia, so much going on. We're almost closing up, and you know, I'm delighted that you're still with us. Please, anybody who's at the door, please do join us and stay around just for this closing session, because we have just an incredible platform to deliver to you. The Net Zero Navigator, really a very intuitive AI, new singing and dancing platform that's going to really put it all in perspective when it comes to the energy transition and the possibilities, indeed, I think, and the great prospects of how we can actually use AI as an incredible platform. So please, a very warm welcome. We're the last session of the day. Come on, give him a big clap. Swift Partners, the Managing Director, Thomas Philbeck is with us. Thomas, I'm really looking forward to hearing about this. You'll find it intriguing, I promise you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I hope I can convince everyone to stay around for just a few more minutes. As mentioned, my name is Tom Philbeck, Managing Director of Swiss Foresight and Technology Partners, and I'm delighted to announce the launch of the beta version of the Net Zero Navigator for ADSW. So generally on these platforms and any type of technological thing that comes out, people want to jump in right away and say, well, what is it? What does it do? And let's get into that. But I wanted to take a moment to reflect on this. So if any of you are familiar with Simon Sinek's book on Start With Why, I'd like to say, you know, if we think about why we're here because we believe in sustainability, we have a keen interest in making an impact, we want to have a better future, right, for the next generations, et cetera. And I would wager that today, you've heard a lot of words like cooperation, collaboration, et cetera. But the real question is, how do we accelerate collaboration? How is it that stakeholders from all over the world can know who else is doing something like them, who they can help, and who can help them? Where do they get their data from? What does the data tell us at an organizational level or a state level or a regional level or at an industry level? And how do we use that data to actually create an impact? And that is the why. That's the purpose behind the Net Zero Navigator, is to actually make all of that usable. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. And so I'll give you a little bit of a history here. For the last year, starting last March, and I think we may have seen some of you in the audience there, last March at the Climate Tech Hub, at the London Climate Week in July, at the UNGA in September, we had workshops specifically on reaching out to experts and stakeholders to say, you know, what are your needs in this particular area? And since community is really what drives action, what we got was a lot of stakeholders saying, here's what we need. Here's what needs to take us forward. And is there a way for you to do this for us? And so their needs focused on three things. That they focused on collective intelligence, they focused on collaborative action, and they focused on measuring impact. And we said, well, okay, since that's the data that we're getting from you, we need to go away and we need to work on building a tool. And so what we did is we took all of ADSW and Masdar's data and publications over the last 20 years and we ingested it into an LLM in order to extract the 6 most important priority areas, which we call the innovation systems. And we'll take a look at those because we got the very first demo or the alpha version of this product, as you can say, ready for COP28, and we demoed it there. And you can see the director of ADSW on the right side, Valerie Père, and the innovation systems around the tool. And we'll see how the tool works, hopefully, either at the end of this session, or you can come by the innovation zone tomorrow where we're actually demoing it on the big screen there as well. I'll leave a login and a password for you on the final slide so you can play with it as much as you like here at the end of the evening. So this was the sneak preview there, but what we really did is we said, look, we have 6 innovation systems, and there are 43 different focus areas within those innovation systems. At COP28, we only had 1 focus area built out. But based on overwhelming positive feedback that we got just from that, we've spent the last 4 months building out the other 42 focus areas, and under each one of these focus areas, we have lists of emerging technologies, policy, funding, partnership trends. We have stakeholder maps, market maps. We have a global map where you can literally just go through the world and find a city and find the people who are working on the topic that you're interested in. And underneath all of that, we've built it on foundations for AI interaction, and we'll talk a little bit about that in just a moment. So I ask you, what is it that you're interested in? Are you interested in emerging trends? Are you interested perhaps in innovators? You know, what's the next big thing? Maybe you're interested in finance and funding, right, to scale different types of ventures, maybe to create bankable projects. When you can accelerate collaboration, that's really going to help when we have a time crisis, and currently we do have a time crisis, right? We meet once every 6 weeks or 6 months or every year at venues like this, but we don't steadily continue working on initiatives, you know, all the time. And so what happens, we have a bit of a punctuated equilibrium of progress, and we want to make sure that that actually progresses in a positive way. And so you could do it just for these things, but there's more to it than that. Maybe you're interested in collaborating, right, on initiatives or with the experts, or maybe you're interested in networking opportunities. Matchmaking and mapping are central to the way that the Net Zero Navigator can create value for you and your organization. You know, or maybe what you're really interested in is data. Okay, great. Well, there's data in terms of benchmarking data. There's data in terms of insights around different types of strategic inquiries that you might have. And there's also data in terms of the types of policies and regulations that you want to align with your priorities. All of that type of information is going to be a part of, or actually already is, a part of the platform. So basically, when you can get data from a platform like this, that data is a way that the platform earns, or any digital tool is going to earn a trusted space in your toolbox, right? And this is what we have built. But how did we do it? And that's the real question. And one of the things that we did is we did it with AI from the ground up, from the vector databases and the graph networks at the bottom, all the way in terms of storage, all the way up to the large language models we use to interrogate that data. And we've created this platform that's navigable for everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit about responsible AI in a minute, but it's all of that is brought together in order to make sure that we can combine the benefits of a collaborative platform and a strategic platform in one. And so while it's been difficult, or not difficult, but a big and heavy load to flesh out all of the different focus areas, we've done so, and we've done so in a way that allows us to get meaningful information from all of the data that goes in from the organizations that are a part of it. Now, to talk a little bit about the responsible AI, because anything that's going to be built with AI, we need to be looking towards the future, and we should not be exploiting other people, or we should not be thinking that, you know, there will never be any policies in the future that look at things like IP infringement, or that there might not be any ethical issues with things like hallucinations or misinformation that are generated by large language models. So what we've done is we've created a system that basically works on 5 degrees of trust. It's a hierarchy of trust system. And the first, and we'll talk about that in just a second, but what this does is it helps ensure the quality of the data that's generated, or the information that's generated from the AI. And it helps make that information you have for your organization more valuable. And how does it do this? Well, it does it through the first degree of trust, which is your trusted industry data. So for your organization, and right for this platform, we've taken 20 years of publication data from Masdar and from ADSW. This is the core of the information that's part of the large language model. When you ask the platform for something, it starts there. The second degree of trust is approved and cited content, so references to scientific material, to open source data, things where we trust the sources of data. And then out on the fourth and fifth levels are a little bit more tenuous. Those are not the first places to go because we want to make sure that this is properly curated in order to minimize hallucinations, in order to make sure that we mitigate any type of misinformation that might happen. And that's where we reach out to the World Wide Web for contextual data around particular types of answers. And then, of course, anything that you ask the platform, it will provide you at the end of every output, no matter what language, because it's multi-language input and output, it provides you with all the sources. So which web pages, which PDFs, et cetera, and provides you with that caveat. So this is a way in which we've been thinking with ADSW right off the bat. We want to make sure that we understand if we're going to look at something like sustainability, we need to be thinking about reliability and responsibility with AI. And so what can this platform do then? Well, it can generate industry briefings. It can generate strategic recommendations. It can generate potential partners that you want to create some sort of initiative with. It can do intersections between topics and issues. It can even do personalized account output. So imagine that you, when your organization, come in and ask it a question. This isn't generalized ChatGPT. This is specified expert area content that's been being interrogated by the large language model. And if your organization is in a particular country, has a particular profile, has a particular set of needs, we'll be able to have the large language model actually respond to you based on the account profile that you have. Now, we can do that. Once again, as I said before, we have multi-language output. We will have persuasive speech. Imagine you want to do content around a particular area that you want to promote with your initiative. And you can also do things like growth roadmaps or concise, consulting responses, et cetera. And we can continue to create and will continue to create templated prompts that will allow users to get the most reliable data out of this system. And so for all of you, what I could say is it would really be fantastic if you took a chance with this platform and went ahead and took a look at it yourselves. Up here is the login and password. Feel free to look at it on your phone, look at it on an iPad, on your desktop. We've had it on a touchscreen TV in the innovation zone all day. That's been fun as well. But yeah, we'd love to have all of your input. It has a side map that you can touch and navigate through that way. So if that's a more intuitive way to navigate the system overall. And come talk to us about opportunities for you and your organization. And if you really want to get into the map itself and work with the tool, please come visit us in the Innovation Zone tomorrow. All right, thank you. All right. And I believe that we are the last ones. So thank you for staying and have a good evening. All right.
So much. It's so interesting. And again, keep an eye on that because it's something I think that we'll all be greatly interested. Thank you so much. And I mean, that concludes our entire day. The Green Hydrogen Summit. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for staying until the very end. I mean, when we look back on the day, we had a great start this morning. It was fabulous to have Dr. Bertrand Piccard really bringing us through his great attention. And again, the great journey he's about to take on the new hydrogen plane. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one, of course, and see what happens there. And, the highlight of the morning, it was our friend Boris, having the Right Honourable Boris Johnson coming to join us. He really still has plenty to say. He has great opinions. And of course, he's done a lot of work in the energy sector. He will continue to do it. And it was interesting to have him with us. Really looking around today, I think we really examined what's happening here in the United Arab Emirates. We also, of course, took a journey to Europe, to the Far East to America as well, really looking at what's happening in terms of policy, looking at what's happening in the public and the private sector. And really, I think, you know, the feeling I'm getting is that things are definitely on the move. And when we're beginning to see policy, maybe not as joined up as we might like it to be right now, but I definitely think it's moving in the right direction. We have to look back on COP and remember that we have 39 countries that are signed up to this initiative to really move and escalate the situation and create the green hydrogen economy. And of course, as we heard from Masdar today, as he said, it is go green or go home. And they're going not just big and go home, but they're going green, going big, and they're staying right here at the moment. So I thought it was very exciting to hear the initiatives we had today. We heard so much from industry leaders about how they're putting hydrogen in place already, really making it actually work. And I think that's what the key thing is here, that we're beginning to see projects. They're already in place. They have financing. The bankers are interested. The government is interested. The Department of Finance showed up today. So that was also, you know, so great to have them on board. So we're getting this sense, I think, of coordination in the industry. And when we begin to see this happen, I think, you know, we're going to look a year from now or whenever we get together again, and we will be speaking at many different conferences, I'm sure, about hydrogen. But I think the journey is well underway. And I get the feeling that it's time that we all, as we heard from many people here, join together, work together, coordinate, and really drive this forward. Because when it has this much momentum, I think at this point, it can't help but succeed. But again, lots of challenges. Nobody shied away from that as they look forward to making sure that we get everything in place and we make this work. Again, it's not going to solve the bigger problem for us, but it certainly is going to be one of the key areas that we are going to need to pay attention to, and green hydrogen definitely going to be one of the carriers, the vectors, being very much part of the new green energy future. So I want to thank you all for staying. Thank you for being with us. It's been lovely to have you here. So I really hope that you've found this day interesting to all of you. And I hope, you know, keep an eye on what's going on. Clearly, Masdar is driving a lot of initiatives, so that's very exciting. But from all of us here, I hope you've been engaged, informed, educated, and maybe inspired a little bit. And maybe you go away with some questions. That's fine too. But I think it's been a tremendous day here. And I really want to thank all of our moderators that came and joined us here, all of our great speakers that gave us their time from many areas around the world. Thank you, our dear audience, for being with us. All the organizers, they've been working day and night. I know the great work they put in, our technical teams, our sound and music and video people. It's like it was so well today. Thank you all so much. And of course, to our dear audience online, we've had a huge audience online right throughout the day from all around the world. So we're so grateful that, of course, you've joined us, and we're very happy that we've been able to bring you from Abu Dhabi the Green Hydrogen Summit 2024. Thank you all so much.